Decent lunches last week. We'll see if we can continue the trend here this week. But Intel moving into 98 and change, just bouncing off of the 50 period again. Still want it to go lower. Don't worry, when it goes lower, you'll hear from me right now. But 18 cents in the money on SoFi, $1 on Palantir, and 40 cents on Intel. We're looking for lower though. Yeah, and you're not getting lower from Bitcoin. That just continues to go higher with the market going up.
What
I did find something. Oh. We threw out in the chat that I didn't want to interrupt. Threw in the chat that there was a trend break happening on SMCI. So that was the next thing available. So took the trend break, looking for the volume weighted average price there. But it is still arrows up and everything up on IBIT. Bitcoin just got to 79.5. Remember, 80,000 was rejected over the weekend. So you get to that level. Start thinking about the curl, and the curl being the short, and I'll be over on BM&R. I just think there'll be more juice if that ends up falling to the downside. Let's go to the desk, Adara.
Yeah, worth noting here, notorious GameStop bull Michael Burry just opined that GameStop's bid for eBay, quote, makes perfect sense. So it sounds like he's okay with this. Let's take a look here now at this sector board, though, because we have actually a very mixed look here. A lot of sectors have some red and some green. Let's start with some decidedly directional sectors, though. Most obvious one being transportation, with UPS down 8.5% and FedEx down 7% after Amazon announced a new logistics heavy pivot with freight and distribution, putting itself in direct competition, or heavier competition rather, with both of these names. Commercial services, rather, on the other hand, that was pretty strong. Energy minerals, of course, we continue to digest headlines in the oil space. They're doing quite well today. And producer manufacturing, with the exception of Caterpillar and day 3 earnings, is also a great look. GEV is up nearly 3%. Finance generally strong here, though some of these legacy banks like JP Morgan and Bank of America, as well as Citigroup, are trading a little bit lower. Health tech has some weakness in the likes of Amgen and Johnson & Johnson. And we have to talk about these tech names because these are, as they have been a lot lately, kind of all over the place. In electronic tech, you have total discrepancies here. You've got SanDisk and Micron in the memory space up nearly 5% and over 7% respectively. Then you've got Qualcomm and AMD both down roughly 4%. AMD, of course, did catch a downgrade this morning from, I believe, HBSC. Broadcom and Apple to the downside as well. But if you go to tech services, all these SaaS names are having nice, healthy moves to the upside, while Google is down about 1%. Back to you.
Google's down 1%. Okay, good to
well,
look at.
Amazon stands out.
As the highs, right?
Yeah, baby. Amazon.
Well, the Nasdaq's out of highs.
But look at this chart. That's like program buying here right now on Amazon. This one's going absolutely ham. We have something for this. When it's all green for a long time, and right now, yes, I can say it. Amazon is making an all-time high.
Yeah,
with a storm of, what is it? I want that one. I like that.
We've already made 2 orders today on Amazon at my house already today. So
I got some. What did I get today? I don't even remember. Shoot, there's something that arrived at the house. I don't even remember what it was.
I just see notifications like that. Another $80, another $70. Okay.
Now it's gonna bother.
Another day that ends in Y.
Doesn't really. Not that it even matters. You know what? It doesn't matter. I don't even know why I'm looking at it, but it's so true.
No, I mean I've already saw. I mean I get the notifications, so we already had.
But it's bad.
That's just purchases, not even delivery.
I just think it's bad that I don't remember what we ordered.
I never know.
That we got. I don't know. It doesn't make it ultimately doesn't make a difference. SMCI, look, the market's breaking out, so a trend break is a trend break, and that's fine when we get a trend break. But the market's breaking out the high, so if it only pulls back this far, I just took another leg out in this consolidation in 28.15. Again, it's a $20 stock that gets 20 pennies in there. And even the VWAP is only going to be about 30 to 35 cents. So it just makes some sense. With the strength that we're seeing in the market, going to move the stop to break even. Again, don't want to turn a good trade into bad. Like you can have an entry set up, but the market doesn't care right now that you had a technical trend break on the stock. If it wants to go higher, it can certainly go higher all at once. So again, this can't turn into a loser, but I did want to take another leg out as, my goodness, IBIT still pushing higher. Close to 80,000, but not yet. If Bitcoin gets to 80,000, I think that's the logical place for turn. There hasn't been a significant dip buy since that open. And I'm sad to say, Kim Nguyen just says Nvidia not moving. I'm sad to say that this hasn't been abnormal in the market. We're at the highs A bunch of other things look strong, and Nvidia is lagging, and you wonder, why is this happening? Nvidia is just not in favor. I don't know what to tell you, but there's sellers galore here. We were just chilling out at 215 on Nvidia like a week and a half ago, and now you're threatening to break the lows when the market's threatening to bust all-time highs. It's just a stock that's not in the good books for whatever reason, and it doesn't have to make sense, but it's been this way for a while now. You know this if you've been watching the show. Like, I'm mad at myself. Although AMD is pulling back, I mean, look at AMD. We've seen Nvidia's chart do almost nothing. And AMD went like 80% from its recent, maybe more than that. Slightly more than like an 80% gain from its recent lows. And Nvidia did what, 15, 20?
Yeah, Nvidia can never go 80%. Nvidia can't go that way.
It's too big.
Yeah, as I said before, it's too heavy. It's not going to work out that way.
You get too big, and it's hard to make that kind of a move.
Yeah, the trade for me, of course, that was missed. And again, we wrote that down, was that IBIT area long. I mean, as Neil mentioned, man, it just keeps on going upside. That's at 44.50. That's literally the low of the day, and we should have been able to make that 44.47 or so, the low. Here goes Intel, man. It looks like it's trying to go higher. I mean, the NASDAQ is now rocking, so, you know, we are now prepared with our stop on here. You know, we tried to get it out lower. We did. We got one little low take there. We've just been reloading pretty small, but now we're back into a decent position, and we know where our stop is, and we've already got that all labeled out there. So if it does wind up stopping out in and around that 99.50 mark, I believe that's where... Got to make sure the stop is, actually, I canceled it, 99.51. I think that's, yeah, because we don't want 40s. We're just going to break through there, not going to go any fancy there. We are this time going to get out of 100% of that trade if it does come through. A little bit of a size chasing this one down, but it's not SSR or anything like that, so we're not going to be too worried about anything. We did have an order there at 18. We'll take out a little bit there as it comes back in. We have another bid at, well, I got to change the quantities now. I have another bid at 12s. Hopefully that comes through. But for right now, Intel, yeah, pushing higher, and looks like it's a long. It looks like it's turned completely into a long after bouncing off of that support area. So we're still in the short. You know, we do have our target areas, and there it comes right back in again. So we'll get out just a little bit more here. We'll bid some 9s. We've just got some 12s. So a nice little take on the downside, but again, pretty dangerous times right now on this Intel short as we keep pushing a little bit higher. IREN, is it iRunning? Yes. Up 12% today. We can always ask Adair if there's anything, but IREN right now. Okay, so Adair is confirming that there is something. She's going to look it up and bring us the exact story so that we can properly report that.
So after the bell on Friday, they announced the, quote, energization of Sweetwater 1, that is their 1.4 gigawatt data center site in Texas. So that's the deal here with IREN. I remember reading this in passing, so I knew there was a story. The story is, again, successful energization of their Sweetwater 1 data center site in Texas with 1.4 gigawatts. Back to you.
Yeah, and a pretty clean breakout, it looks like on the 15 here for IREN.
Energization.
I like the word.
Yeah.
The question is it bull flagging?
That's a good one.
Well, it's trying to, but I think for a bull flag, you have to make some kind of, like it's made a top, it's just make the bottom and hold it. And 49.25 looks like a reasonable level. As long as it doesn't lose that, that looks pretty reasonable to me. It's, again, trying to bull flag. Maybe VWAP, that gives you that 49.25 as well. So again, just, you don't will something into existence. It either happens or happens. Like I was just talking about wanting VWAP on SMCI. Took another leg out because the market was strong, moved the stop to break even, didn't want to turn that into
yeah.
And then wait for the next opportunity out there. And hopefully we'll find it in IBIT. I don't know if that's going to be the case. It just pushed. We're now 79, where are we now? 79.7. So we're getting very, very close to that $80,000 level. Once you get to 80,000, that's going to be the reversion for sure. So waiting for that, a 100%, and just going to take another, just going to continue to snipe at it. Right? Like we're able to get BMNR ones, we're able to just get in and out of another quick scalp short on SMCI, but I'm thinking it's going to be BMNR. It's only now breaking the highs when you've already got Bitcoin going. Now 80,000 just broke on Bitcoin.
Let's go.
80,000 change, continuing to go. If we flash back under, I'm taking the short on the way back through in BMNR. But what an unbelievable, you know what? We have a coin, we have exactly the perfect one for this.
You know, that's been great.
Those are Bitcoins.
Yeah, we're making money. I mean, we bought some 66,000. We can't complain about that. We've been talking about it ever since we bought it, but we'll have the face slapper right here with Intel. So Intel, how many times are we going to keep reloading this one right at those levels? Look, this last reload was 20 cents. Right there, worth of risk. It's now 50 cents in the money. And by the way, man, Alex Karp is coming to save us all one more time, because there it is now, $1.30 in the money. Right back to the upside goes Palantir as we're rocking and rolling right back up to VWAP right there. Look, we have the low of the day. We got stopped out there, only of 75% of what we had left, but we wind up holding the last little bit. And there she goes again. It's a nice little upside play there. And by the way, here we go again for INTC as it's dropping through, and we like that one right now into these levels. We said the key level right around here. So if we get 98.30s again, let's just try VWAP, 98.50. Big move down, big move down. And this is why I talked about it. This is the heaviest stock that I've had today, the biggest positions, and we've reloaded it like 4 times. So it's definitely been a good one there for Intel. We did believe in this short, and there it comes back up to the upside. So we didn't believe in it. We wouldn't have reloaded it, and I just thought we had a very, very good level. As I said, the missed opportunity is that 44.50 on IBIT that will forever haunt me today, and then I'll be over it. I'll probably be over it in about 10 minutes. We do have something that's very important to go over. It's what's for lunch, so let's go find this out. We did have some very exciting lunch opportunities last week. I thought it was pretty good overall. Today we had bacon and eggs for breakfast, so you can't beat that.
Eggs.
Hard-boiled eggs, yes, of course. But what's for lunch today? All right, I've just looked at the flag. It's a flag of the lovely country of Mexico. So at least there's something there. But here we go. Oh, it's chili. Okay, so simmered beef chili.
That'll play.
So that's been fine before. Oh, with some corn tacos, hard shell corn taco shells. So maybe this is Taco Tuesday here. Condiments. So yeah, I believe this is tacos. They just sort of have it mixed as simmered beef chili with, and then it says the starch are the shells. So I believe today is a
the only
taco day.
issue,
So it's
tacos were delicious.
Problem is, it's not Tuesday, right? We're at Taco Tuesday.
They were like so small. They weren't.
Oh, the little shells?
Yeah.
Yeah, but these are corn. Were they hard shells last time, the small ones? I can't remember.
No, they were soft.
Anyways, just take a couple more shells then. But here we go, man. So far, so good there. Chili tacos, that's what's for lunch. Use the shells or not. And then, of course, garden salad always seems. It's different words for the salad, man. Sometimes it's mixed green salad. Sometimes it's garden salad. Sometimes it's chopped salad. At the end of the day, it's lettuce with vegetables. And
it's consistent.
It's good, yeah. The salad has always been really fresh and really good. So that's what's for lunch. And right now we have What's Up with Money and Money Talk segment at the desk, I think with Adara.
Or USD.
Indeed, it is with me. Let's take a look here at this U.S. dollar, which is, as of I guess Friday here, finding support sort of, I don't want to say a total double bottom here, but finding support where we found support back on Friday, April 17th. That 97.6 level. Friday's low was 97.72. So again, slightly higher low, more or less, continuing to find support within that level today, trying to form our second straight green candle on that U.S. dollar on the daily chart. Currently trading here around 98.3. High was around 98.5. So if we zoom out here on the weekly chart for the U.S. dollar, we've been kind of chopping around here as of late. Last week, big red gapping up on the day on Monday and, of course, for the week, and then closing a little bit lower as of right now, just barely green to kick off the week for the DXY. Let's talk about some economic data down the pipeline, because as Sean mentioned, it's going to be a big day for economic data on Friday. At 8:30 a.m., you get the U.S. unemployment rate coming through, along with non-farm payrolls, average earnings, and average work week hours. Then we also are going to be getting through at 10 a.m., University of Michigan consumer sentiment, the preliminary print for May. Now, we know the preliminary print for April was actually the lowest reading for the UMich consumer sentiment in its history, though the final print for April did show some improvement. So University of Michigan consumer sentiment, especially given that it also has that 1-year and 5-year inflation component, that continues to be something to watch out for. And it's one of the numbers that certainly I think can and often does move the market. Let's take a look here at the CME Fed Watch tool. 95.5% chance that we're going to be getting rates held steady once again in June of 2026. This meeting more than a month and a half away. If you look here at the wider range of things here, we're still not seeing a cut until potentially December of 2027. Other than that, rates very likely to be held steady. And there's even some chances that we might get raises, for example, in December of 2026 or January 2027. Back to you.
So now at 80.5. MSTR is up 4.5%. We already talked about Circle that's going crazy, and as long as we continue to go higher.
Wow.
Only now, BMNR is only now breaking the high. What's ETH doing? ETH is going pretty parabolic, is somewhat parabolic as well. But as long as this is, look how parabolic this move is. It's just insanely parabolic to the upside. And it's definitely true that BMNR isn't moving as much. So that's going to be the one. When you revert, I'm going to go revert the thing that is not ripping the faces off as much as the rest. That's worked so far today. Just kind of picking the spot, get in, get out, move on to the next. But a huge rally now holding 80.5K on Bitcoin. So good luck if you're shorting anything crypto. You really, really have to be nimble with your entries and exits on that one. If you're shorting, that is.
Yeah, like we already talked about, good long for you. We nailed the price. We didn't put it in for ourselves, but good trade on IBIT. And then Palantir, for some reason, I wish we didn't. See, like this again, focusing on the wrong stock. We put our stop in there. That's when we should have bought crypto, and that's when we should have even bought Palantir. We were waiting for 145 on Palantir. That never came in, so we did stop out of a little bit there. We were looking for lower to reload it, but there goes there goes Palantir right now up $1.50 in that position as it goes higher. Intel's starting to make moves to the high side now as the futures want to get going there. It looks like we are going to break through on Intel. We've done really good on this stock. We just reloaded it right here at 38s again. But this looks like now, though, here it goes. Breaking through 50, we're stopped out, and that's completely fine. If that winds up happening, we're in it. We're in it at 30. We can lose 20 cents on this one. There it goes. So nice move. Bye-bye. Good call on the long there, bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So Intel was good until it wasn't. And now the market just wants to keep going higher. SoFi, bang-up call on that one. I mean, 1645. There's our stop for a little bit of shares there as it comes right back up. I was actually waiting at, I don't have any more offers. That was our out at 70. I guess we could now wait at 75 for the high of the day. I don't necessarily want to reverse the Intel or anything right now, but that's a good break, and maybe it does continue to mature up into that 101 area. Actually, I don't actually mind this trade, but then, it's just just at that break level. Like, I almost would rather go short again and let it break 100 and just use less shares. But it's a good move. Look, we got stopped out there at 50. I'd hate for that to have been the wick. I'll try. I was gonna say, let me try it one more time on Intel. So someone there believed in that level, and they're sending it just a little bit lower now for Intel. So, oh man, that's too bad. So again, we had the bottom of the day there on Palantir, and we might have just had the high of the day there again on Intel. So I think we're on the right stocks, but we're just, maybe we should do that 75% thing a little bit more often, because then we would still have 25% left of this move there on Intel. But yeah, a nice little bit of a move back in. Hopefully you didn't stop out where I did. Right now, Intel trying to battle its way back down. So yeah, just one name was Tesla. We actually didn't look at Rivian. Oh, come on, Intel. We didn't look at
that 15 on Rivian.
What do I always call up the wrong one? Intel, there it is, Tesla. Okay, 390. So the closest it gets to, we've already looked at this, was 394 and change. So that's the high there for Tesla. That is come and gone. Yeah, still waiting for 388. Apparently, we just heard in our ears another missile threat, so I don't know.
Yeah, UAE thing again. We had that once from them already.
What a surprise right there. No, I don't think anything is really going to move this market unless there's something very, very dramatic, like potentially, unfortunately, like maybe we're not even sure about the leadership anymore. So like if something comes across our note here or news feed about like someone being captured or whatever, I don't even know who that someone could possibly be. So we'll just wait to see what happens here with oil. But we did get a little bit of a reload there on Intel, so we'll take out a little bit of this now if we can on that reload down into the mid-90s. But yeah, Intel took us out there at the 50 level. We'll see if it wants to hold one more time. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Only 2 minutes left. It's been a pretty decent day right there. But always looking to get better, and it's about to get better with Joe and Sharif. So they'll talk about some small cap names, hopefully some runners, and we'll see what's going on.
Not GameStop.
Halting today, CCM.
GameStop's been a disaster, unfortunately. If you've been looking for the long, it's been a bit of a disaster, a bit of a dump, I'd say. But BMNR looking pretty solid. it just broke that trend. So we're waiting for this one to do a topping tail and break the trend line. It just did. So look, it got to VWAP last time, but I don't know if we're going to have that kind of juice. Watch for 22.7. And then remember, you got to be thinking about what's going on in IBIT and what's going on in ETH in a general sense too. So they put in a topping tail. If we just revisit the highs, then you know it's got to be a scalp trade. And ETH is not nearly as strong, but it's not as big of a move, but it's a very similar look. Like if it's breaking out the highs and I have a chance to just get out flat, then I'll go ahead and do so when we get that opportunity. But again, just take your shot when you see the entry. And it's been a lot harder to find the short, but if you're patient enough, there have been some spots where you're able to do it. So that's all we're in right now. Unfortunately, like I said, for GameStop, that's just down 7% now. That's the thing. Like if it was running because everyone knew this story was coming out, like look what happened on Friday, right? Like if the price action tells you that people were in the know and they were buying it up into it, that exacerbates the sell the news effect here on GME. I wonder if I can now get eBay to curl around now that it's breaking the low.
What happened to Palantir? Everything cracked a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm going to go into eBay again to the south side because I just saw if GameStop is breaking lows. Oops. Oh, I still had a stop, so I just punched in and out flat. I'm going to try and get short, give it to this local high, and then play back into some lows, just as long as GameStop is relatively weak. That's all.
All right.
Yeah. Whoa! What just happened to the market?
I don't know, but we're doing pretty good now. We got a face slapper happening with Intel again. There's Palantir. We're out of Palantir basically. I mean, I'm debating reloading it right down here. We have less than 5% left, but there's the reload. At least it's working out on Intel. Look, it sucks, man, because we just made the high again on this name. So yeah, our stops need a little bit of work, but the ideas seem to be pretty good. So thanks for joining us. You do have Sharif, Joe coming through, Adara. We have Sia. It's been a great day trading so far there today. We want to thank everybody for watching us. 2 of us are back at 2 p.m., so catch us then. Thank you to everybody working the 1s and 2s there. And most importantly, thank you to everybody for watching. All right, have a good chili there, and we'll be back ourselves there. Yeah, the hard-boiled egg is still there. So we'll have, the market's moving downside a little bit with Intel anyways. Let's go catch out what the boys to my left of us are doing here. It's Sharif and Joe. It's midday. We'll see you at 2. Peace.
Oh.
Boom! You got a brace, my boy.
Did he?
You know what a brace is?
No.
Come on, Joey.
What is it?
Why you set me up for failure like that?
Yeah, I think you
It's 2 goals, Joey. And he was involved in 3 with an assist on the other. Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This gentleman right there, yes, this guy with the glasses, is your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif. Let's say hello to everybody as we typically do. Taylor, Real 7 Umi. I'm looking for new names, people. So if you're new, if you haven't thrown your name in there in the past, throw it on in, and I'll try to call it out. Kellenen. Well, Gorev, you're certainly not new, but I'm going to shout you out anyway. Down to Sky 44. Trust Fund Baby. We got Hangry Wife. We got Emilia. MF Dangerous. You're not new. Come on. Armenian Muscle, I know you're not new, but I haven't seen you in a minute. Parabolic, FOMO, Drip, yes. Fam Van Frontier, the Shagag. Yeah, I'm trying, Joey. Tamar, shout out to Tamar. Mr. Janky Stop, Israel 718. We got Rick Rada, oh my goodness, I gotta read some of these names. Johan, we got Bruce X, Turner Music Productions, shout out to Chung Main and Chrome 2481. 2-Wheel Crypto, you need 4, baby. No, I know, I get it, you're probably on the bike. Elevators make me fart. Say my name, he says. Fantastic stuff there, Assassino. Wyatt, Hypercube, Dan the Maniac. Yes, love that one. Sensei Amigos, Hinsey. Let's see, read Kinder Ready and Dean Allen. Shout out to Do Little Crafts. Yes, fantastic name. I had to read that Doolittle one. My spidey sense was telling me Sharif probably shouldn't say that one out loud, but it ended up being okay. Joey, there's a lot of small caps moving right here, but as we always typically do, let's start off with you. And I'm seeing a picture there. You may be none too plussed about. How do you feel about Jesse Martinez right now?
I thought we were boys, man.
Yeah, he did you dirty there, huh?
I thought we were boys, man.
Doing you real dirty there, man.
Hey, come on.
What's going on with that, Joey? When'd you drop?
Come
You get
on,
that
man.
that what is that haircut called?
It's just that far.
When you got like the forehead, the hair stuck to your forehead like that. Like what is that called?
That you got my boy doing me mad dirty, man. That's crazy. That's the Farquad, man. All right. Nonetheless, man. The Dumb and Dumber, man.
Lord,
Joe
I heard about
Farquaad.
this guy.
Yeah.
Lord
Farquaad?
Yeah. This
it's
guy
from
came
the
out at
Shrek,
the
man.
gym and like was telling me about him. Yeah.
It's like the Ibiza. It's like the Ibiza final boss guy.
Gotcha.
All right. Yeah, let's get right into things here, guys. Jesse, the comical had me laughing. Yeah, you were hacked. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, whatever.
Lies.
I should give you a 10-second timeout just to
Time him out, Joey.
For 10 seconds.
Time him out.
Just to abuse the power. We're putting you in. You got 10 seconds, Jesse. Bang, just like that. 10-second timeout for our boy Jesse. Nonetheless, man, we're obviously only playing around. All right, guys, let's get right into things here. TSLL. That was going to be on our list here today. We have a couple of them here. What's up, Armenian Muscle? Hope everyone's going fantastic. I knew Joey was itching to time me out. Yeah, let's get right into it. So slightly positive here on TSLL. You can see we took this break of the volume-weighted average price. Boom, 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 boom. Off to the races we go, and then eventually we get stopped out a fraction of a percent here of our initial position. So a nice little move to the top side on TSLL. But as Conor McGregor once said, surprise, surprise, here it is. I'm not going to repeat the rest because it doesn't fit with me. But there it is, guys. IBIT took us 2 attempts to get this one rolled here, but nonetheless a pretty good trade. We'll take it. First initial stop out, and then we get that second one as that trend line breaks. 44.70. Neil had the exact same entry as I did here on IBIT, and then off to the races we go. We still have a little bit left, not much here. We're going to leave it for a runner, and I would like to add a little bit more shares, so we're going to wait for that dip buy opportunity, but bang, we get right back in, pop, 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 pop a Powell all the way to the top end of the range, and we almost get the top tick there, but now we're starting to slightly pull back in. Nonetheless, let's head over to our options chain, and I see a lot of people in the chat talking about Nvidia. Why does it suck? Why does it... Well, let's figure out. Let's see what we got going on from an open interest standpoint, and then we'll go over a couple more names before we send it back to Sharif. He's going to break down his list here, but let's take a look at the implied volatility sitting around 47.5%. But one thing that we want to look at is this expiration cycle. That's going to be May 8th, guys. So here it is, 61,000 contracts at that 205 mark. 200 slightly cooling off. We've seen a little bit more earlier this morning and on the closing on Friday, so you can see some of those contracts. We're now down $2 or $3 off of that level, 2.25 to be exact. So there it is, nothing crazy, and I talked about the increase in size. Now let's head over to the NASDAQ and the SPY and see what we got going on just before we send it over to Sharif. Is there any substantial amount of size? Why are we hovering around this specific area? May 5th, today's expiration cycle, or today's the 4th, right? Yeah, so tomorrow this is going to expire. What does our 0 days have? So nothing. We see a little bit more on the 1 DTE, 680 with a lot of size there, guys. Maybe we can climb there, 675. That's 5 points from where we're currently trading at right now. And one more here. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me as we head over to the SPY and see what we got going on the 0 DTE and on the 1 DTE. And nothing substantial aside from just a congestion of volume and open interest through that 720 all the way up to 728 there, guys.
Yes, thank you for that, Gotham House, letting me know that SKK has been halted for what? Over 45 minutes now. SKK, right? I'm just having a quick look. SKK. Type in DKK for some reason here. Thank you for that. Yeah, definitely going to get back to that in case it is news pending or whatever it is. It looks like they're set to acquire drone assets from Rantizo for $258.8 million. So it's probably news pending. I'll get more information on that. I'm in a position right now. We'll talk about it, but as soon as we get back from Madeira.
We have more news here coming out of the Middle East. A couple different reports I want to mention. First here, Tasnim, of course, Iranian state media reporting that there's been unofficial and unconfirmed reports indicating explosions at the port of Fujairah or Jebel Ali in the UAE. Furthermore, seeing that the foreign minister of Iran has been telling lawmakers that there are no nuclear talks on the agenda with the U.S. Back to you.
I'm in a mood today.
Are you?
Yeah, no new talks. No new talks. Let's do this. SKK Holdings Limited. That's literally the company. SKK Holdings Limited. I don't even know what that stands for. Announced that it has entered into a definitive, that's important for the purposes of buyout trades, definitive asset purchase agreement with Rantizo, a Delaware corporation headquartered in Houston, Texas, under which SKK Holdings will acquire substantially all of their drone assets used in agricultural spraying, seeding, and monitoring for agriculture, forestry, emergency response, and commercial applications. You guys can take a screenshot of that, pause, do whatever you want, have a read there. That's an interesting report. Just looking here to see if this is news pending. This was circuit breaker at 1028. I don't see news pending, but we can always check the exchange. So this is an NQ stock, yes. So we can go to the NASDAQ, find out if it is news pending, but you guys have probably already looked at that. So if anybody knows, go NASDAQ, halts, there we go. Circuit, well, we don't know if it's circuit trade. So SKK, accept, let's just find it, if we can find it here, there it is. LULD, pause, so we have to find out what this is exactly. Limit up, limit down. So it's still volatility halts, not news pending. LULD means limit up, limit down. Yeah, okay. So I see that it halted at 10:15 on the 5. Let's see the exact time there. On the 1, 10:14 on the 1. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, that is a good headline, about 25% in the Ville of Green right now on SKK. I haven't put it on my side chart, quite frankly, yet. I'm going to keep the trading halts up here so we can get to them. All right. So I'm in ABVE. Doesn't feel like this one's going to hold, but I'm not really giving it much in the way of room. We're going to give it to 77s. ELPW looks fantastic here. Now, it is a little spready, this one. 5 pennies, 6 pennies for a $9 name, but it's got a hell of a chart pattern under its belt here. It does come with a fair dose of bamboozlement, though. You got to be ready for that. Look, multiple topping tails, and they're littered throughout the chart. What does that mean? That means that when we get into area highs, expect aggressive selling. Selling could be profit taking, could be basically a lot of short selling at these levels. The point is, it has a lot of topping tail candles. If that's going to be the case, my suggestion to you is try to pick it up off area lows, assuming, of course, it's maintaining trend. I'm not telling you to pick up garbage when it loses VWAP, when it loses key areas of technical support, but it is looking quite good at the moment. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this one. I just got stopped out of ABVE. So we'll go 0 for 1 to start the morning. Small loss. Hopefully we'll be able to make it back up. CNSP, the #1 gapper in the market, but this one looks like it has had better days, having lost the volume weighted average price. Bless you, Joey. Multiple lower highs, pardon me. It looks like there was a lot of selling at 10 with a 1054 area resistance. It's lost 9. It could lose 8 with an 802 area low, and it just made that low, I think, about 10 minutes ago. So be on the lookout here. CNSP could be setting up short, Katina, man. BZAI, this one looks pretty good, only up 30 and I want to say 3/4, but here it is again, holding a key area of prior technical support. I'm talking about 260. Now, you do get a wick or two below that, but there it is, holding the level and breaching the prior bar high to make its move back here to 270 with a 282 high. This one could see 3 sooner rather than later. Be on the lookout here. BZAI. Bovin also bringing my attention to Destiny. DXYZ, if you've been, interested in any of these off-market companies like SpaceX, you've probably known about this company, and it's been doing quite well lately with a lot of hype around the SpaceX IPO, slated for later this year. 39.85 high. It is losing the bid in a hurry now, though. Into 38.66, I see support between 38 to 38.25. And the reason I say that is the whole dollar level and the top end of this price action range. And then you also have to put some respect on the name of the 10 EMA on the 5, which is showing 38.25. So that's what I say, a zone, a buy zone. So that's DXYZ. FIVN is a holdover from Friday. And then double C cup over here, Joey. CC cup. This one is a Circle leveraged ETF. Circle's ripping today with a this one has a 634 high, multiple lower highs though, so it looks as if we're in a bit of a more prolonged pullback. We haven't had this kind of prolonged pullback on the day, but this one's up 31.25%. It is a leveraged ETF. So you're going to have one eye on this name and the other eye on the actual name of the main name, so Circle. So that's what I'm looking at right now. MNDR, I didn't say much about. It's straddling VWAP here. It's giving me like head and shoulder vibes, right? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and just dying to break here, flat bottom break, possibly through that $1.40, $1.33, in and around this area here. I'm hesitant to say that the neckline is the volume weighted average price, but it very well could be. And it's also been putting in a plethora of lower highs ever since making that 174 high of day at around 10:15. So we're going to see if this one wants to change its tune. If it does, we'll get involved. If it doesn't, well, we won't trade it. Not as a long anyway. So those are the 8 that I'm looking at. I actually had to take off one here for DXYZ, but it really wasn't doing a whole lot. So we're 0 for 1 to start the morning, Joey, but something tells me these small caps are looking okay here. Yeah. So we may be able to take a couple of good trades here to the high side. We'll see.
Yeah, man. No, I have no doubt that you will at some point. I was going to ask you the other day, I'm like, man, your accuracy is pretty good. Yeah.
Accuracy is good. My losers end up being, for the most part, as a general rule, larger than my winners. I have like a 60 to 70% accuracy with these ones.
But that's
why I need to shore up.
But that can offset though, right? Like it's a lower accuracy. But anyways, yeah, no, I noticed that. So yeah, nonetheless, guys, Gaurav, I'm still in this IBIT trade. It's not on the position. I haven't made a transaction yet, but I'm gonna wait for some form of a pullback here, just in case we get some continuation of trend. I'll add a little bit to this. Maybe we can get a break. There's a nice 5-minute indecision print right here, guys. You can see that right off of the lows. But Neil and I I seen him, he's like, okay, he wanted 45s on this one. So what we had earlier in the morning is just that trend line. Once that snapped, Katina Man had that 44.50 bottom almost to a T. Sure enough, boom, that trend line snaps and then off to the races it goes, and it hasn't looked back. It broke through that pivot here on the day. So yeah, that's what I was looking for. Pops Mafia and I were talking on Friday, and I thought that was what was going to happen on that session, but that wasn't the case, right? So this is the move that I thought we were going to break through that $45 pivot and then continue to climb a little bit higher. It came a day later, and it came Monday, so I was happy about that. Just seeing where it opened up from a daily and what Bitcoin was up to over the weekend. So yeah, nice little play. One more pullback. I don't know if we're going to get the volume-weighted average price again here today, but nonetheless, we'll be patient and wait for a good opportunity to just add a little more shares here, and then maybe we can continue on this trend. We're looking for some big days here in Bitcoin, right? Like I understand that we're off the lows, but I want to see one of those sessions where we're putting in like 6, 7, 8, even 9% days, because you're not going to put it past it. It's done it in the past, and I think it can start to repeat that once again, especially if the bullish momentum really starts to uptick and pick up. So that's going to be my narrative. I mean, we're in the middle of the halving cycle as well, too, so I think that needs to be taken into consideration. Adara was talking about some of the, I believe it was the Clarity Act or the Genius Act that is getting a little bit more forward momentum here. That's why Circle is running as well. So nonetheless, man, things are looking on the upside here for the crypto space. Ethereum's starting to climb a little bit higher, too. So, I mean, at the end of the day, man, this is what the crypto traders want to see. And we're not going anywhere in the meme land without Bitcoin leading the way. So, meme coin land. So yeah, that's what we got going on. We were looking at the options chain. I'm trying to breathe here head to head, man. But nonetheless, there's a lot of information that we need to spit out. I also have had a tea and half an espresso here today. So nothing's slowing down this train here today, Sharif, that's for sure. But the overall market's slowly starting to come back in as the SPY is now at opening price, just a little bit above it, and then we have the NASDAQ at the exact same level. So keep an eye out on that, guys. If the market wants to sell, then watch out for Tesla to break down. It's starting to form somewhat of a wedge. And I haven't even looked at Google, AMD, Nvidia, or the Microsofts today. Even Meta, I heard Meta was trading relatively well, but I haven't pulled them up. I was just hyper-focusing on what I had on my watch list, and that was Palantir, IBIT, and Tesla, and we traded 2 out of the 3 names.
Good call, Joey. We're in ELPW, just took a quick beak wetter there into 78, looking for continuation into 81, but my 1 hour here is going to be a little bit lofty into 95. That's going to necessitate a high of daybreak. I'm expecting resistance at the 4/5 of a dollar in and around 80 pennies is kind of what I'm trying to say there, with an 82 penny high, but we're going to keep a close eye out on that. Also, I'm going to leave ABVE here up because it's still above the 10 EMA, and if this one wants to change its tune, get above prior bar high, show me, a 3-4 candle red pullback, and then make its merry way possibly into the dollar. It has an 83 2/3 penny high. So you get into that area, I start thinking dollar, right? That's my bias, but I'm going to need to see a little bit more. MNDR is what a lot of people are talking about. Shout out to Amir, who just pointed that one out to me. I did show this one to you guys. Initially, here it is, MNDR, topping tail candle. I feel like it has a lot of resistance at this $1.50. I don't think I'm wrong. I mean, it's been holding VWAP quite well, but every time it tries to make a move here into 60 pennies, that is, it's being met with a little bit of resistance. So I don't mind keeping this one on the side chart. It's up respectable amount, man. Come on, 61% and change and above VWAP. So it's got to have your respect here, but it also needs to set up in the right way. Otherwise, we're just, taking shots in the dark, and that ain't the move, right? So keeping a close eye out on that. Back to BZAI, nothing doing. Looking for a move here into the 80s. Seems to have a lot of resistance in the 70s, quite frankly, in the mid-70s, that is. ABVE continuing to come down. Like, there's this flat top. All right, what do you guys think about this? Because to me, it's like, I always say, look, I'm not going to try to catch a falling knife, right? But there's this staunchy area of resistance right around 74 pennies. And that was basically the high of the day until the candle at 10:55 when this one ripped through 75 pennies. So do you guys just buy, what do you think? Buying 74, buying 75, maybe giving it to volume weighted average price below 73? Or do you do like me and insist? Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, so I'm stepping into the market here. Major downtick, guys.
UAE Defense Minister, 3 missiles from Iran intercepted. UAE Defense Minister intercepted 3 missiles, detects 4 missiles coming from Iran. 4th missile crashed in the sea. This is being reported by the Defense Ministry. So you're going to get stuff like this all the time.
There you go.
Get ready for it. It's going to be happening. We don't have to tell anybody. It's been happening for 2 months. So
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to
ahead,
mention that volatility spike
Yeah, of
there.
course.
And you had the headline. I wish I could run X on my computer.
You can.
No, I can't. It will just shut down.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, bro,
That's crazy.
You think
That's
I haven't
crazy.
been wanting to have it on here forever?
Hold on. Like all the different.
Yeah, if I put it on Google.
Even Pro? Have you tried using Pro X? Because that's the one that I set up. I use Brendo's.
Yeah, bro, I can't even go onto the website. It just my computer can't.
Fire erupts in petroleum industrial site following drone attack from Iran. That is being reported right now. UAE's Fujairah, I should be able to pronounce this word, sorry. Fujairah erupts in petroleum industrial site following drone attack from Iran. Here we go again.
When did the ceasefire it's supposed to end?
Can we just get a day off, bro? Can we get a day off? Yeah, well, this is it, man. So we're going to have to deal with these geopolitical volatilities. So watch out now for the overall market. Eye on BATL. Let's look up some of these smaller cap names that are oil adjacent. Let's take a quick look. Let's flip to the 5 here, see if there's anything doing on any of these. Because if these guys are going to start shooting at each other, I'm going to trade oil. All right, here we go. 381, finding a bit of a bid here off 361. This is BATL, a name that we know a lot about. Because we've been trading these oil adjacent names, Joey. So I'm going to go through some of them here. I'm going to send it to you just to figure out kind of which ones I want to keep a lookout for.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. So we're talking about the market starting to come in aggressively. We even having a big-time breakdown in IBIT. You can see the market just heading right towards some of those pre-market lows. Let's send it off to Adair. She's going to give us some more information.
We've been hearing about these fires and, the Fujairah headline for about 5-10 minutes or so on and off. The specific fire was just reported, but again, the Fujairah headline, apologies for my pronunciation, has kind of been on watch a little bit here. New headline, though, for USO to the upside and the market to the downside. State media in Iran citing Iran's Revolutionary Guards, basically saying here that the vessels violating regulations announced by guards at the Strait of Hormuz will, quote, be stopped by force. So they're saying that any vessels that are found violating regulations announced by the guards within the strait will, quote, be stopped by force. There's comments coming out here again from Iran. They also said, we have UAE, as mentioned here, saying they're successfully intercepting 3 missiles, according to their defense ministry. They reported 4 loitering munitions from Iran. And again, 3 were intercepted. Last one fell into the sea. So comments coming from UAE and IRGC. But again, guys, main headline here for that push up for USO does seem to be Iran Revolutionary Guards spokesperson saying that any vessels that violate regulations from Iran will be, quote, stopped by force.
Fire. All right, well, Joey, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I got what we got. What we have here is IBIT. The overall market, I'm looking for maybe somewhat of a bounce. Is this going to be the liquidity grab where we start to climb a little bit higher, or is this downward trajectory going to be sustained throughout the intraday session? So essentially, it's our job to determine. We do have some hammer candles starting to form right now, but we want them to close first. So there's still a couple of minutes left, or 1 minute to be exact, in this 5-minute candle before it fully prints, and we have a new one starting to be established. So I have my eyes here on IBIT. Same thing with Tesla and the overall market, just in case we get that elastic effect. We slingshot down, and then we have that rubber band move higher back into VWAP. But if USO is going to be super strong today, then watch out. The market will continue to slide.
All right, took a nice scalp there for 50 pennies on the ELPW trade. The reason I was super quick to take this one out is for the reasons I articulated earlier. When you look at the 5-minute chart, it's littered with topping tail candles, and that really does mean that it's not spending any discernible, reasonable, I don't know what reasonable would be me here, but it's not spending any good amount of time at any one level. So you're going to be super quick with it. And I was very happy with my entry, very happy with my exit. I wish I had taken out more at the top. I did take out aggressively there into the 80s, 87 penny high. So I got a good amount out at 82, but I basically was almost break even for the last remaining amount there, right into the $0.50, because this one failed in a hurry. So stair stepping up though. Right? When you look at ELPW, generally, not on a strict candle by candle basis, but generally you are getting higher lows. So if you're able to work, I think, into that $9 area, I think that that's the money fill. I'm saying 9 1/4, maybe even 9 1/3, 9.15, whatever. In and around 9 with a stop, I would say below the 10 EMA on the 5, which is currently showing a little bit below 2/3 of a dollar. So I'm trying to get back into ELPW here. It seems like this one has all the volatility under its wings. It's up over 100%. And here it is again, trying to take out the $0.50. I'm going to get in baby shares here, okay, with the idea that I want to build in on the dips into 9 for a possible 10 attempt. So we're going to get in here, small amount of shares to initiate what I got. I got 47s. Let's see if I can pick up some into the $0.33 of a dollar area. If we can, that would be aces as well. And I'm going to look for 25s as well, see if I can pick up some off there. So, oh, did I guess? What happened here? ELPW. How did I get forced out of this position? I didn't even put in a stop. Okay, maybe I hit the wrong key. All right, that's fine. We're looking for that. My bad. So that's what we're looking for. Let's set up. Oh, I see. I see what I did there. All right, so now we're going to set up at 9 1/3, right? As I was saying as well. There we go. We get the fill. Let's see if we can get 9 1/4 as well. There it is. All right, now this has to hold. I'm going to give it to about 850. What's my cost basis? 32. So I have to give it a little bit of room here. The idea here is this one is generally putting in higher lows, but the move is very, very volatile, a little up, a little down. So that's what I'm trying to pick up some right around that $9 area, Joe. We've got 932. It's showing me 35, so I'm looking for a move above the $0.50.
All right, good stuff, man. We're looking for a reload here on Bitcoin. Nice indecision print right on the volume weighted average price. I know my position board isn't saying anything, but what I'm waiting for essentially is just an opportunity. Then you'll see my average. If I buy some more right here at 45.05s, then you'll see my average drastically uptick. But anyways, nonetheless, we're still in this. We don't have very much left, like 2% or so of this position. You just don't see it right now because I've been in it since early and I haven't made any transactions yet throughout the midday, and I will momentarily. We don't want to force anything, right? Like, I mean, we go 2 for 3 here on the session. Our only loss being on this one Bitcoin trade, and then I actually added 50% more to this position. On this trade, and then sure enough, boom, off to the races, and we're fortunate enough to sit through some of this breakout here. TSLA was our other opportunity here. I was going to hold this. Friday had a really strong session. I'm like, all right, let's leave a little bit for a runner just in case, but nonetheless, we get this, boom, a nice VWAP breakup all the way to the top side. Nice move right there. Sharif's rolling the fingers like, let's go. So there it is, man.
Get it, Joey.
Don't play with them, he's saying.
Don't play with me, my boy.
Yeah,
Here we go. We're ripping, Joey.
On
ELPW, my boy. Here we go.
Nice work. Yeah, I don't have it. I'm just sitting in my same one. I think it's going to take a little bit more time for us to turn around just in case we get this bounce. If we do, then off to the races we go. We're going to add for that second leg higher and then the breach of this 45.70 mark. And I think that's going to head us into around 81,000 on BTC.
There goes ELPW. Got 23s. There's 88s. Here's, come on, breach high day. Let's go. It's 87s. Give me a print above the high of the day, man. I'm not asking for much. 83s again, Joey, looking for a price spike up into 90. I've taken out a good size here for the reason I articulated earlier. This one is littered with topping tail candles, and that usually means it's going to twist on you. It's going to, make it feel like here comes $10, and then boom, you get that sell into 90 Joseph options. It's a 993 high, rip above 10. We're looking for the move here on ELPW. We're doing it live. BZAI is disappointing me. It's topping tail again, so I'm 2 pennies out of the money on that. But I'm looking for a break. Here it is, above 10. It is 10.07. We're looking for more, Joey. We got 23s on. We're looking for that $0.25. It's going to zig. It's going to zag. I'm going to leave the shares that I have on here. Let's see if it comes down into my area. If it doesn't go directly above 10, I'd like to pick some more up for that breach of 10. So 998, there's a big seller at 998 locally with a 10.07 high of day. We're going to pack the patience, but for now, I'll send you up to the big desk with Adara for the crypto segment.
Just going to review these oil headlines again quickly for everybody. We had Iranian state media citing Iranian Revolutionary Guard saying that any vessels that are found violating their regulations for the Strait of Hormuz will be, quote, stopped by force. Also here, UAE Defense Ministry reporting some some munitions here from Iran, one of which apparently hit this Fujairah site and caused a fire. So a couple different things happening here, specifically fire here for their oil site. Again, Fujairah, that's the details here. In oil, just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update. Let's talk though about crypto. Bit of a headline here in the crypto space. I do have to mention two senators here. You have on the left, Senator Angela Alsobrooks, to the right, Tom Tillis, latter of whom we have spoken about mostly in relation to the Kevin Warsh situation. But let's talk here about crypto and what they have to do with crypto. They're both on the Senate Banking Committee, and we had a big update as of Friday. Coinbase saying they're going to be backing the Senate's new compromise on stablecoin rewards, which could actually revive the Clarity Act. Specifically, new language, again, proposed by these two senators, also Brooks and Tillis, said that stablecoin rewards will be banned if they are, quote, economically or functionally equivalent to bank deposits. However, incentives tied to crypto platform activity will be kept. So this apparently was deemed a compromise that Coinbase likes. We know there were initially some issues here that crypto proponents and senators were not on the same page with these rewards. This appears to have been changed. And now we have Bitcoin pushing up here above 80,600 at its highs. Again, keep an eye here on BTC with this strength. Interesting here too, right now coming back into that prior level of resistance of that 79 halves that we touched back in February of 2026, and then again here in mid and late April of 2026. Let's see if that 79 halves can now form as support. Again, prior resistance. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, I mean, that's for the crypto space. Like, we were talking about that. We've been talking about our Bitcoin trade here. But I want to see a couple of those sessions that show some decisive strength, right? Like, I'm talking about the 8% or so. It's been a nice, steady grind higher in Bitcoin, right? But then eventually, like, if you have an aggressive seller step in, that's what's kind of worrying me about this. And obviously, we're going to remain cautiously optimistic within it. But if we look at this from a daily, it's just giving me that feel, now we're considering we've just been slightly on the uptrend, is that this can just be wiped out in a day, right? Like, if you're down, you're up at 80,000, you can swipe back down to 70,000 if someone aggressive starts to step in or they're taking profit off the lows. So these bullish sessions aren't overly strong. Like, look at this one day, you go from 84 all the way to 77. Okay, so that's 6K. If you wipe 6K off, you're right back into the middle of this range from where we're currently sitting at. So I want to see that one where we go opposite and just run right into 85 and then head into the middle of this zone, hold that zone a little bit longer. And then off to the races we can go. But obviously, with most things, you got to be able to walk before you can run. And we know that we had those big-time liquidation events back in October or November of last year, where I think a lot of the retail and the average investor are scared of what can potentially happen, considering the stock's down like 50, or the underlying assets down 50% off of that high. Right, that's tough. You don't typically see that in some of the other more safe haven names like the Mag 7. When was the last time you seen a 50% pullback in something along those lines? So I think that's what's got the crypto kind of world scared. Is just the lengthy and the lofty pullbacks, man.
Yeah, it is. It is. But you know what? I mean, it feels crappy in the moment, but when you have that time, that downtime, when the emotions are subsided and you get to look at the chart, you digest a little bit more of its characteristics, right?
Yeah. If you understand them for sure, and if you're willing to stomach that and be like, hey, we can pump 50% in a quick time, but then we can also drop 50, 60%.
We've seen it both ways.
Right? So, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you have the ability to stomach and navigate it, then by all means continue to do so. I will, right? What happened?
I grew up fighting. I digest it.
Is that what you did?
I was like, you digest the price action.
Yeah, man. You have. And sometimes you have no choice.
Makes me sick sometimes, he says. Yeah, exactly. I feel you, bro. I mean,
sometimes you have no choice, especially if you've been in it for quite some time and you're like, oh, okay, well, what do we even do? Yeah, exactly.
Been there, baby.
Yeah, man. I remember trading.
Deal with the drawdowns.
Yeah, you have to deal with the drawdowns. But then that leads to the conversation of like, hey, dead money, and then you look at some of the tech names where you have the AMDs and the Marvells.
But brother, I mean, if we're gonna funnel our money out of investments on the lows, we don't deserve the highs.
No, exactly.
We don't.
No,
you know,
100%. I don't disagree with you on that at all, man.
All right, ELPW is really dropping here, so I had to take it out at around 45. I had 23s on. It's losing the trend, guys. There's a huge buyer here at 30 that's backstopping us, at least for the moment. Take a quick look. Now they're moving up to 32s and 31s, but I've been watching this one. There's a big buyer at 30 in the same way as they just got murked. They got dropped. So the 30 seller, he's gone. On the way to 9, we're dropping bigly. We're losing 9 here into 890s. So the breakdown is on. We're at the 10 EMA. I was looking for a 9 hold. Limit down. We're going to halt down, Joey. 853 limit down, guys. We're showing 857. So if this drops a couple of more pennies, buyers stepping in here.
This guy was just telling me to get in this one.
But I did well. Look, I took it to 10. I told you to take it before 10, bro. Come on, give me a break, bro. Yeah.
But
the thing is about it, like you trade like the Bitcoins, you trade the large caps, and you can stay in those trades for a long time, right? This one, you really can't, right? Sometimes you can. 831 limit down, guys. We're bleeding our own blood pretty aggressively here, showing around the $50. 58s, 43s. Oh no, we're showing another possible limit down here, 40. There's a big buyer holding us up above 40, but it is 831 limit down on ELPW. So aggressive selling here, and I'm not really seeing much in the way of relief from anything else. I'm not liking the look of any of these small cap gappers jibs right now, none of them. Whether it's double C cup, or whether it's ABVE, FIVN, MNDR, BZAI, certainly not CNSP, and ELPW has seen Mike, you get it. Mike PD Rider, man, I love that guy, bro. He's such a vibe, that
Mike
guy.
P, are you going to Iron Maiden in the summer?
What is that, Joey?
The band?
Oh,
Iron Maiden?
Yeah. I've heard of them.
Yeah. If you're going, man, just make sure you hit us up, brother. Yo, we don't know, man.
Is that in Toronto? Is that why you're asking?
Yeah. Obviously.
Yo, he says you.
I don't know.
Yo, Mike, if you're in Toronto, you know what you're responsible to do. You got to reach out to Joey and I, and to the whole crew here, because we'd love to see you, Mike. Shout out to my man there, Mike. Hey,
he didn't give us really a straight answer on that one.
We'll find out.
Yes or no, but he said you. So I don't know.
Joey, the OG Bovin coming through with another call, SHPH. Pretty good breakout here, Bovin. I don't have a read on this one, SHPH. Let's take a quick look. What do we got here? We're up 36%, $5.28 million market cap. Shuttle Pharmaceuticals, let's not laugh at them. Okay, 94.70 high. It just got into the high of the day, but this one got absolutely shellacked last week. I'm assuming there was some sort of aftermarket move on Thursday, and then Friday was a selling event. A little bit of a recovery today with about a 60, I want to say, a high to mid 60 area bottom over the 2 days, whether it was in the aftermarket on Friday or the pre-market today. We're getting a bit of a relief rally here. So something to keep an eye out here, SHPH. Now, I did have to take off CNSP, but quite frankly, you know, unless CNSP shows me something different, I'm not really liking it. It's DXYZ here that has my attention. And I'm less likely to trade this one given the spread. Let's load up DXYZ, see what Destiny's up to on the day. Who are we going to take off here, Joey? BZAI is moving, though. I got to put some respect on this one. Yeah, no, I already got stopped out of that one. I clearly don't have a read on it, so let's take a quick look here at DXYZ and figure out whether this is going to be one that we trade on the day or what. DXYZ, right? NQ, wrong. MX, wrong. New York, right. Good. Murphy's Law, right? Always got to be the last option, my dad would say. The spread, 25 pennies. 26 on the bid, 50 on the ask. I mean, not impossible for, you know, trend trading, scalping and whatever, but I've seen better. Certainly seen better. Andre, can you explain what you mean by the spread? Absolutely, brother. Have a look at the screen. Assassino, are we able to zoom in on this area here, brother, just so I can kind of explain to him? Thank you, Assassino. Appreciate that. Assassino, by the way, is the guy on the ones and twos right now. So in case anybody was wondering, and his real name is Andre. He's Assassino to me. So take a look at this, brother. This is the bid right there on the left side. See where it says NYB 38.25? That's the bid. That is the most anybody right now is willing to pay with a posted order, right? Look how it dropped, 38.11, right? That's the most that they're willing to pay with a posted order, not somebody who comes in willy-nilly with an order on the fly, but the people who have posted their orders, 38.11. That's the bid, people bidding to buy. The ask on the other side, see where it says ARB 38.15? That's the least anybody with a posted order is willing to sell at, okay? And the difference between those two, now 38.03 and 38.20, that's 17 pennies. That means what? That means if I was to buy right now, I'd have to buy at the ask. So I'd be buying at 38.20. But what if I didn't like what I saw and I wanted to get out of there like the next second? So I would have to sell on the bid, right? Because that's the most anyone is willing to pay with a posted order. So the difference between what I bought it at, 38.20, and what I sold it at, whatever, it was 38.07, 38.03, that difference per share is how much I'm going to lose, okay? So when the stock has a wide spread, it doesn't make it untradeable. It just makes it a different type of trade. And the ones that I'm looking to trade are the ones with tight spreads so that I can get in and out very simply and without a big loss one way or another. I hope that helps. So the ask is what people, the least people are willing to sell for. The bid is the most anyone is willing to buy. And the difference between those two prices we refer to as the spread, Joey.
Good stuff. Yeah, fantastic explanation. Yeah, above it, I'm looking at that as well. There it goes. I don't know if Sharif has his eye on it. CNSP, as it's now north of the volume.
It's making a move?
Yeah, it's now north of the volume-weighted average price. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It's somewhat of a bull flag. But yeah, Mike P, I used to live on the river. Well, not literally, but I would spend like weeks at a time on the river. Did the Petawawa in Ottawa. That was a couple-week trip. And then throughout all the lakes in northern Ontario. So yeah, man, I used to be a water junkie myself. But not as much. I haven't been on a trip in a couple of decades now. Yeah, nonetheless, guys, we're waiting for this trend line break here on IBIT. See, the thing is with the overall market, you can see that we dipped south of VWAP, but we're still holding above on Bitcoin. So that's a positive sign of strength. So now what are we going to wait for? A break of this trend, we hold that, and then maybe we can take that additional leg higher. What we do have currently is a bunch of indecision prints right at that indicator, all right? So that can just suggest, hey, we're not ready to break it. But one thing that we do have to be slightly cautious about is that we punch through that previous pivot on the daily, right? And then now we're just consolidating before we take an additional leg lower. But what we do has volume and a lot of indecision and buying pressure working in our favor. There we go. We just snapped that trend. What I have on this chart here, it's on my secondary chart. You can see Now, can we hold it? I want to add more so you guys can see. I'm still in a position. I know you guys can't see that right now, but believe me when I say it, I'm still currently sitting in it. Palantir starting to form an indecision print right off of those lows. I think it's really important to know what happens leading into the earnings report. And I actually want to touch on this a little bit more. So I've been focusing on how stocks are reacting a couple weeks into their report. Like, is the street buying it up? Are they selling it? And what we're starting to see here on NVDA is even though we had that breakup, there has been there's been not much of continuation. Within that stock, right? Like you're down already a couple percentage points off of that previous high. We tapped into 213, and then now we just gave back the majority and then some of that previous breakout, right? Like you're down 10% off of the highs here in NVDA. So we tap into that. 216. What am I even talking about here? I'm $3 off of that, and then now we're more than 10% off of that previous high. So keep an eye out on this, guys. We're gonna retest this zone, and hopefully it holds up leading into the report. I know they're the last ones to usually do so, but if it doesn't and it continues to sell off, that might not be the best here for the king of the Chiplandia. Nonetheless, guys, NASDAQ still hovering. Once the USO comes into play, I hate trading the TQ, so I'm going to be avoiding that one. We'll keep our eyes out on Palantir, and we're going to stick to the guns that have been working for us throughout the whole intraday session, and that is going to be the coin of BIT. All right, so I really like what we got going on right there. Buyers starting to step in. Let's focus on the tape as Sharif is always doing. So what we want to look at this here now is that the clean flush is where is that next wave going to step in? And where is it going to step in? Is it going to be on the bid, below the bid, at the ask, or above the ask, or a lot of it in between? So that's what I have here for Bitcoin. I want to add some more shares, brother.
All right, great call there, Joey. Guys, I'm watching SHPH. Shout out to Jimmy, the 30 or the 5. He's asking about DVLT. I'm keeping a close eye here on SHPH. It's a triple top right now at around 94 pennies. It's a 94.70 technical high of day. There does seem to be a buyer in and around, I want to say mid to high 80s, 86, 87. 3 bottoming tail candles in and around there, okay? So that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to give this to the low, what did I say, 88? I'm going to say, let's change that risk into 86 over here. So let's give this one an old college try. I'm thinking about this one. There's just a lot of resistance at this level, but I do want to pick it up at an advantageous area, and there it is. So we're going to throw in 86. There we go. And we'll just do just that. So we're going to keep a close eye there on said sharage. What do we got? We got 90s, Joey. We're showing 91 1/3. So what's my risk to reward on this? So I got 0.904, right? So that makes my 1R 95. Okay, let's go ahead and put the majority of the sharage right there. I'm going to go 94.9 for that. Let's see, that will require a high of daybreak as 94.7 is the high of the day. Here comes 94, watching, looking for continuation here. If I get a rejection, I might just take it out quickly, but the spread's opening here on a 90 penny name, like below 93 on the ask, when 93 or on the bid, when it was well above 93 on the ask. So continuing to watch here. Let's see if the spread opens up and whether we make another move in an attempt to take out the high of the day again. Gonna pack the patience, see what we can get on this one. But let's also look at DVLT here for Jimmy. Are you Johnny Ray? What? Are you Stingray? Are you Jimmy Ray? Jimmy. Who wants to know? Who wants to know about me? Remember that song, Joey?
I don't. Oh, but you know what it made me think of, though? And the chances of you have seen it are probably 0, right? So I'm just going to say it anyways. So the 28 days later series, it's like 28 years later, the back-to-back. So there's this group of atheists, essentially, and they're in this post-apocalyptic world, and they all go by the name Jimmy. And they're like, yeah. Did you watch it, Tara?
I didn't see the second one of that, the one that came out early this year. I saw the one that came out last summer. Really good, and I haven't seen the first two either.
The second one, so the second part of that one is better.
There's more Jimmys? Okay, because I met the one Jimmy at the end of the other one.
And then more Jimmys come into the other one.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Here we go, Joey.
There you go.
Rocketing up. Again, another touch at the high of the day. We'll take 1R on this one. Still holding a good amount here. Let's look for a breach of 95. Sorry, JB, I'm going to have to pack the patience here on DVLT. Just have to finish this trade. Looking for a big move here, 94.70. Again, we're right back into the high of the day. Look at the aggressive selling on SHPH. I'm looking for anything above 95. We're keeping a close look here. Wow, the spread just opened up from 94 into 91. Yo, stop being crazy here, SHPH. Stop it.
Oh.
All right, get it together. Tighten up the spread. Let's see if we can break the high of the day. You're killing me here. You're not supposed to be that spready on a penny stock. Unreal. No, I'm kidding. I'm talking to stocks. I'm crazy. I know. It is Monday though. I'm feeling all sorts of the weekend tired hangover.
Oh.
Not that I drank. I didn't.
Oh.
I didn't even come close to it, my boy. I went out, and we went out Saturday night too for my buddy's birthday. I was telling you off camera. But watching here, Joey, it's another rejection at the high of the day. I'm looking for a change in trend here. Let's wet the beak at these levels. I'm not liking what I see. I'm liking the higher lows. I'm not exactly in love with the selling in and around 94, the mid 94s. Let's just go with that. And here it comes again down into 90 where I got long. Let's see if it defends that area. If it breaches area low, so prior bar low, by the way, is 86.75. I actually have my out at 86. So we've taken out more than half the shares, but I don't want this to go against me, right? Especially if it's going to be yet another topping till candle with no bid. So keeping a close eye here on the buyer that could come in at 90. There's a buyer generally at this level. Let's continue to watch here if we get a price spike up. Nor am I liking, yeah, it's going to lose the bid here, it looks like. Nor am I liking the spread on SHPH. So a lot not to like on this name, but hey, man, it's putting in higher lows. So I'm going to have to deal with that. DVLT doesn't look good, brother. I mean, whatever way you want to look at this, let's go to the half here. Sorry, Jimmy, I had to. Yeah, I'm not liking the loss of 70 pennies here. That was definitely a local area of support right around 70, and you get that major loss. What I do like is that we're coming in right into that area of import here at 55 pennies, Jimmy. And so we're at 56.30 right now on DVLT. 55 could be a staunchy area of support. It was over a period of 3 days, 1, 2, and then 3rd here on the 31st of March. Let's go back a little bit more if you don't mind here. 4 hours. Yeah, look at that. That's an important area, I'm going to say. That 55 penny area is an important area, but so was 70, and we lost that. Now, if you lose 55, you're looking not at 50, but you're looking at the mid-40s here, and that takes us all the way back to late December. It's like the 31st there that we made it back into that level. Let's look at the daily real quick. This is DVLT too, guys. So this did split back in April of 2024, hence why it looks so bad. But thank you for pointing that one out. Not a whole lot good I can say about it. I'd look for hold of 55. That would be my suggestion to you.
All right, good stuff. Someone asked me holdings, HMH Holdings. They reported on the 29th. Other than that, I can't really say too much. I'm not familiar with this name. But I think it must have recently IPO'd because there you go, Wednesday, April 26th, and then boom, off to the races it goes. That's all I can really say about that. Someone in the chat was asking me about, hey, Joe, can we go over some of these hyperscalers? Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it right now. We're going to kick things off with Nvidia. The reload here on IBIT, not working for us right now, but we're still holding up above the volume-weighted average price. Until we crack that, we hold on to this position. Now, moving forward, guys, Nvidia is starting to come back and going to retest this supply zone that we've been consolidating in for quite some time, and if it holds up, then maybe we can get a little bit of a bounce. But if we're talking about giving up the majority of our move, that is not a very good sign of strength right there. Now, AAPL almost got into that all-time high, now starting to come back in a little bit. This just could be some form of a pullback. Google, same thing, man. I mean, Google's right around that neck of the woods. You're only about a 1% or so off of that, so nothing to write home about or get too worried about with this name. I think it's going to continue to climb. Absolutely outstanding numbers. Out of all of the names, I think this is the one that you want to get involved with. Microsoft, still holding up, but we have to take into consideration that the fact that this stock is down still like 30% off of its highs, 25 to be fair enough on MSFT. Amazon being that dog right now, really big move. substantial 38% in the span of a month here on Amazon. We're just adding a ridiculous amount of size into some of these companies' market caps, all right? Now, as for Meta, I heard someone say Meta was strong today, but that's not necessarily what I'm seeing. It's not doing much. You're still down 23% off of the highs, so that's not good. Even though you did get a little bit of a bounce here, 16%, not quite back into bull market territory, according to what Neil and I were doing our research on. So we need this to really start to perform. 20% off of those lows, you're back into that bull market. But here's AMD. Now, I don't know about this name, man. I shouldn't say that. I just we've seen this time and time again. You could be the best of whatever sector you're in and go on this move. Eventually, you will see somewhat of a pullback. And I mean, it is in its nature to have that aggressive move. I know our boy Adam James, who, Sharif, just in case you didn't know, is now in Mexico City.
I know, and he just posted this video. Hilarious. He's on the airplane, and all this condensation is coming in. It's condensation, but it looks like it's smoke from the van, so he's tripping.
Oh, really?
It's I noticed that. When you go through high areas of humidity, sometimes it comes in, right? Yeah. But he's tripping anyway. Hilarious.
I mean, this guy's a digital nomad. I don't know what he's worried about. He's been on countless planes. Nonetheless, he's thinking 180. He's thinking 180 on this name. I don't know if we're going to get that, but I wouldn't be surprised if you see a $70, even maybe an $80 pullback here in advanced micro devices. Let's send things off to Adara as our reload here on IBIT is slowly starting to work for us. We were talking about holding of the volume weighted average price, and then now we're getting that bounce that we are looking for here in Palantir, Gaurav. Hopefully you took that one. A nice recovery here, and this is exactly what we want to see, but let's go over to Adara.
USO, seeing reports that the VTTI oil facility in Fujairah, has been struck in an aerial attack. Now, we already heard reports that there was a oil facility in Fujairah in the UAE that was attacked. Unclear if this is the same attack, but either way, I'm also hearing their air defenses within UAE are also reacting to missile threats. So ongoing strikes here in the UAE impacting some oil facilities. Again, unclear if this VTTI oil facility is the same one that was hit earlier. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Guys, look at the drop off in SHPH. I was telling Joey, look at this out over here. You know what I was actually talking to my old man about? I'm like,
what's that?
I was like, some of the better trades, and this sounds super counterintuitive, but some of the better trades could be losing trades. Say you're in a long for something. You have a technical area that you're liking. What's up?
Is that our boy?
Ooh. What's going on?
Is that Peterson up there?
Where am I looking? That's Jordan Peterson. Yeah.
He was sick.
He's live. Yeah, he's still sick, man.
Is he?
Yes, he is sick. Yeah, and his daughter talks about it, Jordan or whatever. I forget her name. I forget her name. I see her. But I was trying to tell my old man, I'm like, so you have a price bottom for something, right? Say that it comes in, like there's that 280 technical support. 280 doesn't hold. You got long 285. You lost $5 a share. Anybody, you want to ask what CRM, how people are doing DCAing into that? You know what I mean? Think about the trade there that you lost $5 a share on that you could have lost $105 a share on.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure, man.
And so I really do believe in that. I mean, some of the better trades are going to be ones that you don't take any profits home, but you definitely prevent some of the bleeding. And it's super counterintuitive to even want to think like that, but because we're so, profit minded, but this is a reality of trading. And so I want to show this over here, Assassino. This is the drop off here in SHPH. I was really bullish on this one, thinking that, we accumulated right at 94.70, 94 and a quarter, quadruple top on the 5, 1130, 1135. You guys get where I'm going. 40, 45, all of which tested this area here. And you couldn't even say notably lower highs. Not really. Maybe by like a quarter penny, less than that. I'm saying fractions. And then all hell broke loose from 94.70. You found yourself 76.50. That's 20 pennies on a 94 penny name, right? So unless you're really, really exercising sound risk management skills and are going to be super, what's the word I'm trying to get at here? Disciplined in your outs. This one could have ruined my day. Could have ruined my day in a hurry. So, Joey, I got to say the truth now, I don't like anything right now.
Okay.
The only thing that I'm really keeping a close eye on here is this BZAI compression pattern. I'm already 0 for 0 for 2 on BZAI, so I'm not exactly in a rush to execute on this one, but it does look like a bit of a bull pennant, having initiated at the low of the day, 229, with the high of the day, 282. So you can do your
I like that wedge that's kind of forming right now.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. That's the only reason I'm looking at it. But the fact of the matter is I'm 0 for 2 on it, which means I don't have a read. Right? At least not yet. So going to keep a close eye here on BZAI. I'm not liking how it's trading. Let's put CNSP back, because people were yelling about that earlier, and I didn't want to get involved. And Bhavin, I know you were yelling about this. I don't mean to point you out by name, because you were not the only one. But how many times have we talked about these type of trades where they lose VWAP, they retrace above VWAP, and with volume too, really making you feel like, hey, here comes $10 again, only for it to make a lower high and then end up losing the area low again. That's why they're classic shorts. I looked over to Neil. I'm like, how much are the shorts going to cost me? It was beyond what I wanted to spend given the shares that I trade, so I'm not going to take it short. But this one, I've seen too much. I got to start compiling a list of these ones, the ones that have great bull flag patterns. They come into around VWAP, maybe lose it, maybe hold it, attempt another move above the high of the day, only to make a lower high and then lose that flat bottom. I got to start compiling these and putting them into a folder there, and then maybe run them through the AI, see if I can pick up any data that would certainly help my trading. So going to do that, Joey, but for the moment, I'm not liking it.
All right, my boy. Yeah, guys, make sure we hit that like and subscribe. I see 6,000 of us here watching today as Bitcoin continuing to climb higher. I want to give a couple shout out to our TikTok individuals. Bravely, always doing a fantastic job over there, making sure we give out some of those names so they don't go unnoticed. All right, guys, Gambian, what's up? Crido, I like that name. Steven Jackson in the chat all the time. I see you. Thank you for joining us once again, Bravely, in our chat. Jello, what's going on? Okay, to a Smoky. User 694.
Smoky?
Dome, yeah, Smoky. B. Krytos. I like this one. Anyways, D. Brandon, Dog, XS, and Tag, Show Me, Doug, and Skoda. There we go. Nice. What's up, everyone? Hope everyone's having a fantastic one. If you're just tuning in right now, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. We're going to be talking about trades all day. And one of them that we have going on with that reload, IBIT, slowly grinding higher, guys. I was talking about the correlation, saying, hey, with the market moving lower and Bitcoin holding up relatively well at VWAP, maybe we can find that second leg and breach through the high of the day and breach through that $80,000 mark. So that's exactly what I'm looking for. Do I have the best reload entry? No, I was waiting for the trend to be broken, but you can see we have an additional bounce off of the volume weighted average price. And this is the one that I'm referring to right now. I love it when I point at my screen, like you guys can see exactly what I'm pointing at. But so anyways, essentially what I'm going out, you have test 1, test 2, and even test 3, you bounce off of it. So at this point, what I'm thinking here is that we can slowly grind higher to at least the high of the day. If we're going to remain bullish and we're going to continue on this path, then I think we can hit that high of the day and then even potentially surpass that and head into that $81,000 mark here on the coin of Bit. Would you love the Tesla
Coin
long?
of Bit? This guy,
Yeah.
bro.
Would I love the Tesla long on an oil dumpski? Literally what he said, Dumpski. So, oh, what's up, my guy, Bart? No, you know what? The thing is, what we didn't really notice, or what we didn't really have the benefit of kind of participating in, is that with all this oil news, I thought that we would see a little bit more of a sustained bounce and a rotation into some of the EV companies. We didn't really see that in Tesla, even though it did break out with the overall market. There wasn't that counter trend, that wasn't that decoupling, that diverged trade within Tesla and these oils plays.
All right, guys, it is noon hour, a little afternoon, so we're going to go to a dare for happening now. Then Neil has his lesson of the day.
Keep an eye here on this market, guys. Pushing lower as we digest a ton of headlines here out of the Middle East. A lot of these lately have had to do with the UAE. Hearing reports that there was a fire in the UAE, specifically at their Fujairah oil plant here at VTTI. Another oil plant apparently hit here in the UAE. Also worth noting, I'm seeing reports now from Mer News Agency that a fire has broken out in a shopping center, unfortunately, in northeast Iran. So Lots of tension, unfortunately, here continuing in the Middle East as the market moves towards intraday lows, though notably still well above pre-market lows. You also have USO here hanging out, again, not near pre-market highs, but certainly near intraday highs. So keep an eye on these oil and Iran-related headlines. I'll be here to deliver them all for you guys from this desk. eBay and GameStop remain on watch here, guys. I was looking a little bit more into this deal, and there does seem to be a little bit of uncertainty, even from Ryan Cohen, as to how they're going to finance roughly half of this deal that isn't covered by the up to $20 billion in debt financing from TD and their $9.4 billion cash on hand. I would recommend watching the CNBC interview for more details on that from this morning on Squawk Box. But either way here, guys, GME again expressing interest in acquiring eBay for roughly $56 billion or so. Keep an eye here on both of these stocks. And of course, keep an eye on PLTR. Here's the man, the myth, the legend, Alex Karp. His company, PLTR, has been in the news a lot lately, both good and bad. Some concerns here, again, with their government contracts. But either way, we'll get all of that unpacked tonight after the bell when they report earnings. We're expecting $1.54 billion in revenue and earnings of 28 cents per share. It'll be myself, it'll be Neil, it'll be Sean. There, again, 4:05 p.m. So just stay with us at 4, and we'll give you all the earnings info you need to know for Palantir. In the meantime, Neil's going to give you all the info you need to know in his lesson of the day. But we don't know what it is yet. So, Neil, what lesson do you have in store for the lovely people watching?
I'll double barrel this one because you mentioned something with Ryan Cohen. I'm gonna throw GameStop in there and say sometimes sell the news isn't an incredibly difficult concept. And I'll get to the other technical thing I was gonna say. But if stock runs up on speculation that a big deal could be coming, and this has been in the rumor line for a long time with been on Reddit, with GameStop and eBay specifically, and then you throw in the fact that the math doesn't work, it's a huge deficit to be able to get $55 billion when you got 9 in cash, and you got to get debt, and then you got to dilute more shares. Okay, so if it's running up because of the speculation that this might happen, and then when the math comes out, the only way for them to be able to pull it off would be to issue more shares and dilute. Is it surprising that it's downward trending in the morning? We said sell eBay because eBay shareholders would be able to take advantage of a bit of a pop there, and that had been running up going in. So sometimes sell the news is a little more obvious than you would think, but that's not what the lesson was going to be. Like what they wanted to talk about was simply relative strength and weakness, and identifying sometimes like an avenue to trade something in a certain direction to express a move, and then have something in the other direction. And it's as simple as, okay, Bitcoin got to 80,000, but on the daily chart, here's it breaking above prior resistance, looking incredibly strong, right? It's going, all these great things. And then you looked over, and then I looked over at ETH on the same daily chart, the same resistance area, not broken through. So relative weakness there. That leads me to BMNR, which of course being one of the treasury plays is going to be a relatively weak name if it's going to fall alongside of ETH. And so as I compare the two, the value isn't that, look, I could have shorted IBIT up at that top. But when you identify they're generally going to move together at the point where you're breaking out in Bitcoin, that's about 1020. Like you're only now getting back to this price, right? So the breakout price at 1020 on Bitcoin, where it broke here, is resistance on BMNR. So they did both pull back. But if you're short the relatively weak name or long the relatively strong one, you saw Bitcoin bounce off VWAP and you see BMNR continue to go lower. So the moment at which it turns, fine, they're both going to turn because there's a connection between them, but the weaker one has a better chance to follow through. Or you can look at it the other way, where the stronger one is going to have a better chance to catch a bid, like IBIT is, like Bitcoin is doing, off of that volume-weighted average price. So if you identify that and say, okay, well, this is in the space, but it's relatively strong or relatively weak, then you just have a little bit more oomph into the move that you're going to take. You can hold on a little bit longer if you're short the weak one or long the strong one. And it doesn't take a ton of work. We oftentimes sit here trading, maybe you're trading a bunch of chip names. Maybe you're trading quantum names. If you're trading crypto names, this is the case, where you find some things which are going to be in a similar sector that are in general moving together, and simply by identifying which is relatively strong or weak, you're going to get a winning trade if you get the move anyways, but you might as well just get more out of it by being in the right one for that direction. And I think it's a simple thing. I love to do it all the time. Or I'll say, okay, well, I like IBIT for the long today. I like BMNR for the short. That's usually the way that I'll go. There are days that I might feel the other way around, but it's just one little thing that you can put into your toolbox, which I think can really, really help get a little bit more out of your trading. So it's a relatively simple lesson. Like I'm not going to, we're not rewriting anything, and particularly crazy. You could even make the argument that I did that today with SMCI for the short. Like the chip names were going up. Whoops, let me get that IBIT thing out of the way. When I was looking for a short trade on some of the chip names, I wanted something that wasn't an upward trend on the daily chart. So I knew the level that we had failed at on Friday, right around here at the 2830 on SMCI. And, I look at this one as a downward trending stock, so generally weaker. So when the market turns, I want to be in that. And now we're sitting short in SMCI when I was mostly bullish this morning. So, at the end of the day, you just want to give yourself a tiny leg up if you can, as oil futures just broke the high and all the shorts continue to come in. The sell-off continues. But you can get more out of it if you're in the weaker name short and the stronger names long. It's a simple concept. Relative strength and weakness can do so much to make your trading a little bit more efficient. Good luck, everybody. I'd tell you how the tacos were, but I haven't had any yet. We're about to dip in. I'll enjoy my lunch. You guys enjoy Sharif and Joe guiding you through this market tank.
I'm going to give Neil a taco hack here momentarily. I want to get to this new. Let's get to, watch it. I think he's going to.
How was it?
I didn't have any.
You didn't have it? Okay.
No.
My bad.
Yeah. Market moving lower, guys. Another volatility spike to the downside here. Gorev, we didn't hold up that level there on PLTR, still holding on to that trade. You can see that we weren't as reactive here to the downside in Bitcoin. I'll take it for what it is, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does breach VWAP and we sell a little bit more. But here's a picture, here's a look into the Qs and on the SPY, guys, a drastic move lower. So we were consolidating, you have an additional headline step in. I'm assuming that's essentially what happened. And then boom, off to the races we go. Another leg down here in the overall market, not holding up that signal on Palantir. If the market was stronger, Gaurav, I think we would hold up with that pullback. It might take us a little bit more time for us to recover. An additional bounce right here. And then we also have Tesla on volume. But the greater the volume print, and if we have buyers step right back in, maybe you can find somewhat of a rebound. We didn't get that rebound effect or that kind of the elastic effect on that previous volatility spike down. Maybe this will be the one. Maybe we've absorbed some, but only time will tell. Until then, don't fight the trend, follow the volume.
Well said, Joey. Amir, I'm keeping a close eye here on PN, brother. PN Sky Corp. It's called Sky Corp Solar Group. Basically knocking on the door of $15 million market cap. Great afternoon on Friday. Good pre-market today. But as you can see, it's really fought hard to try to regain the volume weighted average price. Certainly had a good attempt here in the implied balance open right at 920. We have a triple top at $6. And that $6 area was one that featured in the pre-market and has featured again today during regular trading hours. Just price spiked up there into around 6. Here's my point. 4 a.m. print, 4:05 on volume, guys. So let's put some respect on that 4:05 a.m. print. 634,000 shares. Basically rejects there. It rejects again at 6:30 a.m. It did break above it, as you can see there, but very momentarily. 675 rejects again. Implied balance open. It rejects again here. All right, guys, we're getting news, so we got to go to Adara.
Keep an eye here, guys, on USO and the market. I guess we had CNN's reporter in Dubai being told by a source that they expect U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran to occur within the next 24 hours. So again, this source apparently telling CNN's Dubai reporter that they expect U.S. and Israel to strike Iran within the next 24 hours. I checked the time stamp here on this screenshot. It's from 12:05 p.m. today. So it looks like this happened about 5 minutes ago, circulating on social media now. Again, indications we could be getting a strike from Iran or from the U.S. and Israel on Iran within the next 24 hours. Back to you.
So again, but I mean, look, you're gonna hit an oil facility, cause a fire. what could go wrong with a fire at an oil facility? Nothing could go wrong there, Joey.
That's an easy one.
That's an easy one, right? So you're going to get the response. And here we go again.
But that's the thing, man. That's where you just fall into this never-ending cycle of until you come up with a deal. It's just like, all right, you did this. Oh no, now we're gonna do this.
What gas was on the weekend?
Yeah.
See it?
Yeah, dude.
192. So you know what I did?
What'd you do?
So you obviously know that gas gets cheaper at night. Tell me you know that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, actually, I shouldn't say. I just had the old hunch. That's when I typically.
Yeah, no, but it does. It always does.
Yeah.
And so then in the city, less than in the suburbs. I was in the burbs on Saturday meeting with my buddy for his birthday.
Would you get 85?
Hold on, my guy, 176.9. You know what it was at the gas station near my place? 191.9.
Yeah, brother.
So,
for 87 or whatever.
For 87. I don't ever look at what I put in 91, but it's always
yeah,
$2.
Dude, right? I've been downgrading I can't afford to put 93 in anymore.
I can't because
the car. Bro, did you see what it was? 93?
No, I never looked.
230, bro.
Well, you're asking for putting 93, my guy. At least drop down to 91.
I am at 91 now. I told you I can't afford to put 93 in.
Well, 93 is crazy, Joey. Put 93
what kind of madness is this? There it is, guys. An additional downtick. We were talking about this not too long ago. Now, here with Tesla, we're going to be looking for a long. What we want to have here, traders add to the bets on Fed's interest rates hike by. Okay, that's an interesting one. We can always pull up Polymarket or Kalshi and see what we have going on over there. But what we're looking at is what we can see is just a bunch of buying pressure slowly starting to step in here onto Tesla. So if we have a 5-minute candle that opens up on the back side of this and we can break it, then maybe off to the races we go. But this market is weak. We have to keep that in the back of our mind, right? And be prepared. For an additional sell-off. Palantir still holding up. Broke this wick low, but by pennies, and then now starting to come back towards the higher end of the range, and Bitcoin starting to come back in. We're about 9 cents OTM on this one, 7 cents to be exact. So let's see. We had that initial run. We didn't add very much size. Literally, what we had was about 20% of this initial position right here, just for that continuation. We did get a little pop-up. I wasn't going to take any off. Why? Because the primary target being around 45.60. Right, 45.60, just before that previous high. But now we've failed. We've established that lower high, and with that being said, we have to be prepared to draw our trend lines and accept the fact that we might not get a new HOD in Bitcoin here today.
All right, man, we're going to try our hand again on BZAI, even though I'm 0 for 2 on this one. There's really nothing better than BZAI in the world of small cap gappers at the moment. I could be made to eat those words. We're long at 73, showing me 72s. I'm looking for an attempt here to take out 80. It was a double top, I believe, at 77s last time around. This is where I got in, and I got stopped out again. I get stopped out below 66. Let's see what this one does. And by the way, STK Trader 1 dropping 5 nice ones in the chat. We're going to thank for that, Joey. Where is SLV going?
Where is it?
That's a great question. Let's have a look at silver. We've said very little about gold and silver lately, but, silver down 3.6, gold down 2.15. Let's look at SLV. This is not the futures contract. I'm not liking this, Joey. I got to tell you right off the bat. Take a look at these. Take a look at this chart. Area high, lower high, lower high, lower high. All the while, 60 seems to be coming in as a pretty staunchy area of support. You did get a momentary breach of 60 on the 23rd of March, low of which was 55.20. But look what it did. It got to 55.20, but it ended up closing very green and very much above 60 at $63, give or take. So this one feeling like a flat bottom break. Yeah, look, commodities, they trend for longer than equities. We know that. We've read that in the TA books. But this one is not very appetizing. To me, you're buying this up off 60. And, you hope that it breaches prior area high. Let me give you some area highs. The 17th, of April, area high into 75.16. The 3rd of March, area high into 81.28. Then you obviously have this area high over here. The 2nd of March, area high, 87.14. Then you're looking basically at one of very much the local area high, 110.25. That was back on the 29th of January, and it was a doji candle, a candle of indecision, and you saw what did after that from the high to the low a few days later. We had basically lost 47% from the 29th of January to the low there on the 5th of February. I'm assuming that was the start of the war and all hell was breaking loose to the downside. It really hasn't recovered since then. You'd think that gold and silver would be kind of like a risk-off asset, but it really hasn't played that way at all, Joey, quite frankly. Let's say hello to Sable G8X. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Thank you so much for joining us. Stick around here with Joey and I. We're on every day from 11 to 2. Then the big boys come back on for the afternoon session. Joseph trades all sorts of stocks, you know, for anything from anything from basically crypto to the large caps. He all about the microchips. I'll just basically trade some of these small cap gappers. We have different styles, so we appeal to different audiences. So make sure you're checking that out with us. We do it every day.
Let me tell you this.
Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you
Let me tell you something.
this, man. I picked up this really bad habit, and I went on this really nice hot streak. So just, I don't know, it's really bad. Maybe I have to talk to somebody about it being highly sarcastic. So at nighttime, once the markets close, I can no longer, like, I'm not trading Blue Ocean too late. I've been playing online blackjack. Just to get that feel in my stomach, just to get
You know how many videos I've seen of people walking into casinos?
Yeah.
And you know that counting cards is not illegal, but it's frowned upon.
But dude,
hold on.
Okay,
so they don't beat you up anymore like they did back in the day. But they'll come up to the table, they'll be like, oh, hey, you guys can play anything except blackjack. And then the smart ass at the table will be like, why? And he's like, because you're only going hard when the deck is hot, right? Like, because you're counting, you know exactly what it is, right? You know what it is? I guarantee you, the camera systems at the casino are counting. They're counting as well, so that they know if the deck is hot or not, so they can see what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, man.
Jokes.
Yeah, man. No, but it is, man. I'm telling you. I told Jesse Martinez that I'm like, man, on the weekend I can't trade, so I just like I need to get that feeling. And I'm obviously being
this guy, bro.
And like,
killing me right now.
No, dude, I'm not even gonna lie, dude. All last week I made cash, but then on Sunday the tables went a little bit cold, bro.
Just play chess. Yeah, because that'll make you actually pretty smart too. You know what I mean? Like, bro, it makes you.
Now I don't know how much smarter we're gonna get, Tree. But anyways, nonetheless, there it goes. No, brain's always your brain never stops going. Anyways, aside from that, 2% here on Bitcoin as we're now heading towards the key pivot level. I'm only messing around, guys. Don't copy what I'm doing. I'm only being sarcastic and joking. Okay, just having fun. 2% plus here on IBIT as we're continuing to climb this reload. It's starting to help. Before I send it back to Sharif, ask for help. So exactly, call 1-800-GAMBLER, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to put a little cash on this to see if it's a girl or a guy that answers the phone.
Oh, right? You got to be kidding me, bro.
Remember that one?
You're not going to do that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He's shaking his head. I mean, I'm obviously joking around here, guys. Come on.
All right, man. There goes BZAI. What do we have there? We have 72.5. It says 73 there on the board, but I got 72.5. We're looking for the breach of 80, Fabian. Every time it moseys on up into 80, there seems to be rejections. So we wet the beak there. We had a good position on. I'm looking for the breach of 82. That is a high of the day. As I mentioned, there's not a lot to pick from right now in the world of small cap gappers. But we're going to talk about double C cup when we get back for a second, because the ticker is CC cup, Neil. I'm not making it up, okay? So we're going to talk about that one as soon as we get back from Adair.
Take a look here at LULU, Lululemon on watch, trying to bounce off the lows here. Some speculation here that private equity could get involved with Lulu at these levels again. Seems like it's purely speculative. We also have an interesting headline coming out of the Middle East. Seeing reports from a source called IRIB News, citing a senior Iranian military official saying that Iran had no plans to target the UAE. Now, as we know, we've heard several reports over the last hour that Iran has in fact targeted the UAE, and there was actually a fire reportedly at a UAE oil facility. So again here, regardless of these reports suggesting that we have had Iran target the UAE, we now have reports coming out saying that Iran had, quote, no plans to target the UAE, again being reported by, looks like Iranian state media, citing a senior Iranian military official. Back to you.
going to be hard for these two countries to mend their differences once this is all over. It's a different story with Iran and the United States, quite frankly, because they're worlds apart. They're like on the other side of the world. But the UAE is a throw stone away, man, from Iran. Like, you know, you're going to have to get along here a little bit.
That hypersonic might be able to reach there. I don't know about that. I don't know the distance.
Did you have any comment, Adara?
Yeah, I didn't mean to press that. That's my bad. I was just going to say here, U.S. reportedly opening a passage in Hormuz for free passage. Did not even mean to press that button. I apologize. This headline did come through, though.
No need
Thank
to
you very much for that.
Hold on, Sharif, you ready?
Go ahead, Joey. Yeah, he likes that noise. Where's the ha-ha?
I don't know. It's not ha-ha moment, man. It's this.
I'm really get it, Donald.
Yeah, there we go. Nice reload, man. We had to be patient with this one. We're holding up on VWAP. You can see the market starting to recover here, guys. Hopefully, you're still sitting in that Palantir Gore. We had the trend line break on Tesla as well. We had the trend line break on IBIT. So let's see if we can head towards the high of the day at this pace. A nice bounce. How many tests do we have at that specific level right here? At 45.11, essentially. 1, 2, 3, 4 legitimate ones, and now we're continuing to climb. So a little bit of a reload, and I told you we weren't overly hefty on shares, but I think at this pace we're going to breach the high of the day, and we're going to hold on the majority of them. So Bitcoin has been him today for us, and we're happy about that. The long-term portfolio finally starting to see a little bit of a smile, considering we've had that monstrous month. Last month it was starting to recover pretty nicely, so we'll take that, man. Let's rock and roll. Let's have a good time. Don't gamble, and yeah, have fun, man.
All right. Fabian, look at this. C cup, double C cup on the Amex CCUP, up 36.25% into the high of the day of 642. We did give you this one a little bit earlier on. It is a little light on volume. It's not bad. 4.3 million shares traded on a $6 name. A lot of support here, saving except for one area at 610. Area hold, multiple holds at 610. So it looks like there is a buyer at 610 if this one is to make it back down. I'm going to keep a close eye here on double C cup. But yet again, BZAI is failing the area, failing 82, and here it is, back into break-evensville for me. That is going to basically cause me to move up my stop into 271. We're just going to basically flatten out here. So we'll give back a little bit there, but still be positive on the current trade. Yeah, no continuation there. So let's focus on double C cup over here, because what am I going to do? I'm not going to punch in at highs. You guys know how I trade, but I do like this 630 area in the same way that I like 610, I like 630. Couple of reasons. Area move into 630, resistance. Area move into 630, resistance, all of which failed. This is the first time we clear it and clear decisively with a 642 high. So I'm going to try to weasel in here at around the low 30s, low 30s, with a view to possibly moving into the $0.50. That gives me about 20 pennies worth of room. Now, where I will have to give it room to is the 610 area. If I don't give it to 610, then I'm doing myself a disservice, because that's where the support is, right? So I could get pushed out of the trade prematurely. I don't want that. So Milton, Sharif is getting the Gooners all riled up. My man, I want to talk a little bit here.
You guys won. I check it out for
Joey.
You. Who was against Fulham?
Fulham. Yes. Good team, 10th place. To be a mid-table team in the Premier League is very difficult, right? Because the Premier League's hardest league in the world, in my opinion. Joey?
Yes, sir.
We are back.
We're back.
What I saw, remember I was complaining that this is an entirely different team?
Hold on. Just like that.
Funny how that works.
One game, you're back.
The reason is we got our players back.
A true fan. Oh, okay, all right.
We got our players back.
All right.
We had Calafiori playing on the left wing instead of Hinakapié.
Oh. Yeah, you're saying that's not his spot.
No, man, he's a center back, nor is he good at left wing. Okay? And then he put Miles Lewis Skelly, who's the third left back in Order Shendai, he put him in Zubamendi's role, which is a holding midfielder.
Yeah.
So midfield, typically there's about 5 positions in the midfield. 3 attacking midfielders, usually. Okay. Every team's different. And then 2 holding midfielders. Declan Rice is one of the holding midfielders, and then Zubamendi's the other. He put Miles Lewis Skelly in that position. And the thing about Miles Lewis Skelly, number one, he's young, and he doesn't give up. You know what?
He's tough, eh?
He's tough as hell. Hard to take the ball off him. He reads the play. He runs at defenders. He makes them panic because he's running at them, right? So one mistake, he's by them, and then usually that means a scoring opportunity. I loved what I saw from Arsenal, especially in the first half. It looks like, got a little subdued there in the second half, but they made some adjustments. I'm liking the momentum going into tomorrow. We're at home to Atletico. If we win, it's tied 1-1 on aggregate. It will be the first time Arsenal goes to the Champions League final since Thierry Henry did back in 2006, I mean.
Okay. You want to hear an update on the Leafs?
I want to hear it, man.
Yeah, we hired a burger joint manager. So our new general manager.
That's not accurate, bro. He does more than that. Tell him about the data analysis.
Wait, Stats Edge?
Yeah, Stats Edge.
No, obviously.
Get it, Benton.
Yeah, get it, Mr. Michael Noss. No, he runs this analytical company. I mean, I don't know how good that worked out for him because he essentially got kicked out of the league 5 years ago, but nonetheless, he owns like 30 Wendy's or something along those lines. So yeah, hire a talent agency, and then this is the guy that you happen to pull up. So yeah, there it goes, bang.
Pull up.
The big laughs. We took a little bit off, but now we're not following through on this move, so we need the NASDAQ to continue. No wonder why Joe's started gambling. Yeah, brother, I don't gamble on the Leafs, man. Nonetheless, there's IBIT. Fantastic UFC card. I told you guys, 7 a.m., bright and early. Carlos Prates putting on an absolute masterclass. That Australian guy before that put on a pretty good show as well, beating up Benil Dariush. That guy needs to retire, unfortunately. Nonetheless, guys, IBIT, let's see if we can get that second leg higher and breach that high of the day. We need the NASDAQ to climb a little bit higher because you can see when we had that uptick, we had a stronger move in Bitcoin. So a little bit more inflow stepping in, strong on the session, holding above volume-weighted average price. Palantir with the inability to breach, Tesla with the inability to breach VWAP, and we have the SPY down south of it as well. To put those Wendy's tendies on ice, my boy. We can't be eating that garbage, my friend. I told Sharif I blacked out not drinking on Friday. Okay, trust me, not drinking, but I lost all control and just went absolutely off on the snacks.
I love
watermelon,
this guy, bro.
A bunch of protein bars, 5 Nature Valley almond bars. I just couldn't stop. I didn't know what was going on.
Why, Joey?
I didn't even eat. We can't tell him why, Sharif, my boy.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to guess.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. This guy, man, good vibes. Yo, bro, how could you gloss over the Benavides fight like that? Are you kidding me, man?
No, but
talking about UFC, you're not going to say Benavides? Did you watch the highlights I sent you yesterday?
I did. Lightning. This guy has lightning as hands, man.
Beat the hell out of him. This guy's not even a real cruiserweight, man.
Yeah.
This guy's coming from 168. He's a super middleweight. Dominated super middleweight. Dominated light heavyweight. Now he's there on knocking on the door of the heavyweight division. He didn't even come in at 200. What did he come in at? 192 or something like that? And he looked a little bit heavy.
Yeah, 192 he came
Who cares if he looked heavy? The man's hands are dynamite. Rockets and dynamite on both hands.
Hypersonic
missiles, man.
Bro, the way he throws both of his hooks is so fast.
If we could show you the highlights and not get dinged by the great people at Alphabet, we would. Yeah. But this was very, and the other dude, the Benavides was fighting, was like 2-3 inches taller than him and a naturally bigger man. Bigger shoulders, more muscle. The dude got beat up by a smaller, shorter man who's clearly outclassing him based on speed and skill. So very interesting fight. Super upset that I didn't catch it live, but there was a good amount of highlights there, so we were able to get that. All right, guys, back involved here with BZAI. I'm starting to like this one a little bit more now as it's starting to show me that stair-step up pattern. So I think it's broken the downtrend. You can kind of see how that lower trend line there has been breached, but the other trend line there with making higher lows has not. So I'm trying to work my way in here for a possible move above 282. That is the best we've done on the day. BZAI. The pickings are slim today, guys. The pickings are super slim in the world of small cap gappers. So we're going to have to take the shots on this one and be quite careful with how we trade it. That's number one. Number two, DXYZ is starting to kind of stair step up here, but I'm not a big fan of this volume price action divergence. The volume is dropping off a cliff while the price action is stair stepping up. Let's see if that continues. Separately, double C cup here, right back into the high of the day, showing 640. The high of the day is 642. I had a resting order, in the low 30s. None of those triggered. I think the worst it did there was like 36, didn't quite fill me there. So we're going to keep a close eye here on double C cup. But DXYZ, clean bounce off the volume weighted average price. I should have been more alive to that. Did I just get stopped out? Why did I get stopped out? I didn't even have a tight stop on that. Okay, we'll get back in, no big deal. Yeah, I'm starting to look at DXYZ here for, especially if it's going to hold above 38. What I really want to see is if it's able to get above that 1135 candle, the high of which was 38.58, because that ended up being a topping tail candle and an inverse hammer candle, mind you. So I don't want to get caught with whatever that seller is doing there. Also, SHPH, this is a good one for us on the day. Just caught a bit of a bait again. Where is volume weighted average price here? It's not refreshing. So we're still a little south of VWAP, which is hanging out at about 87 pennies. The funny thing is about that 87 level is it's the area that I earmarked as an area support. It was like basically 94 or thereabouts, area high, and about 87 area low. Now you have 87 as also the volume weighted average price level. That might give us double the resistance at that level. We shall have to wait and see, but I'm starting to like this a little bit more, and I'm starting to like BZAI, so I'm going to get back into that one.
Yeah, Mike P, it was, man. It was crazy how the stars aligned, man. When I went to my Chicago trip last year in August, it was just like we had so many going on. It was a group of friends, a high school friends of mine, and then UFC was in Chicago, and we weren't planning on going. Like, we had the Cubs game in line, and then we also had the Chicago Bears preseason game in line, and then sure enough, he's like, hey, man, we're here. We may as well just go full force and go to that UFC event. It was really cool, man. I enjoyed it, and I'm happy that I did that because it's all about just creating memories, essentially. All right. Hey. So nonetheless, guys, we're still sitting in this position. We're not breaking up right now. What we do have is an inverted just below the high of the day. So I have to be cautious of this. But what I have the hunches going on is this might be a 3-bar play and a breath before we do make an additional climb higher. The reason why I actually got involved on this initial trend line break right here was because look at the strength within right here. This was the second attempt. Look at the strength in the engulfing print within this 5-minute candle. So you have this pullback, and then boom, that one 5-minute candle is like, okay, we're gonna erase all of that downside in that amount of time. And then sure enough, off to the races it goes, and we are fortunate enough to catch this whole leg higher. So that was a really nice trade, and that's what I'm thinking right here. We have a nice strong engulfing print from that pullback, bounce off of VWAP, and now we're just taking an additional breath for us to break that 45.70 level. And we're waiting for that day where we pop in a quick 8% or so. I don't know if that's going to be, audio is being an issue is my thing. I'm still good,
Let's refresh, guys. Refresh the stream.
Refresh, guys, if you're having any issues. Anyone have no audio? I know it was doing it a couple times last week, so just keep that in mind. Get to reloading, Playboy. We're going to, nonetheless, let's see how this Bitcoin trade holds up for us, and we want the market to start to recover. With that being said, USO has to go down, market go up. So be careful when you're trading the Nasdaq. If you were asking why do I have a love-hate relationship with trading the TQs. It's either everything's kind of moving in correlation and in tandem where it's easier to trade, but then when you have a couple of the hyperscalers moving one way and the other one's moving the other way, and then you have USO that you have to take into factor, and any truth can step in at any given moment, makes it a little bit more difficult. And I have fun trading. Some people love it, but that's just me, Sharif.
All right, man. I got to shout out Gotham House. You told me about this one earlier. I completely lost track of it because it was halted. SKK is absolutely him at the moment. The reason it is not up on my scanner is it hasn't done the requisite volume quite yet. 511,000 shares because it's been halted for the majority of the day. But here we go, guys. We halted at $8.98. The tap is showing me $10.80. This one is ripping. It's up 413%, okay? It's really, really aggressive. Trade it carefully. We're gonna see what we can do with this one here, especially because this one halts for a long time, but in case you need the halt level, the halt time, 12, 27, 24. The earliest this one will be open is gonna be 10 minutes. It's gonna be 10:37, 24. It could be longer, guys. The last halt was, this is 5 minutes? Oh my God. So we opened up at 11:45, and we didn't open up again until 12:25. So it was almost 40 minutes there of being halted. That was like even shorter than the one prior to that because it was 10:15 and then we opened up at 11:45. So an hour and a half. This one was halted. Now the tap is showing 11. This could be very, very lucrative, but it could also be very, very dangerous, especially since you can't get out because it takes forever to open. We're going to have to pack the patience. We'll talk more about it when we get back from Madeira.
Keep an eye on GeoOGL, guys. Here is Google, the information reporting that senior executives from the likes of Nebius, Lambda, and CoreWeave have told the information they have no plans to adopt Google's TPUs. Now, again, it is worth noting the information not known for being super accurate, unfortunately, as of late. But either way here, GeoOGL and Watch as execs from Nebius, Lambda, and CoreWeave reportedly telling the information they don't have any plans to adopt Google's TPUs. I also have to mention here some more headlines coming out of the Middle East. I'll just switch here to USO for you guys. Israeli army apparently has been placed on high alert due to some escalation within the Gulf. And Tasnim news out of Iran reporting that Bahrain has declared a state of alert, fearing a possible attack. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. MNDR is breaking out too, guys. Here it is. Watch out for the lower high. It broke through that area that we couldn't shake, which was the high 150s. This current candle on MNDR is up into 163 here. We are back into 160s, up 67%. Good amount of volume, about 84 million shares or so traded on the day. MNDR back in focus here after losing VWAP. I want to say for a good part of the afternoon. I'm also back involved with BZAI, as I mentioned, in S74, wetting the beak there at 77. It's not giving me the print. That's fine. We'll pack the patience on that one, Joey. But I am really thinking about now, look at this. SKK, the tap is really rocketing here. $11, 21 pennies, up 413%. My only concern is when this one opens, gaps down, and I don't even know that it opened. Because while we're doing the show and there's a lot going on. So unless my eyes are fixated on it all the time or I put some alert, it does make me a little bit nervous here, especially with how long the duration of the halt is, Joe. So I'm going to keep a close eye on this one. I think there are better trades like CCUP, BZAI, or double CCUP, CCUP, and MNDR now. MNDR making another move here, possibly into the day high, 174 day high, current candle high, 164. Be on the lookout for that. We're going to pack the patience. We're going to send you back to Adara, who has more news.
More headlines here, a little bit of a spike lower in the NASDAQ amid a spike higher in USO as the UAE declares its, quote, full and legitimate right to react to, quote, Iranian assaults. This is coming from UAE's foreign ministry saying that Iranian attacks are, quote, a significant escalation and present a direct threat to national security. Back to you.
What's the tap on it?
1140. You want to know what halted at? 898.
Oh.
The tap is just moving steadily up. Every time I look at the tap on SKK, it is higher and higher. So keep your eye on that one. But MNDR is making a good move here, guys. Looking real good into 164, showing 165 on the tap. I'm going to keep a close eye on this one. What do you got, Joey?
Whoa.
What happened?
No, I'm looking to take a little bit more off here on 55s on IBIT. This trade has been working pretty good for us. We took a little bit more off on that reload. Now we want to lock in some more profit as we're struggling to break that specific level. So why not remove a little bit more? We'll take the same print that we had from before 53s. 55s would have been pretty good, but I wasn't going to post up there. So there it is, bang. Just in case we didn't get it, even though we are printing 54 on the bid, if we break up, we're still holding on to half of our reload, which is a pretty good amount of size. So yeah, not too bad. A nice reload opportunity. You can see that we took this straight from the get, boom, off to the races, and now getting a continuation within that trend. It did take us 2 attempts to get going, right? Right there. Stick with the original guns. That was the game plan. 56 on the print. Be a little bit more patient, Jose, as we are now going to probably print 45, 60s momentarily. We need some prints above the ask in order for us to get there. But with any form of a rebound in the overall market, I think this is going to drive a little bit more flows into Bitcoin, now up 2.4%. Moving forward, Gaurav, this is slowly starting to work out. We have multiple trend line breaks, and this is what I was pointing out earlier. Tesla, I like the way that we are starting to form this accumulation here. And then now we're starting to distribute a little bit higher. There is a resistance zone, pre-market and intraday session that we're seeing right now that was acting as prior support, acting as potential resistance right now. So you'll need a little bit more of kind of that stronger momentum and some volume to step in order for us to punch through that, or just might be a nice steady grind. Same thing with Palantir. You officially have 5-minute candles sitting on the backside of this trend. 2-point touch right there, boom, off to the races and now holding up. So as long as you didn't have your stop too tight, Korev, Los Pollos, whatever you may be, you're still sitting in this trade, and I hope that it's working out for us. As soon as I seen this here on IBIT, I shoulda, coulda, woulda, hindsight being 2020, but this was a pretty good indicator that we were going to get a strong bounce, and then it was 10 minutes of buying right after that. So holding up well. The market doesn't know what it wants to do, right? And I find that it's typically the nature of it when we start to have these headlines step in, and sure enough, boom. USO looking like it wants to break higher, and with that being said, you're going to get that inverse correlation here between USO, the SPY, and the Nasdaq, in which we might start to sell a little bit here on those.
Sorry, just give me a sec, Joe.
Yeah. Okay. You're you got something going on there.
Sorry.
So yeah, no, don't apologize, man. I can ramble on all I want. Or all we need. So BKR, see, someone keeps mentioning that in the chat. If there's anything specific that you want to go over, I thought you were trying to type in IBKR. Because we all know about them, right? IBKR and how they have been performing right back towards the high of the day, man. This is a solid performer. You're only down 2.25 off of that previous ATH, so not too bad of a look in IBKR. Let's head back to our watch list and see what we got going on. Palantir. I wasn't loving where we were sitting from a daily standpoint, right? We still have multiple lower highs here, and then we were just opening up kind of just right below this trend. So that's why I wasn't in love with the long. It was on my list here, considering that we have earnings after the bell, but it's a major teller of what the stock is going to do on that specific print, on the earnings print, compared to what it's doing from an intraday standpoint, all right? Now, Ethereum ETHA up to 17, a nice strong move. This could be an additional trade. And what I've noticed is that the liquidity, and there's not as much volume in which we were seeing in Ethereum and its ETHA in its earlier days to what we have going on right now. But the break of this 1891 mark, whatever that is on the actual underlying itself spot, then maybe we can get a little bit of a continuation here on Ethereum.
All right, man. We're in MNDR over here. Took a quick scalp up, looking for a 150 hold. What do we have? We got 60s, it's showing me 59s. Looking for another attempt here at that 74. It was a good recovery from below VWAP. I'm hesitant to say this is putting a lower high because it did breach that 155 area quite decisively. But you never really know how these ones are going to go. So we're going to give this one the old college try. We'll keep an eye out on that one. MNDR, anything below the $0.50 does end the trade for me, though. Continuing to watch here. SKK, what can I say about this? The tap is showing 12. The halt level is 898. What time exactly did we halt? 12:27. So it's 12:44 now. 3 minutes. It's going to be 20 minutes that we've been halted. I doubt this one will be open anytime soon, just given what it's done on the day. That's just a guess. An example is, look at that 10:15 halt. We didn't open up until 11:45, right? We halted 11:46, and then we didn't open up again until, as I mentioned, 12:14 or 12:15 or whatever it is there. So we'll have to keep a close eye out on this one. Continuing to watch MNDR, though, not really liking this topping tail look over here, but there was support at 155, which precipitated me to buy, but my line in the sand is going to be 150. I've given it a little bit below that, so keep your eye out on that one. Nice breakout there. Midday. Also, PN, the one that Amir called out. Well, this one's had many attempts today at a VWAP recovery, all of which have failed. And here we are with the latest one. This one looks a bit better than the prior ones, though, because it's preceded by a gnarly looking uptrend. Trade this one carefully because it's had a lot of resistance, especially making lower highs. But PN, you know, it's up a respectable amount, I think just shy of 100%, 96.5%. And here it is again, above the volume weighted average price. So this one could be providing you with an opportunity. Just PN is the ticker. Simple as that. Yeah, not really liking anything else at the moment. Continuing to watch SKK and BZAI. BZAI, it's been tough to trade. Even though it has been making higher lows, it's not respectful of area support and resistance. It'll breach them and then mosey on along the way into another area high here. MNDR, much the same, but, you know, We'll keep an eye out on that. ELPW, we've said very little about because it's been selling off quite aggressively. But here's a look at PN. PN is ripping now. 578 high. Here we go. That's not the area high or the day high. The official day high is $6, but the prior area high is 595 on the dot. So we couldn't even breach that 6 area. So watching for that, looking for the momentum, as I'm probably going to get stopped out of MNDR again as it drops down into 150. Unless there's a $0.50 buyer, I'm going to get stopped out if it breaches that, Joey. So we're going to keep a close eye on that, but I'm very interested here in PN, especially if it can take out $6. And I would even say maybe even a little bit higher. That 920 high was 604. So let's not get too excited just because it works into 6. It's rejected it multiple times before. There's been definitely a short seller. As you can see there on the bottom chart, 6 has been a hard road to hoe today, but they weren't preceded with uptrends like this, Joey. So going to keep a close eye on this one.
Good stuff, brother. Yeah, we're still consolidating. A nice grind higher there. Los Polos, you pointed it out. We had that channel break. We had that downtrend break here in Palantir. And then now we're just about to approach the volume-weighted average price. One thing I typically talk about this is this shelf that's starting to be formed. Right, what we want is a pullback maybe to this prior pivot at 45.41. I'm not going to say that I'm reloading on this trade because I don't necessarily have to. We can ride this to the new HOD and then even north of that. So we're still 2.4% to the positive side of things. But what we have is just a consecutive consolidation with no no ebb and flow really here, right? Like you want to see the way stocks move is up, down, retest that prior high, climb back higher, establish a new one. And we're not getting that right now. Unless we're extremely strong and this thing wants to break out from this zone, then by all means. But I would like to see a little bit more of a pullback here in Bitcoin. What else are you guys looking at? MNDR. I see Mike Peter Ryder talking about MNDR. Let's take a look at that name. MNDR. Okay, yeah, from the daily up to $1.55. This was the name that we were talking about this morning. KC 526 was pointing that one out. Bubin was as well too, and I was looking at it. So yeah, not too bad. It did make an additional attempt for that $1.68 level here on MNDR. It was a different one that was like $10 or so. So there it is, $1.74 high. Yeah, Sharif was trading that at one point, and then sure enough, bang, off to the races. But what we have here is a failed new high break. So something that I like to keep an eye out on, and obviously we want to track, what does that mean? If we fail to establish a new high, then maybe you start to head towards the low of the day. Now, MNDR, let's see what else you guys got going on here in the chat. Yeah, the trade desk actually received an upgrade this morning. How has that been performing, TTD? Oops, TTD. Not too good, to be honest with you. It's pretty choppy here at that $24 mark, and I mean, we are off of the lows with a low of around 2020, and we're up 20% off that to 24.41s. But nonetheless, like in the grand scheme of things, this is not very good now. 73% to the downside off of that previous pivot, and it gets even worse as we zoom out and go further back in time here. So yeah, 141 to there, 82%. That's so hard to recover from. All right, so this is what I'm talking about right now, right? So you have that consolidation, you have this shelf that's starting to be formed, and you break through it. Now we want to test a 45.40, and we want to look for price to start to react and turn around to the point where we can start to climb a little bit higher, and then hopefully break through this. If not, we have to classify Bitcoin putting in a lower high here on today's session, which is totally fine considering where the market is at. Going opposite, we talk about the decoupling of that, right? We want to see the divergence between the overall market and what we have going on in Bitcoin. The past couple of sessions, we've noticed that, and we've seen that. So I like that a lot. How has Robinhood been performing? 76.85, man. What a disaster this stock is. Off of that 153 high, you're down 51%. Yeah, it's really tough, man. It's really, really tough play here. Same with the SoFis and the Palantirs. You're down substantially. And you did recover. We climbed up to $93, but then we get back an additional 30% after that.
Still halted here on SKK, guys. Let's see how this one does. The top is dropping a little bit here, Joey, down now into 1180. Again, this one halted 1227.24, and it is now 1250 on the dot. So nothing doing there, up 413%. Still a little bit light on vol. A little bit more than 500,000 shares traded on the day. I'm going to cancel it. Oh. As soon as I canceled it. As soon as I canceled it. Let's watch here. Oh, wow. That was trouble. Oh, man. I don't know why I felt the need to cancel that. That was bad. That could have been a day maker right there, but that's okay. That's kind of the way that goes.
That's the way it's
well, it just zigged and zagged on me there. I was looking to cancel it, but it triggered before it canceled.
Literally, as you said it, it opened up again.
Yeah, that's tough for me. Yeah, but this one's ripping there. Here, we're going to halt again, 1403. That's the limit up. So now we're limit up here. Need a few more seconds on this parameter. Huge move here on SKK. What a big move. I'm not going to participate in it. I couldn't let it go $2 against me. That's not the right move there. 11, it went down to 9, so I had to stop out there. So we lost $1 a share. So that ends the day for me.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Man. Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
We're still holding a position here on MNDR. Let's have that resolve. It's still holding up the $0.50. If it loses 50, I'm out. We're about 8 pennies out of the money right now.
You still have a position, so it's not like you hit SD or anything.
Yeah, well, it's on the clock. So, yeah. So this one probably will get stopped out if it loses trend. If it works back up and we make some money on it, fantastic. We have about 8 minutes or so before we start the news. Sia's off today. She's got to take care of some stuff. So Joey and I, we're going to be doing the news segment on the desk today. So soon, we'll start up in about 8 minutes or so. It's been an interesting day on these markets, man. Let's bring in the side chart over here, have a look at what is moving. We have a lot of, for whatever reason, red today with the Mag 7, probably to do more with the macro situation we're seeing in the Middle East. You got Apple and Nvidia. Who is it? Apple and Nvidia, the worst of the bunch right now. Down 1.25 is Apple. Nvidia down a bit more than 4/5, but you're seeing some strength in some of these semiconductors, specifically the RAM names, MU, SNDK, WDC. You're seeing a lot of strength there. Seagate as well, having a decent day. Lumentum, LITE up again. This one I think did hit all-time highs. Pretty sure today, yeah, into $97 off that level now, 97 or 978 right now. So mixed bag in the world of semiconductors. Looks like a lot of strength here in RAM. Not so much in everything else. Let's move down the list. Let's have a look at what's moving on the day. We got some strength here in Chinese ADRs. Baba is over 2. You got Baidu up 1 2/3. Some good names there in the Chinese EVs. All high single digits. Low single digits. 2% for Li, 2 3/4 for NIO. But it's really crypto. Almost decidedly green. The only one that's not is Riot and Hut on my list. And Riot is basically just down 0.1%. So great look there for the crypto names as you move down. Cybersecurity all strong, but they've been super weak lately. So a nice recovery there. You've got Pandub up 2.5, Fortinet, FTNT up 2.56, CrowdStrike leading the way up almost 3%. Zscaler 1.25 lagging behind the others. Hood, your boy Hood's up 4.
Yeah.
Decent day for the hooded one today. Nice recovery there. Not so much though for SoFi. Where's my SoFi? How come I don't have SoFi on here, bro? Let's add it.
SoFi so long.
Yeah, SoFi.
You have it somewhere. There it is.
There it is. Oh, that's why. Down 0.75%. What else is moving? mRNA up another 5% after that earnings report. There's definitely a bottom there at around 45 on mRNA. Good support in and around that level. Roblox also recovering a little bit after that bad earnings report last week. 5 3/4 in Greensville. So some decent names here, Joey, but mostly right on the day.
Yeah, the market's not performing too good here. USO almost putting in a new high of the day. We're still sitting in this. Is the shelf that we were referring to earlier. You can see that we're starting to get a pullback now. Sure enough, bang. If it breaks this pivot and comes back into our break even, we'll get out. We're not going to take a loss off of this trade. I'm glad that we did take a little bit more off right here and just left the small portion for a runner. But yeah, sometimes that's all it really takes, man. Is just one good trade. That's what I'm looking for from a daily, every day essentially. Does it always happen? Not necessarily the case, but there's no reason for me to overtrade at this point, right? Like you've had that one opportunity. We took the Tesla long here earlier in the day. We can pull that back up for you guys and see what we got going on in the TSLL, as that one was cooking up bright and early for us in the morning. Bang, off the races. You go pop, 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 pop on that one, and then be like, okay, let's go IBIT. We're thinking long here. We heard Sean talking about that 44.50 level. Neil was looking at it as well. I had it on my primary list, and we were fortunate enough to take that move a little bit higher. More SPY puts, I'm sure that you're referring to. I like the talk that Brendo and Michael Noss were having here this morning, just in the fact that it's like, okay, hey, yeah, this shooting star doji typically only works 30% of the time. So with the other 70, speaking of the other 70%, like what are we doing with this? Should we just decide to go long? But what we have right now is it's starting to work here today. So is this going to be one of those times where it is hitting that 30%? You have the break. If you were to enter at that 720 mark, you're $4 ITM. But the real question is just how long is this going to hold up, right? Like, are you going to head towards that lower, that 703 mark? Maybe only time will tell. But I like looking at it from both sides there. I like what those guys were talking about this morning. Let's send it off to Adair. We're going to get stopped out break even momentarily here on IBIT.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. Fed's William just started speaking. He is seeing GDP up 2 to 2.25% in 2026. He's expecting employment of, 4.25% to 4.5% for 2026, saying that policy is, quote, well placed to manage risks. He thinks inflation will hit 3% this year, but that it could return to its 2% target by 2027. He said that the tariffs and energy fuel inflation are surging, which underlies, the fact that inflation is largely steady. So basically saying tariff and energy fuel inflation are distracting from largely steady, quote unquote, underlying inflation. I also want to mention President Trump saying that Iran will be, quote, blown off if they attack U.S. ships, as reported by Fox. I'm seeing this worded a couple different ways. The way I think it's generally being interpreted is that President Trump is saying that if Iran continues to attack U.S. ships, U.S. will be blowing off their attempts to negotiate. Back to you.
Yeah, interesting look there. All right. Yeah, shout out to Arun, brother. Love to hear it. My man Arun made a month with SKK, and he's given a gesture there, Joey, to Nvidia.
What is he saying?
Well, we can't repeat it, but,
Is it the bird?
It's one way he feels about SKK, and the other one he feels about Nvidia. SKK halted back up, guys. 464 after dropping back into 10. There's certainly a buyer at 10, guys. Good look right now for SKK, halted up again. It definitely opened a lot quicker this time around, so it was just a 5-minute halt. So keep your eye out on that. This one could possibly be back in play now with maybe it not taking that long to halt, or that long during the halt is what I'm trying to say there. All right, let's get to the news. Lots happening today, guys. Let's start with USO. Obviously, USO has been very volatile lately. Let me just load up some of my notes over here. There we go. Nope, that's not the one. Oh, give me a sec just to load up my notes over here. Where are my May 1st news come? May 4th. There we go. Got it. I got it. All right, good look. Let's start with USO. Where is USO at? Up 4.16. Obviously, if you've been with us, you've seen exactly what's been happening lately. A lot of political tensions back, like military tensions, with more shooting, more fighting. We saw Brent up big to start the morning here. WTI as well, gaining as the day goes on. The Strait of Hormuz still basically blocked. President Trump over the weekend saying that he wants to escort some of these neutral ships out of the strait. Kind of my interpretation of that was he was looking for a goodwill gesture from the Iranians. Doesn't look like that was going to happen today, as more belligerencies, basically happening there. 15,000 U.S. troops, naval air assets as well there. And now we've saw OPEC as well looking to increase the amount of production to kind of offset some of the price increases. Didn't really have much of an effect. Also, don't forget the UAE has pulled out of OPEC Plus as of last week, and that could create a bit of a different vibe when it comes to production. So we'll have to see how that goes in, Joey. But people are saying $125 sustained Brent could be basically the recipe for a recession.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, over the past 7 days, we've seen a 10% increase in gasoline prices alone. So, I mean, Kalshi and some of the betting markets are suggesting it potentially be in the works for as high as $7 per gallon if this continues. So, I mean, with this conflict, it's the inevitable, right? Like, we knew that this was going to happen. Nobody thought, I didn't think anyways, that the conflict was going to be over in the span of a week or two. They typically drag on, especially when you're launching missiles at each other. So, yeah, expect the prices of oil to continue to climb. Watch USO continue to climb, especially if these guys start to re-engage with one another.
All right, so what did I want to mention? Yeah, the 8-member OPEC Plus group, including Saudi Arabia and Russia, met yesterday. That's the 3rd of May, and they agreed, contrary to what this article is saying, to a 206,000 barrel per day production hike. That's just for May, though. But the market is kind of ignoring this increase because the UAE officially exited OPEC on the 1st of May, and that creates what analysts are saying is a massive data gap that makes actual global supply levels nearly impossible to track. So we'll have to wait until that kind of settles back down. The other thing that I want to mention here is satellite imagery from China is showing that they actually added about 40 million barrels to its onshore storage tanks in the last 30 days alone. The implication here is that they're panic buying at high prices, and it's suggestive of that China, the administration there, believes that the current ceasefire to be short-lived, or they're providing massive hidden floor for global prices. We'll have to wait and see there, but they are one of the more affected countries, Joey, when it comes to actual getting their hands on oil. Not so much of a problem for us in North America over here because of the U.S. production, Canadian production, Venezuelan production, but the price very much affecting us as well.
One more thing I would
add
there, Sharif. So yeah, I'm just looking at some of the probabilities in which we're going to be climbing higher in the price of per gallon, that is, gasoline. So we're at $5. The average price is at roughly right now $4.46, I guess I should say. So once you hit that $5, above $5, there's a 71% chance. For some of the projections here, above 520, 65%. But one thing that I really want to note is that it's still pretty high. Above $6.20, there's still a 22% chance. And above $7, there's a 10% chance. So it's not being priced out completely.
All right, let's talk about GameStop. A lot of hype over the weekend about GameStop and eBay, especially Friday afternoon. If you saw this one breakout, the first thing I did was text this guy. I was like, GameStop's breaking out. I didn't even think to look at eBay. But the better chart has certainly been eBay, maybe not right now, as it's also been a sell essentially since Friday night, a bunch of lower highs. But here's the details, and then I'll chime in with some more details. So GameStop offered $125 per share for eBay in both cash and stock. That values them at about $55.5 billion. I'm looking at the market cap right now with the current price is 48 3/4. The offer does imply about a 20% premium to the Friday close and about 46% premium to the February 4th levels. I'm not sure why we're looking at the 4th levels. Is that an area low? Tag me in the chat if you know. eBay jumped big in the aftermarket and as well, gapped up today as well, but the market is kind of pricing the deal skepticism below the offer. GME has built, by the way, and that's going to come into my later notes over here. They built kind of quietly a 5% stake in eBay through equities as well as options. And basically that could secure them up to about $20 billion in debt financing through TD Bank. The feasibility risk is high though, because GME's market cap is like less than half of what eBay's is, $12 billion versus eBay, which was $46 billion pre the news, pre the run up there. Ryan Cohen also may go through the proxy fight route if the board rejects the offer, but you'll see in my notes in a second, he may have a way out of that. The cost cut thesis though, he kind of looked at what eBay was doing, and they're apparently spending $2.4 billion on marketing, and he wants to cut that substantially. And the EPS, that could lift it up to $7.79 from the $4.26 it is right now, or the last earnings report. And the implication is this is less about eBay's fundamentals today and more about taking the takeover probability, spread trading, and squeeze mechanics, really from our perspective. But we'll talk more about what he's thinking here in a second.
I have kind of mixed feelings about this one.
Likewise.
Yeah, because you know what? I feel like GameStop obviously just dying. Like, you can just buy everything online now. You have the e-commerce side of things. You don't even really need to go into the game stores. I get it that you want to buy the vintage, like the N64s and everything along those lines, but don't you feel that eBay has been one of those e-commerce websites, those online websites that is slowly losing market share to the marketplaces all the time, like the Facebook, right? You know what I mean? So it's like you have a company that's going out of style in GameStop that wants to acquire another company that's potentially going out of style. I get it, like you have all the like authentic cards and everything, but is that really a needle mover at the end of the day? So I'm not in love with this accusation, them acquiring essentially this company. So for me personally, I think this might be a losing bet from Cohen and Company.
Interesting. All right, we're going to pause for a second. We got to go to Adair.
More comments here from U.S. President Trump to Fox News on Iran, saying that now Iran is now, quote, more flexible in their talks and that the U.S. has greater ammunition than they did previously when it comes to making a deal. We know previously he said that the U.S. will, quote, blow off Iran in talks should they strike U.S. boats. Back to you.
So I have a bunch of points here that I want to make for the GME eBay acquisition. The first one is, so GME actually has some money on their hands right now. They have $9.4 billion in cash, and that was basically raised through aggressive cost-cutting measures ever since Cohen took over. But he was also savvy enough to raise $4.2 billion via a debt offering. But guess what the coupon is? 0%. So he has about $13.6 billion in cash. Hence why maybe TD feels that they can realistically and soundly lend them about $20 billion. We'll have to wait and see. But he does have some money on his hands here to at least facilitate the initial stages of the acquisition. Also, as I mentioned earlier, there's big cost spending bloat at eBay, $2.4 billion in marketing they spent in 2025. And to increase their net users by 1 million. That's about less than 1% growth if you were to calculate their total users. So he wants to cut that basically in half, from 2.4 to 1.2. That's one of his plans there going forward. The other one, the physical authentication hubs. Some of the drawbacks or the criticism about eBay has been you advertise a product, let's just say I'm selling, UAs, Nike Shox UAs. They're unauthorized originals, right? But I'm selling them as actual originals. You get them and you figure out they're not real, but I advertise them as real. So fraud is an ever-present issue on eBay. They want to use and leverage the 1,600 GME locations to actually authenticate some of the more higher priced items. That could help with some user, I want to say trust in the system. I don't know how much of big of a headwind that is for them, but apparently it's enough for them to come up with this idea. And then, as I mentioned, he has about a 5% stake in the company that he's amassed through equity acquisitions as well as through the options market. How does that benefit him? Because he has that kind of 5% stake, he can bypass the board entirely and take his offer directly to shareholders, if you believe the reports. So we'll have to wait and see whether he goes that route or whether he tries to gain some favor with the current board. The last but not least is that this is a pure equity CEO pay. He's going to make nothing here as the CEO for both companies. His entire compensation package, 100% of it is tied to the performance of the combined stock, which is a rare structure intended to signal to institutional investors, at least, that his interests are fully aligned with the company. So if you like this kind of thing, you feel there may be some upside to this, perhaps, you're looking for a swing trade. How would you take this? Would you take if you wanted to get in, would you take the eBay route or would you take the GME route?
Well, I mean, if eBay is going to get bought out at a specific price, like at a 20% premium than what it closed at on Friday, right? I'm going to be honest with you, Sharif. I wouldn't be taking either route, but if I had to, it would probably, I would have to go with GameStop. What has more potential upside? I think the GameStop there. But I don't think I would be taking this. That's just me personally, right? I've made my points, even though we can debate the fact that, GameStop's up 12% on the year and then 35% there on the year in eBay. It's just not something that I would want to partake in. I don't know how much this authentication thing is going to be a big deal. I've seen a couple of people in the chat stating that they already have this online factor of authentication, but are you going to just start, like, I get it, it can bring more foot traffic if you have the 1,600 physical stores and that was the route that you wanted to go, but I just don't know how much of a needle mover or the total addressable market is within that space, right?
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm not in love with it. I'm not saying that it's not going to work. I'm not saying that it is going to work, but it's just something that I don't.
Makes sense. All right, let's go on to the UPS, Amazon, and FedEx. Well, this is more about, obviously, Amazon doing their thing, but FedEx and UPS were selling on the news. FedEx is, are you kidding me? FedEx's SSR is down 8.25, and it was obviously down below 10 on this news. How about UPS? I didn't think that they were, oh my days. UPS is also SSR, down 9.5%. So this story ended up being a lot bigger than I was thinking, because neither of these was down that much, 1% in the pre-market. But here's what's going on. Amazon launched Amazon Supply Chain Services. There is opening their freight, distribution, fulfillment, and parcel shipping to outside businesses. I'm assuming that's going to be quite disruptive for FedEx and UPS. The network scale is quite large, about 80,000 trailers, 24,000 containers, and about 100 aircrafts. Early customers include P&G, 3M, but there's also a credibility signal. This is not just a test product. The core risk, though, is Amazon becomes a broader third-party logistics competitor to UBS and FedEx. And that's exactly what's happening. As you can see, their stocks are both down over 9%. So that's what the market is pricing in here, that Amazon actually disrupts them. The near-term impact, though, is likely to be more sentiment-driven, but the long-term margin pressure could affect FDX and UPS. I'm assuming that's why they're SSR on the day. Implication is there is competitive overhang, which increases for the parcel and logistics names like UPS. But UPS now trades on a share loss risk plus macro shipping demand. That should be an interesting thing to keep your eye on for the next few days. I'd engage this on my bingo card, to be quite honest with you, that Amazon was going to compete with these guys directly. I thought they would just end the relationship or kind of wind down the relationship that they already existing with UPS and FedEx.
UPS was doing that, though. Remember, they're thinking about the...
Amazon was doing it. They were winding down, yeah.
Exactly, and UPS was like, okay, that amounted to about 8% of their business, but they were looking to sway away from Amazon as well, too, just due to the margins within that specific, within the partnership between the two. Let's send things off to Adara. We'll talk a little bit more.
Yeah, keep an eye here on the market and on oil. Israel's channel 14 News reporting that Israel is prepared to return to immediate fighting in Iran. They're just waiting for the green light from the U.S. So again, more indications here suggesting that we could have tensions directly with the U.S., Israel, and Iran heightening once again here. Back to you.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So the underreported part of this is that the Amazon Supply Chain Services is actually going to pick up, store, and deliver products for companies that don't even sell on Amazon. They're no longer just delivering their own boxes. They're now in direct B2B competitor for FedEx and UPS. I guess they just did it so well for themselves. They're like, why don't we just bankrupt our competition by, competing with them? Wow, this is that. No wonder they're getting clipped over 9%. Also, the reverse glide down agreement. So while it's framed as Amazon's leaving UPS, the reality is it's a mutual kind of thing, glide down agreement. UPS officially plans to cut its Amazon volume by over 50% by June of this year because Amazon shipments have become kind of low margin fillers for them. And I do remember them saying that actually during the report, as you were saying.
Yeah. So that's essentially what I was getting at. And like in regards to UPS, it still only amounted to about 8 to 10% of their total deliveries, which they were looking to diversify away from what Amazon was going on just due to the fact that it was a lower margin service that they had going on. So yeah, UPS, I got my eye on it. It's still getting clipped today here. Maybe you'll find somewhat of a recovery, a little bit more of one in UPS compared to FedEx, still heavily reliant on the Amazon delivery.
Yeah, this is a really interesting story. We're not going to keep beating this up, but there's more details to this that if you're invested in one of these names, it probably is a good idea that you look at this a little bit more
Brian,
closely.
And Brian, I get it, like 8 to 10%, it's like, I get it. From one company, it may seem like a lot, but you can make up for it. At least it's not 57%. I know it's kind of comparing apples to oranges, but look at what Meta has going on, where you're getting your revenue from 97% is coming from digital ads, and other companies that are just heavily reliant and are lopsided in the revenue stream.
Exactly.
It's nothing crazy, right? Like, I mean, okay, so yeah, you have 10 customers all giving you 10% and you lose one of them, you can make ground for it somewhere else. I don't know who, though, because it's the largest e-commerce. Who do you make a deal with, Walmart or something along those lines?
Well, there's
Who
just
knows,
like,
right?
I probably like, the first thing I'm thinking here is to get in bed with Shopify. Try to get access to their resellers,
that's a good one.
right?
Like
you know what I mean?
Etsy's,
Yeah, because Shopify, especially if you can get their clients to sell with you directly or have some sort of corporate agreement where they can streamline the shipping through Shopify and you wouldn't have to do it externally through FedEx or UPS or DHL or whatever, any other ones. That would be interesting tie up there. All right. When is the game, Eddie asked? Tomorrow, brother, tomorrow. So we played Wednesday last week. That means we played Tuesday this week. So Atletico, Arsenal tomorrow, I believe at 3 o'clock. Let's get to the next story. Norwegian Cruise drops big. Their SSR on the day, they're down 9%. Let's talk about some of the reasons why, and then we'll get into some of the underreported reasons for the move down. Let me just load up my position here, just so I can have a quick look. Thank you. All right, so NCLH down big after mixed earnings and weaker forward outlook. Revenue was up healthy, 9.4% year over year, bringing in, Joey, about $2.3 billion on that top line. But there are pricing pressures. It wasn't felt immediately in the earnings report because they brought in 23 pennies per share for earnings. The street only wanted 9. That is a big beat there, and their EBITDA looked equally as good. More than $500 million in EBITDA. That's up 18% year over year. The key negative, though, the full year guide has been lowered as a result due to softer bookings and macro disruptions. The softer bookings concerns me more than the macro disruptions because that means that the consumer is choosing not to spend on these bigger ticket items. That's, I don't want to say it's a canary in the coal mine, but something to keep an eye out on. The headwinds as well, Middle Eastern geopolitical impact, higher fuel costs, weaker European demand. Not really surprised about that. We have more things to talk about, but we have to go to Adair for news.
Nothing massive market moving here. Actually, a little bit of a spike higher here in the market, potentially on this, but Vladimir Putin of Russia announcing there will be a ceasefire, temporary ceasefire between Russia and the Ukraine declared for Victory Day holidays from May 8th to May 9th. So again, from May 8th to May 9th, so this Friday to Saturday, no fighting between Russia and the Ukraine. We do get a little bit of a spike higher here on the NASDAQ as we digest this headline. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Balance sheet still leveraged. Their net debt, Joey, $15 billion, and it's leveraged at about 5.3 times. That limits their flexibility to expand, to buy back shares. It just ties their hand a little bit here. The forward signal weakness, as we talked about, EPS guiding 38 pennies. The street wanted 53, especially with how well they did this quarter. That's a big miss there for forward guide. And the implication is, there's a strong backward-looking print that's being overshadowed by a deteriorating demand outlook. It's a classic, Joey, beat but guide down, and then the sell setup comes in after that.
Yeah, and it's funny, like the lower guidance. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to take into consideration the fact that these guys carried 861,000 passengers, and that's up quite a bit from the previous quarter. I mean, where you get 669,670, so that's a substantial leap. Capacity rose from 6.4 million to 5.7 million, so more people hopping on these things, but the guidance setting this thing a little bit lower. Obviously, the cruise cost per capacity day fell $10, which isn't substantial at all. But nonetheless, they're bringing on some more passengers. The stock not liking it here, and it's a lot to do with the guidance. This was a sector that was climbing higher, right? Like CCL was performing relatively well.
RCL did too.
Yeah, RCL was performing good here, but the rising cost in fuel obviously going to hit this name, and then a lower guidance is going to do the exact same thing. But I wouldn't be surprised. You know what, Sharif? Sometimes I like the lower guide. Why? Because what does the street like? When you come in and surprise, you see some strong reactions within this.
Oh, especially if you beat on that lower guide as well.
Right?
Yeah,
like
well said, man.
So if you have that form of that it's like, okay, we'll take this temporary pain. We're going to guide a little bit lower, but then you come in better than expectations. Then the street likes that, and it's better performing for your stock.
Agree. All right. A couple of things that I want to point out here. It looks like they made a mistake when they were looking at increasing their capacity. So, according to the report that I was reading here, they admitted to a massive commercial misalignment with how the market is actually gauging their outlook. So they increased their Caribbean capacity by over 40% before the infrastructure was done at that private island that they're trying to make right now. So that's interesting there. So it looks like they screwed up a little bit there. They may have to take a bit of a hit on that. And then also they're comparing themselves to like RCL and CCL, and they're saying we've woefully uninvested, I should say, in technology. And as a result, they're having to overinvest now in the current quarter to catch up. Overinvestment in the current quarter, or for the guide, that is, eats into margins. Perhaps why we're seeing maybe a big miss on EPS for the next quarter. Something to look out for there. I don't think that that's all that bad. If they're going to miss on EPS because they're investing in technology, which could be accretive in the future, I would probably take that as a long-term shareholder, but do a bit more research on that. We have to go to Adair.
President Trump on Truth Social talking about Iran, saying that Iran is, quote, taking some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. So we know that Project Freedom is this project or initiative that President Trump announced over the weekend, I believe yesterday, which was going to be involving helping get these stranded ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Also, he's saying that they shot down 7 small boats, or as they like to call them, quote, fast boats. It's all they have left. Other than the South Korean ship, there has been at this moment no damage going through the strait. Also, guys, expect, as announced in this True Social post, a press conference between Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staffs Dan Kane tomorrow. Back to you.
General Raising Kane. Any other comments about this? Should we move on?
Yeah. I mean,
I know you're going to have comment on the next one for sure.
Yeah, we could talk about that, man. Bring it up.
Bitcoin. All right, Joey, this is your time now. Where's it at? Let's have a quick look right now, see where the coin is at. The coin is at 80,462, up over 2%. Yeah. Highest level in 3 months, Joey, was highest level for 80,000. So I don't know if that's actually a little bit higher now. Risk on flows into the crypto equities. More on that in a second. You're seeing it, I should say, on some of the equity names. For example, MSTR up 5% or just shy of that. CleanSpark up 4.5%. Where is Coin at? Coin is up 7%. Joey, the only one that I seen red on my list over here is the lowly Riot. But that one had a big move up last week because I know you brought that to us on Friday with a big upgrade there. So giving back a little bit of the move. But everything else on my crypto watch list decidedly in Greensville, being led here by Coinbase. Let's talk a little bit more. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
So the move is driven by spot demand as well as positioning. Apparently, it's not just leverage this time. So hopefully a more durable bid, as we saw the move up previously was really fueled by a lot of leverage. ETF flows were a bit mixed, though. You had about $2.7 billion in outflows over the last few weeks, but you saw about $100 billion AUM for IBIT, that is. So good, strong structural support. More about that AUM in a second when we talk about Europe. The derivatives, as well as the Binance retail positioning, is skewing bullish. Whales are also leaning long. If you believe the report, the macro overlay is the Middle Eastern tensions are still unresolved, and that creates a potential volatility catalyst. Prediction markets, though, Joey, we know how good they've been lately. 56% odds BTC reaches 85,000. I don't know by when. Only 23% for 90,000. So it's more of a grind higher view rather than a blow off top. I'll look at those dates in a second. But the implication is the rotation back into the crypto beta names, but not as euphoric of a breakout as we had seen before.
Yeah, and I was touching on that fact from before, Shreve. Just kind of when you have real interest within the underlying asset, you see these stronger sessions. There's a couple of points there that Shreve was talking about. Just we're not seeing necessarily the over leverage play here. You're seeing some more inflow step into the actual derivatives of this thing, and then the ETFs as well. So my issue being is, are we prepared to go a little bit higher? Have we absorbed enough liquidity? How does retail feel about the potential of just getting rug pulled like we've seen over the span of the previous couple of months where you drop 50%, but then you also have those mass liquidation events, right? So are we going to fall into an area of the price of Bitcoin itself, where we head into where the shorts start to get squeezed, and we have the ability to put in that 4, 5, 6% day. But for me, it's the interest within this thing. The grinding higher point, I really like this. So what I'm gonna say and what I believe is going on, I have no idea, essentially, but this is just my hunch, is that what we have is just maybe somewhat of a cover rally, and buyers are engaged. They're literally pulling price higher. But what happens if they step away and then sellers start to step in, right? So it's been like, we've been consolidating around this level within a $10,000, $15,000 range for quite some time. But what happens when aggressive and larger whales start to step in and have the ability to push price a little bit lower? So when we've been grinding, you can see those flushes a little bit more clean. And what am I referring to? The typical stairs on the way up, out the window, or elevator on the way down, right? So that's just one thing. As long as it continues to climb, I'm happy, right? But I also have to be cautiously optimistic in the fact that, hey, if larger participants and more of a distribution from the whales go into the institutions, then maybe you can see some form of aggressive selling. Aside from Michael Saylor continuously buying this stuff up, I mean, you got to go with the flow. And right now, Bitcoin's climbing. Low percentage, though. Only 23% for a chance of 90K. A duration would be pretty good on that, because if we're talking about in the span of a year, I would take that bet all day. The opposite side of that, I think that we can climb there. And it only can take in the matter of a couple of sessions, if you really start to see buyers start to engage and want to grab this thing up once again, you can climb 10K in the span of a session or even a couple of sessions.
Yeah. All right. Here's my points. I have 2 points I want to take. Unlike these typical rallies, this was kind of driven by slow accumulation, as we've seen over the past few weeks. But we also saw aggressive inflow, specifically in Binance. Apparently, 1.98 billion in take buyer volume happened on Binance's system within about 2 hours. It signals really that large traders were chasing the price rather than, incrementally moving in, at least over the weekend, where a lot of these moves do happen. We also have BlackRock's European stealth kind of milestone. We talk a lot about IBIT and the AUM, one of the best performing, or best received, I should say, ETFs in some time. But their European one as well just crossed $1.1 billion in AUM, assets under management, this weekend. That kind of gives you the idea that institutional demand is being geographically diversified rather than, having to buy North American products. A lot of people don't like that, right? They want to be able to buy things in their own currency or to, help out their own exchanges. In any event, I do like this. What I don't really know is if leverage is not playing as much of a part in this price increase this time, do we have to be a bit more realistic and not realistic, but be a little bit less bullish in our kind of view to where the price could be going, at least, the next 6 months or so?
You know what, Sharif? I think some of these leverage plays had a little bit of a hindrance on the actual price of Bitcoin. Let me make my case.
Go.
Why? Because think about it. So we had
Works
that
both ways, exactly.
Yeah. We had that, it was like in the span of a couple of months, you have two of the largest liquidation cycle events that happened, right?
Yep.
Opposed to when the Bitcoin ETF first was launched. I mean, I'm sure there was leverage products along the way, but we seen more strength, and you didn't hear too much about liquidations, right? When the IBIT was first launched, you heard inflows, outflows. You didn't hear all of this mass event where $8 billion here and X amount of retail have been wiped out, somebody being X amount positive, and now that's all essentially gone. We've seen that in the earlier stages, but then as we continued and climbed into that 110, 115 and headed up into that 126 level, that's when we started to hear, especially when we had that 10% pullback. It's just like in the span of a day, boom, you drop X amount, and then next thing you know, half of retail is wiped out, right? Because they're trying to hit the lottery ticket, right? It's like a couple of bucks here, play the leverage play, and then sure enough, it just didn't work as the underlying sold out.
Yeah, exactly. It helps upside and downside. Let's talk a little bit about Meta today. Are they green? I think they were one of the only green Mag 7 names on the day. They are. Amazon's doing a bit better. Tesla's now green as well. But Amazon's leading the way here with Microsoft essentially flat. Meta heads to trial in New Mexico over its claims New Mexico's claims that its platforms harm youth's mental health, potentially kind of forcing product changes. More on that in a bit. The case follows the prior jury ruling that Meta violated consumer protection laws. They already got smacked with $375 million in damages from that trial. The state here, though, is seeking billions more, as well as structural reform. They're looking for age verification. They want algorithmic tweaks. They want the addictive features, whatever those mean, perhaps infinite scrolling. They want them removed entirely. The core risk for Meta, that is, force changes to engagement algorithms. That could be a direct hit to their ad revenue model. Obviously, we're still very early in the trial. Can't make any predictions quite yet. Meta's pushing back. They're stating that there's no scientific proof that the changes, there's no scientific proof that these changes would help, nor is there proof that their business won't be fundamentally impacted. Two things to keep in mind there. Regulatory pressure is expanding globally, though. We've seen it in Europe, we've seen it in Australia, we're seeing it here in Canada. We're going to see it likely in the United States, maybe on, well, we're already seeing it on a state-by-state basis here. That is regulatory overhang, not just a one-off headline. The market implication, though, is that this shifts the narrative from the AI upside, which could be obviously very accretive to Meta, to the regulatory risk discounting, which, you know, they've been well off highs now for, I think, about over 6 months. Stock reaction, you had heavy liquidation move already underway, but positioning kind of right now, looking maybe to buy the dips and defend that $600 area, Joey.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen someone, like, I don't necessarily if you can categorize it within bad parenting. I mean, you do obviously have full control, but the reality is that the way that Facebook or Instagram Reels is designed, Snapchat Reels is designed, TikTok is designed, is to kind of keep you locked in and engaged on the platform. So we talk about use of AI tools. Meta's just making essentially Reels better and better. Obviously, they had a hard time competing, losing market share to the TikToks, but we've already seen this in other countries. Australia putting a limit, an age limit on which you can actually have the access to some of these apps, and I think you're going to start to see a little bit more of that. And a lot of people were, analysts, comparing this to the cigarette moment, the tobacco moment for social media, and I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see a little bit more regulation step in with some of these apps, like a limit on how long you can scroll, how many actual reels you can go through, and I think that's really important. There's no doubt in my mind that it has an effect on youth's mental health, and I think that's why at some point you will see a little bit more risk measures being implemented into some of these social media platforms.
Agree. These are the points that I want to make. So this lawsuit is not just one where it's, hey, we're looking at saying that you harmed somebody, so like a person to person or an entity to person tortuous liability. They're actually trying to categorize Meta here as a public nuisance, and that comes with multiple implications. We'll get to that in a second. But Meta, in a court filing last week, said they officially threatened to block Instagram, to block Facebook, and to block WhatsApp entirely in New Mexico. They argue that the state's proposed safety mandates are technologically infeasible to implement for just one state, which is setting up kind of like a high-stakes game of chicken here. Let's see who blinks first. But the public nuisance designation in the lawsuit is super important because the first one focused more on consumer protections, that $375 million lawsuit that they lost. But this one would categorize Meta's algorithms as a public nuisance. If they actually win that and they get them designated as a public nuisance company, then they would be stripped of their Section 230 immunity. And that's what a lot of these internet companies / hyperscalers who have social media components, that's what they use to protect themselves. Section 230, which is, hey, we're just the marketplace for it. People can post on our marketplace. They're responsible for what they post. We're not responsible for it. That's what they've been protecting themselves with for years. So that's something also to keep in mind there. And then the state is actually looking for a safety monitor. Listen to this. The state is demanding the appointment of a court-ordered independent monitor who would have the power to audit Meta's proprietary source code. So they'd have to open up their source code to a third party outside the company. And this independent monitor could actually have unprecedented level of government insight into how the company operates and make suggestions for changes to the court. That's pretty unprecedented. Last but not least, Meta argues that creating a safe version for New Mexico specifically, and the teens that live in New Mexico, would be basically building an entire new app architecture, and says that it would fundamentally hurt the company and it's infeasible. So interesting developments there. I didn't know about the court-ordered independent safety monitor. No, I didn't, nor did I know about the public nuisance designation, which I think changes things here, Joey. So interesting take there. Let me just quickly look at what we're doing here. All right, finally breaking out a little bit here on MNDR. No continuation. I'm looking for this one to take out some of the levels. We've been holding this one for a long time. It defended 50 pennies quite well. We're in at 160.5. I'm looking for a little bit more. Let's see if we can get above 169. Adair.
Yeah, small headline here in AAPL to be aware of. Apple reportedly going to be allowing users to create custom digital passes in the Wallet app. I also have a reported update here in the eBay GameStop situation. eBay reportedly just announced they are actually considering the offer. We knew they apparently received the offer. Now they're saying they will carefully review and consider the unsolicited proposal. Again, only one headline reporting this. We already knew they had received it, so nothing massive. Just seeing recirculation as well. 4 comments from about like 20 minutes ago that President Trump made to Fox News. So lots of headlines, guys. A lot of them are not necessarily brand new. I'll keep you guys posted when I see anything massive. Back to you.
One more thing here on Meta, because I like what you brought up there, just in the fact from a public nuisance standpoint. So what would that mean for essentially its digital ad revenue, right? So if you're limiting the scrolling, right? Yeah. So like it's just a ripple effect throughout the whole platform, is that if you're limiting the scrolling and how much you can actually be on the actual platform, that's gonna hinder some of its revenue intake as well too.
No question about it. And infinite scrolling has been one of the things that they're able to tell their advertisers, hey, you know, there's no limit that how many ads the user can see. But can I say something? And we talked about this last week anecdotally. Meta has tons of ads, and not anecdotally, they came out pretty clearly last week and said the only way for them to make more money on ads is to charge more for each ad from the advertiser. They're basically maxed out at putting ads.
I can't put it.
I'm seeing 2 ads back to back now, and sometimes like between 1 or 2 stories, I'll have 1 or 2 ads.
That's crazy.
Yeah, which is getting pretty aggressive, and it's on Facebook, it's on Instagram.
And think about even YouTube, man. Sometimes when you if you don't have premium, you have to watch 3 ads before you get even into your, into your video. So like, how much more are you going to flood onto the platform, and to the point where people are like, why am I even using this thing? But that leads them to the point is like, okay, if I'm going to be on this so much, why don't I just pay a little bit extra, get the paid tier?
There you go.
The point where you.
And now they're offering like other things with the paid tier, by the way. Like you can leave your stories on for 48 hours instead of 24. I think they're kind of like gimmicky. But Fabian joking in my ear, basically saying, Zuck's got to eat too. He doesn't have enough underground bunkers. He needs a few more, right? So we're kidding, of course. All right, let's talk a little bit about AMD. AMD getting clipped today. They got a downgrade. To be fair to them, they also did get an upgrade, but the downgrade obviously having more in effect today. They're down 4 3/4. Let's talk about this. HSBC downgraded AMD to hold, reversing that prior bullish stance that they had on the name, which was tied, of course, to the AI GPU momentum. The key shift here is, though, more conservative assumptions by HSBC anyway on the future sales of the MI350 as well as the MI355, as well as the pricing power that they have for those 2 chips. 2026 estimate was cut. This is by HSBC, not AMD. They cut the estimates on those 2 chips from $15.1 billion in sales down to 13.9. As a result, they're taking a bit of a different view here on the company. The prior narrative, though, was that aggressive share gain from Nvidia plus premium pricing because they're short in supply. Now that was kind of partially walked back by the HSBC. That's their opinion. Despite the downgrade, the long-term thesis with the rating agency remains intact, especially when it comes to that MI400 pipeline, as well as AI share gains still seen as underappreciated, especially, you know, taking away from some Nvidia clientele there. The market implication, though, is this is a sentiment reset, not a thesis breakdown, and the valuation cooling here is normal after a strong run. The stock context, though, Joey, extended rally into highs. The downgrade acts as some sort of timing catalyst for profit taking. And the key dynamic here is that there's bullish structure in the story, but there are also near-term expectations for compression in terms of price and margins. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things here. So this is a stock that has been running leading into its earnings report, right? Now, you have to take into consideration, are you priced to perfection? And with this report, even though we've seen the move that SanDisk was on, right? Look at it, it even sold off initially. Got bought right back up, but is this going to be the same scenario that we're seeing in AMD, or is it going to come in the street not be 100% satisfied? So the way that we're priced currently right now is, I believe it's to perfection, and you really need to come in and surprise the street in order to continue to climb higher. I'm completely wrong, but what we got going on is the MI 455. Right, starting to shipping in the third quarter. But during the call and when Lisa Su's speaking, they want to hear about the MI 455 and the 555 is which I'm reading about, which is already insane. So they're already forward looking on that front, Sharif. So I mean, with this specific name, too far, maybe too fast. The earnings report potentially might already be priced into perfection, and the future of the chips, is it going to be able to compete with NVIDIA's Rubin systems?
Yeah, which should be quite interesting to see. Lowe's, another tough day today for Lowe's, down 7%, not SSR, but we just got into the low of the day on Lowe's. And really what people are saying is weak performance in the insurance business here. So this is L. Let's talk about it. So Lowe's Q1 net income, $337 million. That's down about $33 million year over year in terms of that take-home money. Their EPS also missing big time at $1.63 as opposed to the $1.74 the street was looking for. The earnings contraction happened despite growing that top line. That top line brought $4.56 billion in income, but the pre-tax income is $463 million versus that $514. There you go, margin pressure quite evident in that. The CNA insurance drag, the contribution to that drag was about $194 million, but that was down, to be quite frank, from 252 on weak underwriting as well as investment income. The offsets, though, the company said their Broadwalk pipeline made $159 million. That was up year over year, and their hotel swung to a $26 million profit versus break even a year earlier. Their balance sheet does remain steady. Their book value per share is about $90.71. That's up from $90.50. The key takeaway here, though, this is a mixed print. Quality deterioration under the surface with insurance weakness driving the earnings decline. The market here implying that this is not a collapse, but lower quality earnings plus the margin compression we talked about at the top equals limited upside catalyst in the near term. L, Joey, down about 7%.
Yeah, I mean, it's down here, but this name's been on a pretty good run. Obviously, Sharif was going on about the insurance, but I remember over the previous couple reports is that we started to see a slight decline in the do-it-yourselfer and more of an increase of actually going to with the business itself. So, I mean, with Lowe's, you have a nice run off of the low here, or no pun intended, $53 of March of 23, and you go on this big time run, but it's also a good gauge of where potentially the economy is going. Like, we know what was happening with COVID, Home Depot, everybody just doing all this do-it-yourself and all this home renovation, where we start to see a slight slowdown. But with the opposite end of that happening here in some of these distributors, obviously Home Depot and Lowe's, is that we're starting to see a slight uptick in actual going from outside of the do-it-yourselfer to the actual business itself. So, I mean, it's not too bad of a look here. Insurance not really working out for Lowe's.
You know what was on the weekend?
Do I know what was on the weekend?
Hey, Berkshire Hathaway.
Oh yeah,
in Omaha. And it was Greg Abel's first, right?
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
let's talk a little bit about this. So, Berk B is a ticker I'm talking about. By the way, great call above in. HCAI is ripping up here. Is this a Chinese name? Let me just look quickly. Doesn't say. Okay, I'll look after. But anyway, HCAI, a little bit light on volume. This was trading, I think, at like $10.15. It just ripped up to $17.80 there. So this is the 5-minute chart on HCAI. Is there a reason why we're moving up? Trading resumes. So just all these different headlines about it halting. Files a late notice for an annual Form 20F report. Seeing that came in. When did that come in? That was on the 30th, so that's not from today. So I have no idea why this one's moving up. Perhaps you guys know in the chat. Let me know. HCAI, the ticker. It hasn't done too much in the way of volume, just about 350,000 shares, but it did rocket up there. Good call out by you, Bovin. Let's talk a little bit about Berkshire. Greg Abel's first Berkshire meeting drew positive reviews. He's looked at as that steady hand as the succession narrative continues to unfold. He emphasized operations across rail, energy, insurance, and of course retail, more investor day style than the Buffett era storytelling. Like, he wasn't asked any questions like, who should I marry and what books are you reading? Some of the questions that we typically get at some of these Berkshire Hathaway annual shareholder meetings. It was more about, you know, the stocks. There was nothing outside of that, which is a bit of a different take. And according to some reports, there were a lot less people there. So we'll have to wait and see. AI data center demand emerges a new angle, though, Joey, with potential tailwinds for BNSF efficiency and utility power demand. The deep bench, though, was highlighted here. Ajit, Katie Farmer, and other unit leaders all kind of support their different parts of the business that they're running. The buybacks, though, did disappoint. They only repurchased $235 million in Q1, despite major cash flexibility, according to the big man himself. They are sitting on a record cash hoard at 300-something billion. Investor takeaway, though, Joey, leadership risk has eased somewhat, but the capital return pace certainly underwhelmed investor. The implication is the sentiment is supportive of the long-term look, but the lack of the buyback aggression limits possibly some near-term upside. Burke B, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, just reading, to add to Sharif's point, just kind of with the front office change here, just some subjects that Warren Buffett wasn't as thorough in or well-versed in, was just essentially just leveraging technology and particularly the AI trade of things. So when you have this new guy stepping in, maybe they can take advantage of that a little bit more. And I'm reading here that multiple analysts also not in love, even though they're sitting on record amounts of cash. Sharif, when you're sitting on cash, unfortunately that money isn't as, even though he's in the bond market, holds like 5% of it or whatever it may be, it's not appreciating as if it were to be deployed into the equities market. So a couple of analysts just looking for them to deploy a little bit more cash and maybe grab some new positions along the way.
Talk a little Palantir. They report today after the bell. It should be very interesting. Keep your eye out for that. I think we're, I don't know, are we covering Palantir today? Yeah, amazing. So, Katina Man will be long, and the market recap show is active, so make sure to catch that with us after 4 o'clock. And here's what the market is expecting. They're looking for earnings per share of about 28 pennies on revenue of 1.45 billion. If realized, it would be a 74% increase year over year from that sub $1 billion print they had last year. $883.9 million is what that top line number looked last year. So that's a very strong growth narrative, and it will remain intact if realized. The recent catalyst, though, the partnership with Cleveland Cliffs, especially expanding that commercial AI footprint that we've been talking a lot about. The analyst tone has been mixed lately, though. HSBC downgraded them to a hold, and they cut the price target to $151. They're basically citing near-term valuation concerns. Citi has still a buy rating, but they cut the price target. They're bullish, but they're moderating their expectations, somewhat. Also, others range from neutral to outperform, so there is dispersion, which could be a risk for volatility. The implication, though, is, Joey, strong growth versus the valuation debate. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the growth was really strong over the past couple of years, right? Obviously, that's why we see the stock appreciation. I think there's a couple of things that I'm going to be looking at. And what we started to see an uptick in here, Sharif, is not just only their government contracts, their commercial contracts, but what they're getting deals done overseas. I believe they struck a deal with Japan and Germany as well, too. So they're not just staying within the United States, they're expanding as well. We obviously had the issue with software as a service, SaaSmageddon, which definitely added some more downside to this name in particular. But I think the growth is going to remain strong. Government contracts, commercial contracts continuing to grow, but their global revenue is starting to see a little bit of an uptick as well. So that's why I still like the stock. If we're talking about from an EPS standpoint or a PE standpoint, sorry, Sharif, yeah, it's a little expensive, maybe a little expensive right now, but I think it can grow into it.
All right. I have a few points I want to make. So remember that Project Maven, that the Pentagon that is designated as the battle of the what is it called? A program of record for the battlefield. This is kind of a massive shift from an unpredictable experimental program into one that has a multi-year locked-in budget, which is going to provide a good revenue forecast for the future. So I like that. I want to hear more about that on the earnings call. The other part is, remember that deal that they had with the NHS and National Health Service in England? It was to the tune of 330 million pounds. Well, there's a breakup clause in that, and a lot of people are worried about the geopolitical tensions between the United States and England having some sort of effect on this anti-Palantir kind of trade people have been talking about. So look out for more commentary on the nature of that deal and any possible ending of that. Also, usage-based pricing. Okay, that's not the one I want to talk about, but the boot camp conversion. So we talked a lot about how they hold boot camps for AIP, their artificial intelligence platform. The point of that being to kind of show corporations or corporations representatives how this can integrate into their legacy software systems and improve productivity. Well, they hold a lot of these. And when they hold these, they always have a conversion rate subsequent. So if they invited, I'm just giving you any numbers, 25 people, how many of those 25 companies or 25 people ended up signing up for AIP or including it in their company? So the conversion rate there is super important, and some whispers in the industry that conversion rate's been dropping. So I'd like to see some more commentary on that and how they look to expand into commercial, into the commercial side of the contract business, as they very well known for their government contracts. We'll have to wait and see whether that ends up being any sort of factor there, Joey. So let's go on to the last story over here, or second last, I believe. Tesla up 0.5%, a little bit off the highs. They had decent numbers coming out of Europe today. Not great. They're rebounding in 2026. Q1 registrations for Tesla in Europe up 45% year over year after declining 27% last year during this time. The March surge is pretty strong. 52,600 units were sold on that continent. That's up about 84% year over year. That's one of the best months on record. That's just for March. April momentum continued with key markets. We saw registrations in April in France up 112%. Denmark was up 102%. The Netherlands was up 23%. The driver here, the market is gauging that it's higher fuel prices, increased EV demand, and product normalization after 2025 factory retooling. We talked about that both for Shanghai and Giga Berlin. Model Y is leading the recovery, not surprised there. That's a core product, and it's still competitive after the revamp of the Model Y, codenamed Jupiter. There are tailwinds, though, especially with FSD being approved in the Netherlands and possibly now EU-wide regulatory catalysts. We'll have to wait to see if that happens or not, but there are headwinds, specifically Chinese EV competition, the BYDs, the XPengs, the others, especially the prices of those undercutting Tesla. And they're still recovering, Tesla, that is, from the lost shares or percentage of the market that they had in 2025. That could, be a longer-term headwind. The market is implying, though, that the demand recovery is real, but the market plus the margin share battle is not resolved. It's a bullish headline, but not a clean overall story. Thoughts, Joey?
Yeah, I think that's why the stock is recovering here on the day. It sold off initially. One European country, maybe you forgot to mention here, Sharif, registrations up 11.6% in April. Right, in the month of April. Fantastic. What do we have going on? We have issues with oil, right? Yes, so is this the uptick that we have essentially been looking for within the electric vehicle space? I think so, as people start to sway away from the conventional ICE engine and looking to get into this battery resolve thing. Another point that I thought was comical, Elon Musk, even though it's not regards to the deliveries, or sorry, the deliveries here, registrations here in Europe, is that Elon Musk stating that Sam Altman at one point will be the most hated individual in America.
Bro, this trial is so interesting.
Yeah, have you been?
I've been following a little bit here and there, man. A little bit here and there.
Yeah.
The judge in this trial is also very interesting. Do a little due diligence on this specific judge. But listen to this. So Musk apparently was offered an equity stake
in OpenAI.
Mm-hmm. When they were doing this shift from charitable into commercial.
Yeah.
He refused it.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they offered him specifically, but you have to figure it's going to be huge because he gave them that initial 40 million, right? So he rejected it. That kind of makes him look good. I'll give you another part that doesn't make him look that good. Because his response to them was, no, this is for humanity. You can't give Microsoft the keys to the kingdom. You got to keep this as a what's it called, charitable organization for the public good.
Open source.
Then there was another story that came out later that said Musk approached OpenAI for a resolution prior to trial. I didn't get the chance to read to see what he was proposing in terms of resolution, whether it was monetary. If it was, then that probably presents a bit of an argument against, he wasn't motivated by money because he refused the stocks, right? So I'd like to see a little bit more about that. But he was grilled pretty aggressively under cross-examination.
Elon was? Yeah.
He was testifying, I think, most days last week. I'm not exactly sure.
So what are they saying? What is the defense saying essentially that Elon Musk was motivated by money by seeing the current valuations apparently of OpenAI and what they can do potentially down.
I don't know if they took the money aspect, but they're basically saying he's trying to stifle a competitor, and I mean that makes sense, right? He's got XAI, right? XAI doesn't have a good revenue stream whatsoever, but they have ample compute. Get to that on a later date. But the judge in that trial is also interesting because he was in another case. I'm forgetting what they talked about it on All In, but he will. This should be an interesting trial here. So we'll have to see when Altman gets on the stand what kind of comments come out of
Sammy.
this.
Sammy boy. I'm gonna take a look into that. I'm sure Dara's been watching it too. Nonetheless, yeah, man. All right, let's see what we got going on here for trades. I mean, that's it for me, really. We take those couple stabs here on IBIT up 2.6%. A nice move to the top side. Boom, off to the races we go. We get the reload there, Katina Man, and then it comes out to the break even. Unfortunately, we missed out on, we didn't catch it all the way up at the top, but relatively close, brother, as we rock and roll. Pop, 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 all the way up there. And then TSLL. So only 2 names traded here today on the session, and that's how we're going to close things out. The other day I was saying joke on the city and all that stuff. Well, no jokes on me. I have to go and pay some fines.
For what?
Parking tickets and stuff like that before they double.
Oh, they're gonna double?
Yeah. So I gotta get that paid here, but before the end of the day. Nonetheless, parking tickets. Yeah, because they go from $100 to like $175, $200.
Oh,
so
geez.
yeah, I gotta get.
So this judge, Yvonne Gonzalez, Judge Yvonne Gonzalez Rogers, she was the judge who sat on the Epic Games versus the Apple trial. That was a few years ago. She did rule in favor of Apple, but you'll recall she did have some other issues there where some of the issues went against Apple. Take over for a second because I need to read this, and I've just been reading for a long time. So
it's usually gambling, not paying it. Yeah, I know, man. Tony, that's not the case. I'm being sarcastic. But what we do have here coming up momentarily in a span of 120 seconds, a little bit more than that, we have Katina Man trading Palantir and INTC as that one's continuing to climb higher. We have Tesla starting to recover. Some positive news coming out of the European Union. What do you got?
I remember now.
Okay.
So listen to this. So it's a jury trial with a judge, but the jury doesn't actually make the decision. They make the recommendation.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen a trial like this before, where the jury recommends to the judge. The judge actually is going to make the decision on her own, and she's going to be the one that actually delivers the damages or the reward if there is one. What's funny about this is a lot of people are saying that Musk could just be made right by giving his 40 million back, but not giving him any appreciation on that 40 million, right? Which would be crazy because that's 40 million that's done nothing for how long, however. So that's one angle to this. The other angle is Musk has been pounding the table that this is gonna normalize taking a charitable company and commercializing it, taking all the benefits and the tax advantages of the non-for-profit, and then making it for-profit. And so he's like, if that is going to be the standard, how are we going to operate going forward?
You're going to get the snowball effect, essentially.
Well, that's what he's saying, right? So this should be super interesting to see if they can actually get this done and what kind of result we get with this. But I'm assuming this is probably going to be you know, even when the trial and the cross-examination and all the things are over, I don't expect the judge to come back with a quick decision. This is probably going to be something that's going to take a
couple of years. You think?
I don't know. I don't think that long, but at least 6 months or so. So interesting to look at there. All right, guys, let's look over some of the names that have been moving today. Bit of a tough one on my side. We tried to go big on the SKK breakout there, and it was going in our direction, but we ended up stopping it a little bit too early there, and now it's dropping down, trying to hold 11. Keep your eye on that. It's still up pretty big here on the day. SKK multiple halter acquiring the assets of another drone company. We saw SHPH make a move almost into $1, but that lost pretty aggressively. PN has also really failed all the multiple attempts it had to reclaim the volume weighted average prices. Somebody selling there at around $6. BZAI was much the same situation. We tried to take this one above 282, but it kept failing at 280s, and then we broke down, and now it's just lost VWAP not that long ago. CC Cup continues to trend higher. So this should have been in this one all day, 657. This is a circle leveraged ETF, up nicely on the day, about 39%. Good volume on this one too. The volume didn't really drop off much. BZAI's lost trend, and MNDR, the one I'm involved in here, has been holding about 50 pennies, basically since reclaiming the volume weighted average price at 1230. But on the other side of the coin, it has had an aggressive seller in and around 160 that we haven't been able to shake, Joey. So yeah, just leave them with a thought before we head over to the big boys.
Yeah, I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. It's strong recovery here in the market, even though the NASDAQ and the SPY are still hovering below the volume-weighted average price. But there is individual strength as we have Palantir continuing to climb higher once that's bottom. It's been steady up and to the right. We have Bitcoin heading into that $80,000 mark, slightly coming in off of that. And then we have Tesla retesting its previous intraday high. So there's a lot of opportunities, as there typically is, especially when we're headline sensitive. Sure enough, I hope everyone had a fantastic day. If not, guess what? Markets open. Well, if you want to
guess who's playing today too? Citi.
Okay, wow, brother, I wasn't gonna guess that.
Citi is playing at 3 o'clock, Joey, and they're playing away at Everton.
My phone saying Siri. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So did mine.
Did yours go? Yeah.
Citi.
All right, stop.
Yeah. See?
Yeah. Stop, man.
All right.
Yeah, no, I hope everyone has a fantastic one. Guess what? We have Palantir earnings. Sean and Neil, Brando, Adair going to be covering that after the bell for you guys. So be prepared for that. And then guess what? Tomorrow morning, 4 a.m. If you're an extreme early bird, the market opens up again. But 9:30 start. As always, be prepared. Whether it's a good or a bad one, let's rock and roll. It doesn't matter what you did yesterday. Only matters what you did today.
4 a.m. What's happening?
That seems early.
We ain't gonna be here at 4 a.m., but we'll still be here at 4 p.m. That's tonight, so we can, well, you just heard. Palantir earnings, some really bad company called Duolingo, in case you've heard of them, and I feel like there's a couple of other ones, but it'll be mostly about Palantir. You know, we'll go over some of the other ones as they get out there. It's interesting. We're just looking at there's a lot of that's moved today and has been good, like the moves in oil futures, the moves in some chip names, the move in the memory names, the moves in crypto. But the NASDAQ might be having its smallest intraday range in at least a couple of weeks. So, you got to pick your spots. You got that circle up like 19, 20%, Bitcoin, ETH, doing some strong things for sure. And of course, we've had some oil shockers as well. So when we left you guys, USO was at the lows, and then it broke out into some of those highs. It's made a bit of a top here. That's why I'm short Boyle, because effectively USO made a high and jumped into a short trade on a trend break in bull. Just looking for VWAP as the usual trend break.
And as Neil said, great trades available today. I mean, when we left you, we were really pumping the tires of this Intel short. I hope some of you were able to hold on to this one. This has obviously been a big one right now. And so we did get stopped out there. We still believed in our position. We got right back in, and here we go, man. And, this is the definition for me of what we're supposed to be doing, and that is taking big risk with little stops. And I mean, right into here, we talked about where we were going to get stopped out of. This is a 20 cent or so risk. And now we're in the money too. So this is like 10 to 1 at this point. And we still got a decent amount of shares on. And we also have Palantir as well. This was noted on the note. I mean, finally, we stick with our guns. We write down 145. for Palantir here as the #1 trade of the day. It comes right into 145, and we take that there at 145.50. I had a little lower off bids as well near 145, but that did not come in. So there goes Palantir here right into the close, and yeah, we'll hold fort today with these trades and just chill out, wait to see what happens. Palantir, we just took some out on the way up. Just every single time it bumped up, we took some stair steps right there, and that was that. And we actually we'll go perfect today. We don't have any red stocks on the board for myself here, as SoFi was a good one at 1650 or so. I hit that until finally got stopped out down there. That was a pretty good trade. It's obviously all the way back, and then that's it, man. Intel, Palantir, SoFi. Right now, the two names. And then I saw Tesla was really, going on a run there midday there. I don't know, Joe and Sharif, I think they were just busy doing whatever they're doing, but this was also a great opportunity to trade it. Like, wow, maybe I should not be going to the gym. Like, how good is that for a level there of Tesla? Like, definitely a name that I trade a lot of, and done quite well on it over the years. So Tesla, what a good move that was, 385 up to 394. And I know some of you in the chat, a lot of you are tagging me there in the midday, so thanks for doing that. It's very kind. But yeah, someone had an $8 winner on this. I mean, that's what it's about. Risk little to make a lot. So there it goes, Tesla, upside, great trade. And as Neil mentioned, yeah, the NASDAQ, like this is why you have to, plan your trades and trade your plan, because you never know when you're going to have this kind of a day. And, if you're a futures trader, maybe you're not into too much there, but you might have been able to identify this as a little bit of a bottom area as well. So, yeah, lots of opportunities. And then, I missed my look there on Bitcoin. We should have had that earlier at 45.50, or was it 45.50? 44.50. That was the level on there as well. But yeah, we'll just keep on holding out for this, man. Look to see if we can get a little lower here in Intel. Our best cover is 96.60 right into the low of the day. And then Palantir, like I said, I don't mind holding this into the close. We'll see what it winds up doing. I mean, if we could take back the 50 period moving average, maybe we'll get a little bit out. But yeah, we'll be talking all about that throughout the afternoon and having some fun with you as well. So Adair will be here with the news. Sia's here. So lots of stuff happening. And thanks everybody for coming through and participating here with us one more time. So yeah, lots of trades coming through. Hopefully an hour 50 left, but we don't have to force trades. I mean, if they're there, they're there. And
what was the deal? Arun Warriors just said SKK made their month best stock of the day. I'm trying to look in this one up.
Skechers?
Well, it's nothing we...
Oh, at Sean, made my month. Yeah, perfect. I mean, that's exactly what we're trying to do.
This thing was halted, started at $1.60, got to $17.80 on 5 or 6 halts, and then started doing volume on the way back down. That's wild. Usually I expect to see like some kind of volume on the way to the upside. So you got to be in this one early. Like, would it even hit any volume scanners early? So what's the deal with this? They signed definitive asset purchase agreement with Rantizo to acquire a drone company assets. Man, you can find one of these that goes really early, like take a shot. That's insane, because you were getting this at $1 or $2. Now it's on the way back in. Be careful if it halts down, because if it's a $2 stock when it starts, like absolutely anything, right? Like, I can't tell you the number of times we've seen these, and it's not that they give up the entirety of the move, but like a good portion of the move on the way back if people don't take their profits. So just be a little bit cautious with this. Someone asked, why short Boyle when USO was at a high or turning? I'll give you 2 reasons. One, Boyle was at a local high, and Boyle's daily chart looks like this. So Boyle's daily chart looks like that. You know what the chart of oil looks like if you've been following. So when it's at a resistance spot, they generally will follow each other in a general sense, not all the time. Nat gas and oil are not the same thing. But if I can find that top on something downtrending, which is at resistance, as opposed to something which is uptrending and stronger, and I can take one after the other is turned, and that's just the plan of action. Sharif was trading that SKK. Yeah,
is that what he got?
Because this is the risk. So the thing about trading something like this.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah. Whoa.
Like, I guess at one point it calms down, but by the time it calms down and isn't going from halt to halt, it's up like, what is that? I don't know, like 700 or 800% by the time it's not in a halt fest. It's not very conducive to getting it early, which I think a lot of times you need to get into these early. It wasn't even at any point when this was trading, what normally I guess would be the word I would use. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be curious as to how this could get on your radar for the first initial halt up so that you get it at $2. Like, what would clue you in to be in here? I get it. I guess you could take a shot on the second halt, but then you're, buying 5 to risk to 170?
SKK hold.
Curious about that one. I don't know. We don't know anything about the stock. It's not. You said Skechers. Like, the first thing that comes to mind if I see SK was Skechers, but it's not because they were bought out.
Well, it might be SKK Holdings. That might be who it is. Yeah, tough trade today. I'm sure you guys were following Sharif, so I don't know what his story was, but I can see there SKK tough one in today. Yeah, man. I mean, I want to do something right now, and let's go find out who. And I haven't looked yet. Who's making the money here at Real Trading? Like, we're $5 in the money right now, but as we talk about here, the share sizes and everybody uses is up to you guys. So we're gonna go find out here what people have been trading and in what markets here at, not at Trader TV Live, at Real Trading. We both, Neil and I, sit on a prop floor, so we all trade other people's money right now. And this is what it looks like so far from Friday. Now, again, not a huge day, right? I mean, everything pretty unique or pretty isolated to North America there. Amex and NASDAQ. These are the markets that the traders will trade. Someone traded the Canadian markets over $5 grand. NASDAQ. Blue Ocean makes an appearance there. So that must have been maybe from Sunday night or something. I'm not sure why Blue Ocean is there. And that's what it is. So New York, NASDAQ, a pretty easy money-making thing there. I wish there was more to talk about. Maybe, you know, when, I don't know, the LSE or something, if there's some hot stocks.
I think the way it worked for the Blue Ocean is if they was on the Friday's note, that would have been like Thursday over.
Yeah, maybe.
So it's probably like Thursday earnings.
Yeah, Blue Ocean, that's like a good number. Like that, you know, we've seen a couple $1,000s on Blue Ocean.
Yeah, unless there's, that's the thing, unless there's like a big company with earnings or some big overnight event, like maybe something pops off in oil or that moves the market. Like that's when people try to take advantage of it. Like I don't think that trading in the overnight is at the point where if you're doing that, then you're trying to be active every single day. I doubt there would be like opportunities all the time when it comes to Blue Ocean. But Greg Mortensen, I love this quote. Or it's just a concept. No such thing as easy money in trading, let's be real. That is absolutely true. There is no such thing as easy money in trading, unless you are unless you're the house. Easy money in trading is if you're, what's that IPO, MyX? I haven't looked at this one in a while. Hopefully they're still doing well. It was one of the best IPOs last year, just in terms of performance, because a lot of them would go up and then, you know, like the first day, and then they would get absolutely destroyed. These guys are the Miami exchange. And right, they just make money on the spread. It's a gateway, anyone can see it. Here, if I just pull a level 2 over here. Of course, now I'm not gonna see MyX on this one, because they don't really trade very heavily. But no, they make the spread. Every single time someone buys and sells, and when there's market activity, they make money. Look at the exchanges; they do incredibly well. Look at the market makers; they do incredibly well. Like that's where if easy money is not the right word, but it pretty much is easy money in that side of the market. But in trading, you've just got to try to put the odds in your favor. Find something that is edge for you, and if it continues to work, then you've got to try to do that and do less of what doesn't. That's the other thing. If something's not working for you, then don't sit there trying to make it a thing. Like, you can't do that over and over. So you find the executions that work. I like some trend breaks. They've been working well for me this year so far, so I look at what's working the most and try to do more of that and go from there. Like, you can also try to fight things. Don't get me wrong. Like, was it last week? There was one day on Intel. It was like Wednesday, or whatever this day was. This is Wednesday, right?
Yeah, what day is it? I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. It doesn't really make a difference. But I remember being short like 3-4 times in the upward move, and got a little bit back when I finally got it. And then when it did the same thing on Friday, basically did the same look for the mean reversion, but just way more patient with it. Like, was much more patient to make sure I got only in after a top was made in little scalp trades and then getting out. And then when I got a good one, fair enough, and ended up doing on the same chart, was short multiple times on a similar looking chart, but on one I was down and the other one I made it back because you're just a little bit more patient. And that's what it can be all about. Speaking of what it's all about, we know what's coming in here after the bell, but we also know what already reported and is disappointing. That would be Apple. Apple, like, see the market's flat, but Apple's down a full percentage point. Now, I'm still a believer after that quarter that this is headed to the all-time high. But we haven't caught the bid yet on Apple. It's topping tail after the gap up and another, barring something crazy in the afternoon, red day for Apple. So we're still looking for that bounce back day here in AAPL. Only a couple of days since earnings. I still think they got some room to rally. Today was an Amazon kind of day if you're looking at the Mag 7. And Apple still languishing, but that's fine. We've seen some selling in this earnings season. And then you just have to be patient and let it bounce back.
Yeah, just writing my wife here, 1 p.m. Okay. Yeah, so, no, I agree. I mean, I was looking also at Meta today, was getting into $600. That could be something. I did take a little bit more off Palantir here as we broke through the 25 period. I mean, we said the 50 period would be kind of key, so we're getting a little lighter now. I still want to try to hold something into the close for that one. And then right into here too, Intel, they're all at areas where you may want to consider getting some out. I have about 30% left of Palantir, I'd say, and I'm not sure how many shares of Intel I had, but I'd say it's under 10% right now on Intel as well. And someone asked, can we look at SNDK? Why not, man? We just last week, well, you weren't here, so it must have been Monday, Joe and I wrote down some picks, and it's just, Joe wound up winning, but SNDK 1039, it's just this is up now $200 there to the upside right now. So, I mean, SNDK just continues to absolutely motor. And if you're looking for a long, you may want to look for right around here, 1225 or so on SNDK. I mean, I still like the market here, even though it's giving a little bit back. For me, that would be a long level. I'm not going to take it. I would think that I'd rather have the short. So if we can get up here into where VWAP is, into where your 200 period moving average is, it held there, it held underneath here, it held underneath here, it held underneath again. So that's four basically, targets there where we held underneath, or at least at, we could have used it as a support or resistance is what I'm getting at. So that would be something there for me to short it, but still up 4% might not be a great idea to look at SNDK on the short side. It just looks better to me to the short. I don't know if I like it though. All right, the other one would be the NASDAQ. I mean, we could always have a quick little look at this. TQQs again on the NASDAQ as it's trying to break a little lower. This was a good shorting opportunity. I mean, VWAP all day, baby, for this one. I mean, comes in here right off the open, holds it, breaks higher, then comes into here, breaks lower, comes back 3 or 4 minutes later, says no thank you to that, rejects downside, comes into VWAP here, rejects again, spends a couple minutes over it, now back down through. So, yeah, this is not a horrible area. 65.25 maybe as a possible out. I will short this again. What about, or for the first time, what about 65.10s or 65.11s? We could say the market's sideways because it is. I mean, we could look at it.
USO's starting to go.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that the exact. So USO is another great example. It doesn't mean you can't find opportunities. And just for you guys looking at something here today, make sure you do log in every single day. And every single day that I'm here, we're posting up. Oh yeah, by the way, I found one. I found a Lucid on my way in today. So there's a Lucid right in front of me. Must have had his right turn signal on because I don't think it's broken.
Or his brake light.
Oh, maybe I should. Yeah. Anyways, that's what it is right there. I don't need to zoom in on that, but I did find one. So shout out to that. I don't know if I doxed him with that with his license plate there, but you can go find out who that is. But anyways, what I want to get at besides that was the fact that these are the notes. And this is what makes, regardless of the market, this is what sort of makes your trades is preparation. We always talk about that, right? 145 long there on Palantir. We'll talk about Google and AMD and how they just crashed right off the open. So I actually don't have either one of those. And I'm going to actually learn right now how to set up alerts in our platform because this IBIT at 44.50, I mean, that was an absolute missed opportunity. We would have loaded the boat up there and then, today would be a completely different day. But we're at about 2 and a bit times our daily goals right now. And that's just because we're able to go 3 for 3, including SoFi right here, which was not that great. SoFi's a cup of coffee. Palantir was great. Despite taking the low of the day at that point on Palantir, we got out of 75% of what we had left. We held the rest. That went to the upside. then as we were at the gym, we just left a bid there at 145.50 with our stop order breaking through 145, and then boom, nice upside trade there as we trust our levels. We don't even have to be here to trade the levels. So that's that. And then Intel, again, the same type of thing, man. This is, you want to talk about conviction, Neil. This is conviction. Like, you know, how many times? 6 or 7 times right there to go boom to the downside. As a trader, that's what you need to have, man. You need to have confidence in the strategies and what's working out. And there goes Intel, man. Different month, same results, Intel downside. And look, we got, I could show you, and I'm not like position, I'll go long or go shorts, right? I mean, if we go look over here on Friday, where's Intel? I was hitting that long. I don't know if I posted it. Maybe I didn't put up all the trades. But anyways, I was going long on Friday through that $100 level, right? And so we were able to buy some dips. But today, it just felt different. You know, built different, felt different. There's the move down for Intel. Today, we just continue to watch out for it. So into that pre-market high. I don't know what gave me sort of those thoughts there today, but just playing off of basically $98 right into there. And, you know, watching it continue to fall down. Obviously, we're short above that. If we were going to break 100, that was going to be a problem. But our stop was pretty good on Intel. So we'll just continue to watch that. And then because I traded SoFi, we were actually looking at it earlier. Robinhood was having a really good day. I mean, crypto was
Well, that's because of crypto.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. And that's what we were saying when I had Joe on here. We were going back and forth. I said, Robinhood's probably not going to have a great quarter, man. Crypto was not great. But if crypto can get back, then this name will easily, I think, you know, I don't know about testing $90 anytime soon, but, you know, if this thing goes in a run, if we come in tomorrow at 84,000, something like that, Robinhood gets the $85. So I think Robinhood's in for a 10% move at some point. We just got to have crypto on our back. And, you know, I bought at 66,000, so we're about 20% in on that one right now on BTC, but I'm going to be holding for a minute. So thank you, Alberto. Best trader you've ever seen. Well, that does mean a lot, and we want to always thank you for those kind comments. And, you know, we have other great traders on the show as well, but I'm happy to show you my trades and talk about them every single day. So just keep coming back, and hopefully we can continue to have some success.
Exactly, and having some success right now is Orogenics. And we got some updates out of them. OGEN over on the NYSE American. The company's now activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Again, I want to thank them for sponsoring a portion of the show. That's OGN on the NYSE American. Looking like I'm going to take another trade in BMNR, and it'll be almost exactly the same as, well, not the first, the second, because the first trade was more of a topping tail. The second was more of a pure trend break. This one is, again, you know, trend up, take the trend break short, give it to the prior bar in here, and it's sort of the idea. Just when something like works, just go back to the well with it. Boyle with USO moving to the upside. Just one very quickly here because there's a bounce. You can see very quick move to the upside. One of the reasons I like trading Boyle instead is how many bars in the 3-minute are heavy? Well, you have like 4. Well, as that was already going up, I can still get the bid on Boyle. Like, it's lagging the move. So that allows me to, while I can already see one moving, just be reactionary, get on the bid, still get it profitable. And then while that's breaking higher, if it turns over in USO, then I short back in at the prior level, don't have to move my stop. If it doesn't turn, I just leave the stop in. That's one of the reasons why I like it. It's just, if it wasn't following, let's put it this way, if USO was going and it was going at the same time, then it wouldn't be of any use. But it's the fact that USO will go and then Boyle will go like 2 minutes later that it allows you to be in the other direction. So when USO's, it's an easier fade. And as I said before, like one of these charts, like looks like this on the daily chart, which means in a general sense, it's just always going down, realistically. So, excuse me. So BMNR is the only new thing I just got into, but that's just a typical trend break. Look, we've seen, whenever we see energy go up, that's usually meant like risk down. The NASDAQ's at VWAP and rolling over, so crypto getting a bit of a pullback here also makes some sense.
Crypto.
BMNR. as well. Rivian Pop. Well, you know what? Oh, you know what the fail was this morning?
What's that?
The Rivian 15. I mentioned it, but it actually wasn't on my. Like I had 5 names on the stock list today. Usually I have 4, but I had Rivian written down. I'm like, I don't know. Like, what's the reason why I would break the 15? And it just broke that 15 and tanked. And now all of a sudden it's catching a bit of a bid. I hope for everyone's sake that this is the same thing it always does. Lose $15, hold 14.5, and then catch the bounce. But you saw these guys after earnings take a little bit of a, I don't want to say a beating, because some stocks got a heck of a lot worse than this, but they a little decent pullback, let's call it that. Not really a beating. Like, a beating is what happened to Roblox on the day of earnings.
Yeah, you just don't want to break that level.
If it holds 14, I think the stock, it's okay. But if it loses $14 and you're in trouble, remember, they're still losing a lot of money, right? And like rates aren't going down. That doesn't help them either. Like they're one of the businesses that, hey, we would have been pretty excited if rates had been going down, and now you have a bunch of Fed speakers talking about maybe we should be looking in the other direction. That doesn't really bode well for Rivian. That said, they're still holding some support levels, and some progress did get made in the last Q. And plus, Randy seems to really like them. I'm not in anymore. I used to be, but
every time we ask Randy about it, he just says buy the dip. So I don't know how much he actually likes it as much as. And he's waiting for $10. So I mean, if that's the dip we're talking about, I mean, Randy's waiting 40%. That's what I'm saying, right? So he's waiting a lot lower.
XOM hasn't done poorly though. I'll tell you that.
XOM's been a good one there. Oh, we can check out. Randy's plays there.
BBAI.
I can show this. Oh yeah, BBAI was moving around. I know it's back down in though. We have BBAI earnings coming up.
420 it just broke. How is it always at 420? You know what?
Because magical pricing.
No, but I feel like it's at 420 a lot. It's probably because the last time I looked at it was on like the big reversal day, and that was like the 420 break. It could just be a coincidence.
Yeah.
One of those like you see it because you're thinking about it.
Yeah, here's, we're always thinking about BBAI here. We did talk, okay. Now we're kind of blasting away here. There we go, we're up. 12 of us took positions on January the 12th, I believe, was the date right now. I've only been number 1 for 4 days. Obi was really leading the way here. We're up 18% on our position so far. Obi's up 14%, and of course, this has nothing to do with getting out of them. This is just holding the whole way, and we're going to get out at June 30th to see what winds up happening. Neil down 20, Mateo down 14. The chat is down. Ramin is down 11 as we continue to go. I mean, for me, it's just I'm really happy that the biggest position out of all 3. Actually, I might have more money in Eli Lilly actually in my own account, but Marvell at these, at this price is even high. We're a little longer, a little lower than that, but Marvell up 100%. I mean, that's just been an absolute beast, so that's helping me lead the way there. And then we got to wait for BBAI, which just happened to be at $6 when we made that call. So now $4.23, roughly the price that we're in. So we'll have to wait to see where we go from here on Big Bear AI. Joe just left, but he'll be happy to know that he's flat. He has picks I really like. I mean, Actually, I own 2 of these 3. I actually don't own Walmart. I'm in Target. And, of course, Walmart's up 10%. That's a great move from that day. That is for sure. Let me just see what Target's doing. I actually like Target. I think we're long in the 80s or so. And I actually picked this one because it was near the lows. Plus, they have like a 3 and a bit % dividend as well. And it just ripped like Target. I think we had first bought some right around here when it made the move. But it might have been here. So we actually could have got better price, but there goes Target right now. I actually got a little bit out this first time when we busted into this area, so around here, 105, 110. Now we'll hold on to Target and see if it can continue to go. We talked about getting out of Intel near $100 as well, and that might turn out to be good. I don't know, but if you got out of AMD at any point in the last month or so, you probably did not do that well.
I'm compounding it because I took some out on Friday.
Yeah, exactly.
Of Intel, so.
Yeah, exactly. I took some out on Thursday. I think Intel's going to be a great trade, but definitely taking some profit out and putting it into some other things. So there goes AMD as well. They're going to report tomorrow night, so we'll see what happens with advanced micro devices.
AMD's earnings are going to be
down 5% today. I mean, get it on discount.
It's a stupidity run for AMD, like 80%. In the last, like a month and a half, 2 months? Something like that. I'd have to double check the chart, but it's something like that. It's ridiculous. Like there's there's a lot to be put to the test. It's almost like by default, like think about where the dip buy. Like the brain immediately goes to, okay, well, regardless of the report, where is the dip buy? That's how I'm thinking, because it's up so much. That's like 1 month. Whoa, wait a minute. Yeah, that's just over.
Yeah, 1 month. Yeah, April. That's what I was saying. April's a magical month. Remember you and Joe were talking? I was like, shit, man.
It's because March 31st money in April is the bounce.
Yeah.
That was the one. So really, if they just do any kind of a, I don't know, you don't know where it's going to be, but you start looking at levels like 300, like down in here, if it sees that tomorrow at the close or after the close, 310. Because we've been seeing it over and over again. If you're looking for the opportunity on all of the names that have gone parabolic, it's like where can you catch the bid as everyone else takes profit? Like that's the first place that I'm going to be thinking. All right, so we went halfway on BMNR to VWAP. I'll look for a reload if it rejects underneath this 23 spot, but there haven't been any crazy, like there's been no crazy movements whatsoever. Like I was looking over just to see what ETH was doing at the same time, and it's still kind of sliding down, so I expect BMNR just to sort of follow along with that. Losing huge on tastiest.
AMD. I just missed that Intel drop. You guys were like sort of yelling. I saw in the chat, dude, what about Intel? I was at 35s. It went to 37s. Like so stupid. You know, the low was 30s to 27s or so. I just put it to 35 and just sat there. So once I noticed that, and everyone was not yelling, but you guys were like, hey, dude, Intel. So I did take it out there at 75. Now it's trying to break a little bit higher. The net's not really changing because of Palantir. Like, I almost have similar shares left in Intel and Palantir. So we're just watching these together. I feel like Palantir into the close. I mean, we're expecting it tonight. We can go over to TTV Research. Oh, it's going to be up in a couple of seconds, but definitely hit it up here. As I was just hearing Adair talk in the background. Go over to TTV Research, right? The best page and the only page you need, especially if you are looking for anything earnings related, right? I mean, here's a Pinterest coming tonight as well. Here's a GameStop little chart for you if you're looking at anything GameStop related, right? Here's PayPal. This guy's feels like you superimpose this guy's head. That's a big-ass head right there. Here's the FOMC. If you want to know exactly how all these handsome and well-looking individuals here look like, which sometimes I don't even know what they look like. Here we go, man. Lisa Cook, still employed Lisa Cook, so congratulations on that one. Yeah. For now, I think for probably for a while. Here's Palantir. So we talked about some of the deals that they're making with the U.S. government and whatnot. NASA, Army, USDA, everything. Just a bunch of different, and thanks to Darifal, that's the FAA. So what I'm looking for from Palantir's earnings tonight is just more expansion. Obviously, we know these contracts are going to keep coming, and they're pretty darn sticky, but we need to make sure that they still have enough looks at the consumer side or the retail or the industrial or anything not related to governments. The commercial side is the word I'm looking for, because those ones, as far as we know, a lot of, and there's Duolingo tonight. Wow, there's just so much on here. Here's GameStop earnings. If you're looking at that and thinking like, hey, is this worthy of investing in? And then some crypto news too. But we'll get some Palantir stuff as we go there tonight. Daryl will have implied moves, expected earnings.
You know what could be good for GameStop?
Yeah, well, down 8% today.
Well, look, they're gonna they would have to dilute to get this deal done. Like it's cash and stock, right? So that's one of the reasons why it's down 8%, is because it's implicit that they'd have to dilute. I don't think this is gonna happen. I don't see, like, this eBay thing. Like I'm leaning on it's probably not gonna happen. And then you don't wonder if the impression that they're gonna have to dilute to do this weighs on the stock for a while, and then it just turns out to be more of an activist thing with eBay, and they got a small stake in eBay, and eBay's been a strong chart, and then they don't have to do the deal, and maybe get some changes going on there, then you can have GameStop just bounce where it's normally bounced. I'd be watching this. If it sells off too far, and the board is like, yeah, this isn't happening, I really do think there's going to be a dip buy opportunity here in GameStop. So 8% down makes sense, especially if you consider it was going to have to be a bunch of stock. That there's 50% cash and stock, and it's a lot to make up because their market cap is so incredibly small. That would be a ton of dilution. They had $9 billion in cash. They were able to get 20. I think it was $20 billion from TD.
That's about
and
it.
then if you like you start issuing more shares, it's like you have a pretty wide gap to come up with 55 billion to get the math to work. And if it is happening, then GME stock would go down even further than it is now. So I think that would provide an opportunity if this deal never happens with eBay. We'll look at that in the next couple of days and weeks, but I think there could be a nice little dip buy coming in for you on GameStop if that ends up being the case. So it's on my radar for sure, but you have to make sure you listen to the news, and the second we get any, of course, we let you know. And we always go to Adair when we do.
Yeah, a couple of things here, guys. So for one, I listened to the CNBC interview with Ryan Cohen. I think that could be part of A, why GameStop is down, and B, why people don't think this deal is going to happen. When he was asked, how are you going to get the remaining roughly $26 billion you need for this, he said, it'll be 50% cash and 50% stock. So just repeating that answer without actually giving any context. So I don't think that interview necessarily gave people a lot of confidence as to the idea that Ryan Cohen has a plan for further financing this deal beyond the roughly $20 billion letter for debt financing from TD and the $9.4 billion or so in cash and liquid investments. Also here, Tasnim News out of Iran reporting that Iran military source saying that if the UAE decides to take, quote, unwise action against Iran, all its interests will become Iran's target. Some more posturing here coming out of Iran, just be aware. Here's the reason I wanted to talk to you guys, though. It's the implied earnings calendar for after the bell. And Sean, you were exactly right here. Palantir with an implied move of just under 10%. However, Palantir actually the smallest implied move today. So Palantir here, 9.5%. On Semi, 11.6%, Pinterest, 14.6%, and Duolingo, as it usually is actually, that I find, 17.7%, the largest expected move. So Duolingo, once again, largest expected move here of the bunch. Palantir, oddly enough, the smallest here. But again, if you want to see Palantir earnings, please join us at 4 p.m. or stay with us until 4 p.m. Be there or be square. I'll be posting tons of content, specifically on Pinterest and Palantir, leading up to these reports. Back to you.
All right, yeah, lots of information coming through there. I'm starting to get a little lighter on this Palantir trade. I sort of said that we could hold this right into the earnings, and maybe we can. It's got to try to at least hold VWAP right now. We've been piecing some out. We broke the 50 period. We broke the 25 period to the downside. So we've been piecing some off out of this trade. I mean, it's $2.30 in the money, so we're pretty happy with the performance of this trade. But at the end of the day, we're trying to make some money. So if it does come back through there, we can get out of Palantir. But I like it. I'm nervous. I mean, we still do hold a decent percentage of our portfolio. I mean, I don't know if it's 5% or less on Palantir, probably less. But this one is something to look forward to for myself tonight, and we'll see. I'm just nervous about, like I just said, man, just all the other SaaS stocks continue to get hit, right? I mean, the IGV is bringing down a lot of these stocks, and it's a lot of that Centrini report. And just nervous that, if there's a note that comes from President Trump's office that, Anthropic's been given the okay, I feel like they can mimic a lot of what Palantir does. And again, talking out of the side of my face, because I don't know that much about what Anthropic can do as far as what Palantir offers. But, it's just, you'd never know. And that's the whole thing. So I'm going to just try to hold out hope that something can get done here for Palantir and have a good quarter. And then I was here today to say this, like if we do get anywhere near, I'll put an order in right now to take some out at 163. I mean, if we can get back up into this area and we can sort of right the wrongs of this year, then that would be good and get a little piece out there. I feel like that's a smart thing to do. The last time we got out was 175, or was it? Yeah, right around there. That seems like too low, but probably around 175. And it went up into 220 or so on a couple of earnings calls ago in October. So that was a move. And then we had another earnings right here. That made the move back down. And now we'll wait to see what happens in Q1. So yeah, Palantir, exciting for tonight. An 11% move would get us right up into that area. So if that does happen, good for you. PLTR, and then the other one, which I think has a much better runway today, right? I mean, we just saw NXPI. On is also involved in automotive chips, and the thing is like that's already gone hard there. Now it did go pretty crazy on NXPI day. NXPI was up 25% on their earnings, and again, although not the exact same business. You can see this is the potential expectation tonight for ON. So no surprise that one was also like 12 or 13%, following NXPI.
We had that poll on Thursday or Friday, probably Friday afternoon, and I was surprised it was basically which one of the 4 earnings names did you like, and it was those 4, and it was only 20-something%.
that on. Like Palantir got.
It was which one would you rather own?
You know what? Shoot, we have the thing where
yeah, we have the history now.
I think it was 60-20, and then the other two were.
Yeah, no one wants Pinterest or Duolingo.
Well, that's sort of the problem.
Although Pinterest might be going up. Maybe GameStop wants to buy Pinterest.
Shoot, I was sure we did it.
I don't think that poll thing. I mean,
here it is.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah, it was 70% Palantir.
Yeah, we had to close
3% Pinterest. 3 people voted for Pinterest, 5 for Duolingo, and then we had like 19 for. I thought on, excuse me, would have been a lot closer to Palantir. Which runner are you buying? How'd this turn out? SanDisk, Intel, AMD, Micron. I guess everybody won that one. I guess I'd have to really pick out the math as to who is doing the best with those, but I guess they're all up, so you can't really lose with those. Yeah, how was the year going? I didn't realize, did we just get that now, or was that button always there?
I don't know, I asked Fabian about it.
I like the fact that we can go back in. No, but I'm surprised that ON, it's the space. Like everybody, it's been going parabolic, and this one actually has a pretty decent, like, somewhat of a consolidation. It's breaking out now, but it's a little bit of a slowdown in accumulation that's been going on the last week going into the earnings, as opposed to exploding crazy higher. So like they all look pretty good. It was interesting, like MU and some of these memory names have been falling back this afternoon. Just the market doesn't have that oomph today. Something about it. Like we're just right in the chop from Friday here on the NQ. Looks like we're possibly heading a little bit lower. But maybe Bitcoin's just keeping us up a little bit. Should be. Mish RQT. There's a good discussion about splits that's going on back and forth. Because my whole notion on stock splits is that it's not really a negative. It doesn't really change anything to the business, but you get a little more options activity because it's cheaper for people to get involved. So I can't see the negative. But you did research, and it's positive to neutral. That's my thing. Nothing fundamentally changes with a stock split. But for all the people that are like, oh, well, I'm not involved in SNDK options because it's just too expensive, right? Because it's a $1,200 stock. Well, if it becomes a $120 stock, a lot of that changes, and you just get a little bit more participation. Nothing fundamentally changes if they do a split. But I don't see how it's a bad thing to get more participation. Like, there's no negative that I'm aware of. I can never think of a downside, and I can think of a small upside, even if a little bit. I'm surprised that more companies don't seem to do it. But
yeah, I mean, you're trying to avoid that reverse split. I mean, we've seen so many companies, go way upside. I mean, we actually even talked about LCID, right? I mean, Lucid. I finally spotted Lucid in the wild there today, and I looked over. Remember, this name was $2, and then they got the warning sort of from the Nasdaq that you guys were gonna come on chart, that they were going here. It must be right here. That they were, had moments to stay over $1, so they got nervous. They split the stock. They went 10-1, so that stock went from $2. This is not. Our chart just doesn't show the split values properly. So there it goes all the way up. And I'm just trying to show you that, like, it was $2, okay? It went to 20, then it got hammered, and for some reason just pumped up right there, as some of these stocks do, which is why we talk about it all the time on the show. When you see a reverse split, try to go a little hard to the upside. You got to wait for that to sort of come back in, and when it does, dump your shares, right? And then right now it's back into $6 again. So remember, it went 10-1 right there from $2 up to 20, and right now it's 670. So, oh man, so see, there's that 6.7 again.
Always have.
Never ever looking at Lucid again because of that price. But just because it's right there, the thing is now you can go 10-1 on that one, reverse the other side. So it's really a 67-cent stock right now is Lucid. And, that's going the way of the Piper, I feel like, and that would be downside. So I'd be very, very careful of exactly what Lucid is trying to do right now. There's only one car company. I'm in small Ford, small GM, much bigger Tesla. I like this name. We've talked about generational wealth being formed in Tesla. I think those days are probably over. But remember, the cutting of the X, the cutting of the S, going over into trying to focus on Optimus, trying to focus on those robo-taxis. Whether or not you like that idea or not, at least this man is sort of changing directions a little bit and trying to get a sense of where the market's going. I was talking with my good friend here right now on WhatsApp about hockey, and like when Gretzky said, you want to go where the puck is, right? You want to go where the puck's about to be instead of following it around everywhere. So that's, skate where the puck is going, and I feel like if robotics is going to be a thing, Tesla, as we even heard from Jensen himself, you know, Tesla their stack is one of the most impressive stacks he's ever seen. And if that happens, then we can stack up some of those profits. And there it is. So we finally get it. Money. We finally get some intel right there as you guys were all yelling and screaming, and we just finally put a bid down there, so we take it. So there you go. Thank you to everybody for helping me out with that one, because intel does return right back into the low side of things. And yeah, man, we have that Schonfidinsky. I don't have it up here, but that's, you know, go short, hit it and hammer it, and that's what we're doing, man. Trusting our own sort of intuition there. $3 in the money on Intel, and again, same type of ways, man. Palantir, boom. Despite the market being down 0.36, we take that long and we hit it. So there it goes, man. 145.50 up to 148 and change. It's Palantir, baby. It's Alex Karp's world. We all just live in it, and I want to thank him for that.
Ooh, Beyond Meat. Say less, Joshua Mallory, because it is not Beyond Meat's world. I promise you that. That was nasty today. They lost $1 again, because that's what they did on Friday, and that's what they did again. A rumor that you're going to get a deal from the U.S. Army is just a rumor that you're going to get a deal from the U.S. Army, ultimately. So, Adara?
It's also worth noting they weren't even named in that rumor. It was just alternate meat companies. So it's even less specifically good for Beyond Meat.
Okay.
It's going to be somewhat positive. Because I'll be the first to acknowledge, man, if they did get a deal like that, oh my goodness, that would be game-changing. Not that it ever made a ton of sense. So again, I'm just looking for both to VWAP moves, like BM&R. Like I think today was a lesson on like precision, mostly. Like just find the spot, get in, find the spot, get in. Probably could find a very good argument to have been in up here. But if I'm sticking with the trend break, grabbed it there. Yeah, I think that was probably a bit of a miss. And then if we can just get VWAP here and Boyle, I'd continue this trade based on what I'm seeing here, because you know you're still upward trending in USO, and the fact that this is pulling back means it's even weaker than I thought. So it's weaker than the rest of the energy space, which I really do like. And I might think about going back over to IBIT as well. If we get that dip and Bitcoin pulls back into VWAP, that might be a good spot. But I flipped into liking the short. That's why I went over to BM&R. But if we hold the low of the day, then I can see Bitcoin holding this volume-weighted average price as we start to get into power hour as well. So we'll have a look and see what else is moving. Nothing's really popping off on my scanner. When I look at my trade rate,
Pop up.
It's pretty low. Like usually, you know, like these are like the regular values, and none of these are really flying. Tesla's moving a little bit. Nvidia, Intel. You don't have any booking.
Booking holdings, okay, yeah.
That's moving.
BKNG. Well, they reverse split a while ago, so that's.
Yeah, maybe.
Or no, split, not reverse split. They were $4,000. Now they're what, 200 or something? So that's a split that's gone right, I would think, for them. But yeah, so right now, you know, Palantir does continue to go to the upside. I was actually just re-looking over at our TTV research posts right there, and these are the four sort of the bigger ones. Join us tonight. We'll be out of here around 4:15. We'll let on Semi report, and then we'll see what's going on, and we'll see if hopefully Palantir can get going as well. We want to thank everybody for joining us right now, live on TikTok, live on Instagram, live on something called YouTube. So we are ready to rock and roll every single day. Make sure you join Neil, myself, Adara, Sharif, Joe, Brendan, the whole crew here every single day at 8 a.m. As long as we're here and the markets are open, we will be here. Oh, I'm going to Minnesota in May. So May 18th is off, right? The May 18th, if not, I gotta book it off. That's what I'm trying to find out. Memorial Day.
Yeah, it's because it's a Monday, right? Memorial Day's a Monday.
Yeah, but remember, because like our May 24th weekend sometimes doesn't. No, see, it's Monday, May 25th. I have on here, so I have to take the.
Oh no, the Canadian holidays.
See, that's what I was going to say, because we always say.
I don't even know my own holiday.
We always say May 2-4, but apparently May 2-4 is on Sunday, May 24th, and for some reason we're taking off the week before that.
I had a request.
It must be the third.
Carney. Look, the U.S. and Canada have so much aligned. Why do we have to have a different holiday? Memorial Day in Victoria. Like, I don't care the reason behind it. From a sheer convenience perspective, can they just be on the same day? It's if we can just we literally made up a holiday. Of
called Family Day so that we could align one with the U.S.
Pretty much a lot of these holidays are something.
We need a holiday because the U.S. is closed in the winter and there's a day off, so we just need to make, I'll just call it Family Day. People spend time with their family. Then why can't the May holiday be the same thing?
Then there's have to change it. I mean, it's like our Thanksgiving. It's all these things. It's like.
But Thanksgiving, there's like a meaning behind it. Anyway, it doesn't really even. It's not even that big of a deal.
It's just different countries, different.
Yeah, because I just realized. Yeah,
Memorial Day. Yeah, so I got to put it in the calendar there. I need Joe to cover me on the 18th as well. But we're getting.
Brendan's going somewhere.
Yeah, Brendan's out of here very, very soon. So we'll see. See you later to Brendan. We are opening up another office similar to this one in Kuala Lumpur. So we're really excited to have that announcement coming out. Trader TV Live. Did I just drop something that we've never dropped before? Okay, oh my God. Yeah, we're gonna be hopefully going 24/7, so you guys.
We've accidentally hinted at it before. I don't think we've said the location.
Whoops.
It doesn't matter.
What's gonna happen? So we're really excited to do that one. Maybe your boy will travel over there. We've got to train some people up, so we're really excited for that one. Kuala Lumpur. Just back over to Tesla just real quickly. So bouncing off a VWAP again, looks like Tesla does want to try to hold that level. Not a bad spot here for TSLA, again, on that VWAP note, so we can have a quick look to see if we do want to trade off of that. We've been doing pretty good with what we're looking at so far. I would say 390 break is a problem, so let's see if we can get back in just a little bit more. We could take a small position now on Tesla. The reason why I don't mind this trade, I think the market can bounce back a little bit from here. We've seen this level before, right into here. Trump. Okay, no, Trump's not due to be speaking, right? Is he, Adara, today, Trump?
At 3 p.m., he will be speaking at a Small Business Association event. So expect SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler to be there. I don't actually know if she is, but that would be my guess. I'm not even seeing a link yet, though, for this.
I thought, wasn't Small Business, or is she Department of Education? I know Linda McMahon is something.
Yeah.
So she's the Department of Education.
Okay.
And there was a really interesting hearing on that a couple weeks ago. But yeah, that is her department. That her department is not small businesses. I do happen to have like half the cabinet memorized, but the people who've been replaced recently, it might not have.
I only remember Linda because of Vince all that kind of stuff.
I just remember when she got like announced, it was like this. Well, there was stage and like Vince is like in like the back corner.
Trump reminds me of Vince.
Like rolling his eyes. Like it was really awkward.
Was it?
Well, I just know because like at a moment someone panned over to Vince. Let's just say he didn't seem like.
Really?
It was just a weird.
Yeah. All good.
Seeing it online.
All good on Big Vinny Smooth. All right, 389.
He's rich.
He's very rich. 389.99 on sale right here, Tesla. All right, so I'm gonna go long. So there it is, new position alert. That's a sound that did not happen last night to Montreal, man. That Dobish, Montreal won the game. They were outshot 29-9. They won 2-1. They scored 2 goals on 9 shots yesterday. So I guess that's all you need to win.
My brother-in-law is a rather ridiculously large fan. So
good of the Canadians. Nice. Good. Well, we say Canada to that one. Tesla right there. I don't. We've got that magic touch here today, man. Like we always say, there's 50 cents on Tesla, as smooth as you like. I mean, you can clearly see that, these names there. We just nailed that one again. We'll see if we can continue to watch it go a little higher. I mean, target for this. And, this was just going to be one where we're just kind of moseying in on. There it goes. See how it just as quick as you like, it drops down there. Was that news or something? That's why you got to get out. We got out of about 15% or so there. We were just kind of letting it cruise on Tesla, but perfect timing. I just wonder if there's. I keep
shimmy in US.
I keep pausing to see if we're hearing news. But there goes Tesla right there, up to 392. So remember, these are just smaller positions right now. See if we can get a little bit larger. If it comes into 391, watch out for VWAP 390.50. My next bid is at 391 for small, a little bigger at 390.50, dropping it if we break 390. Okay, so that's going to be the spot right now. But picked up on the newswire, we're going to hear if there is anything going on. We can always check out USO, right? I mean, oil.
Nothing on USO. Okay,
so maybe nothing. I mean, I think we're just conditioned right now that when we see the market and we see a stock go, whoa, like that, it's like, oh, instantly someone said something. But remember, we do got President Trump speaking in just 7 or 8 minutes. And I don't expect there to be a Q&A too much there, but you never know when the mic gets in front of certain individuals what's about to come out of their mouth. This guy made fun of this guy's big ears the other day. I don't know if you guys saw that. I was like, what is even going on? All right, Adair, what you got for us at the desk?
Yeah, worth noting, President Trump was like an hour late last time he was supposed to speak at 3, which is on Friday. He was supposed to start at 3. He started just after 4, so we could also not get Trump before the bell. That's also very valid. Be aware here, though, guys. I do have one headline coming out of Iran, pretty small, but the Mizan news agency reporting that, according to senior Iranian security sources, Iran's message is clear. Americans face targeting if advancing in the Strait of Hormuz. So more kind of posturing here once again coming from Iranian government. Back to you.
All right, but I'm wrong. I'm just messaging Joe because he needs to cover for me now on May 18th because I thought May 18th was Memorial Day, so I'm just going to make sure that he can do that. And thank you, Joe, for all that. Okay, so just quickly, Tesla has fallen in. We have not gotten more bids. I am still waiting. I'm waiting at 391.07 right there. Intel's falling back in here a bit as well. So we'll have a quick little look maybe at Intel at some point. But if there's any other stocks you guys want us to trade, looking at the HALT scanner right now, nothing wrong with looking at a little bit of a HALT scanner. SSM, is that anything? We did have, Sharif was talking about that SKK, so we can have a quick look at that as well. All right, SSM up 75%. It's going to halt again. This is what a halting stock looks like, unless it breaks. Oh, wow. I mean, we almost had a moment there. But anyways, I was going to say, if that would have been a good teaching moment. But when it lines up like that and it looks like it's going to halt, the only way it can unhalt is if someone actually comes in and see right here. So 54 is the halt level. If it stays, I was going to say if it stays above there, then it will halt. Okay, it's got to stay above there for 10 seconds. If it does that, then it will halt. If not, this is what winds up happening. So fake halt level right there, but we've just halted. SSM, no idea what's going on there, but that's a big name there. SKK was something, SKK Holdings. This was one that halted again throughout the whole morning. Just went boom, boom, boom. And there we go. What was the news on this one, Adair? Because it was obviously something. I mean, probably reverse split today. Was it? Because it went from 188. Oh, Adair's not at her desk. Okay, so I'm just talking to myself. But 188 up to 1240. We'll have to watch out what's going on. You have it? Okay, yeah.
It was
So that was a name that was...
definitive asset purchase agreement with Rantizo to acquire drone assets in a $260 million asset acquisition. So, look, I mean, I don't know what that means specifically. Like, that doesn't sound like the kind of headline that's going to move a stock 1,000%. But what can happen is maybe the float was just all soaked up here, or it was heavily short. I didn't see a big short interest on this. Let me just double check. Yeah, the float's only 1.3 million shares. So if it was all soaked up by like 1 or 2 firms, then that means there's not a lot of available shares there, and any small amount that was short can get blown out very quickly. So that's probably the case. That just flat out does not sound like the kind of headline that would really do it that at all.
No, so that was another one. SKK there was also on the halter. JLHL, HCAI. This used to be a cannabis stock, didn't it? But now it's a battery one. Is that right? ELBM, electro battery. I just thought I remember the symbol moving around. Some people talking about it.
It's a cannabis stock. It maybe could have gone under.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, I'm probably not right on that one. But there's the move down 67 cents into 62. Looks like it wants to get a little bit lower there. Don't know much about that, but you guys in the chat mentioned it. So on a day that's a little slow right now, we will obviously have a look at some of these other plays there. Okay, what about me, says Tesla? That's too bad, man. We were almost long. We were bidding, like, how low did that go, man? We were at 391.07 there. Went to 391.14. Boo. We could have got longer there, but here it goes right back up to the upside. We go bang, and we go like that, and then we go, we are reloaded, but we weren't, and then we'll just do this, cash register, and then because we're having a lot of fun today, we'll always remember Brendan, who's just sitting over there at his desk, and lets us, oh, there it is. Okay, Tesla, here we go, man. It's almost that time again. Can we ring the register on $1? You know, gave this trade to you guys just literally 5 minutes ago, tried to reload it there, there, missed it by 5 cents. There it goes, nice upside. We got to take something out if it comes into this area. So there goes Tesla right now, right into 392.50. We'll see if we can get a little longer on this one. Just getting out, you know, putting some money and just topping it off. That's what it's about today. As I said, I've only traded 4 symbols today, and they're all right in the pocket right now. I mean, SoFi, Tesla, Palantir, and Intel. So 3 big sort of cap names. I guess saying SoFi, but we talk about SoFi enough on the show. So just trying to stick with, you know, what I know and sort of what I do best here, the big cap names, and trying to play off support and resistance, trying to help you guys out, have a great time, and you know, enjoy the ride. So life is too short to be sitting around and wasting time. So we'll see if we can do this on Tesla. Now there it is, man. We can now ring it as it gets into the dollar club right there for Tesla. So the vaunted and popular dollar club hit again right there. So that puts us now, we're $5 in the money on those other 2 trades. We add another dollar right there. There it goes. Another one right there, brought to you by Trader TV Live. There goes Tesla. See it to the upside now. So that's what it is.
I love Hangry Wife there.
What's he saying?
Life is literally the longest thing you'll ever do.
Yes, yeah, that is for sure, man. And yet still way too short.
Yet entirely too short.
You know.
Entirely too short. You got to make the most of every single moment that you got.
Oh!
Especially when you start thinking about how much of your life you've already spent with the ones that you love. So if we turn here, I'm just gonna jump out. If this VWAP is a line in a chart, support is basically at the 90 level here. So it's like a 1% move and then holding. And I'll take a chance to reload Boyle if I do, because I still see market slightly moving up while we're getting energy coming back in. So I don't know if I get that chance to reload, but we'll see if we do. BMNR, I'm not thinking reload on this at all.
Power hour.
Just don't like it. It couldn't get to VWAP. It's still relatively strong. I said this morning, on any moves up in crypto, I was gonna fade BMNR. And that's great, but it was much better earlier in the day than it seems like it is now. It's just a little bit stronger. So I'm gonna get out of this one on break even, and then still wait for that opportunity to get into the IBIT for a late push. I was checking out AMD. Maybe I thought that would do anything. Not really moving. Wanted something lagging that I thought had a chance to go. Arun Warrior saying have a look at CRE. All capper running here. What do we like? Ooh, okay. What's the story with this? I'm gonna look it up. There is not here, so I'll check myself.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. If she'd looked at it before, I know she'd already have an answer as to what the story is. I don't even know this. What the heck? Okay, I don't even have a story for CRE at all. All right, and I can't even find the story for it. Is there a story on this CRE stock? CRE8 Enterprise. It's called Critical Elements. No, it's in Canada. Oh, it's dual listed. So if I just type in CRE, you'll get like a Toronto one as well. CRE8 Enterprises is the name. I'm not seeing any news on it myself. Explain why it dropped like by 50% right off of the open and is now breaking out. But when you look at the technical, mag holder level at $5. That's all I got for you on that, and I can't even call it up over on Benzinga to find any news. We have a super chat. I have some thoughts on this Nick Dubs, because I am still in the swing in PayPal. It's in the money, but I don't like the lack of acceleration. We'll handle some business and we'll answer that super chat.
I know we like the acceleration here on Tesla, now in the money $1.50. Shout out to all you Tesla traders. But what volatility does bring is movement. And for sophisticated traders, movements creates, well, for certain traders, movements creates opportunities. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs, but built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. It's triple levered bull and 3 times bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 indexes are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are a currency hedge seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating the markets, up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like in your individual strategies, objectives, and risk profiles. Trade tactically, and please go check them out and learn more at betapro.ca. We want to thank them for coming over last week and having that great interview with Miss Adara, who we continue, I continue to, sing the praises of Adara. We want to thank her for everything that she's been doing, providing us with some great interviews and obviously some great market-moving news insights. Seems like on the daily. There we go, man. We were emptying it out a little bit there on Tesla. Like we said, if we got that $1.50, we're not looking that in the face. So we get a little piece out there. And we're going to go back to once mentioned Adara and see what she's up to on the big desk.
Yeah, what I'm up to is looking at this Truth Social post from President Trump. Just be aware, guys, President Trump just shared this post about Intel. The text of the post is, I made the USA $45 billion in 8 months. And the actual post shows that again in August, President Trump buying Intel at $20 per share, rather the Trump administration in August of 25. Now this stake is worth $97, and again, the value of this investment roughly $10 billion. So they're saying now this is worth $45 billion. This is an official White House branded infographic that's been posted by President Trump. So once again here, President Trump touting his administration's investment in Intel. Also be aware here, New York Times reporting that the White House is considering vetting AI models before they're released. Keep an eye potentially on Microsoft, of course, with the OpenAI connection, maybe Amazon with the Anthropic connection. But either way here, guys, New York Times reporting that the White House is considering vetting AI models before they are released. Back to you.
This is part of the problem.
And Nick, you had to send a super chat. We'll get to the answer because I have some thoughts on PayPal and appreciate it for sure. And I'd say disappointment on the run prior to the earnings, because I think this was one that it was a good looking breakout. It still is. Here, let's go to this daily chart because you don't even need the weekly. It was a good breakout off of the 50 period here, higher low. There's your break, but to really only run like a few points going into earnings, like I did really think we had a chance to be, kind of in the low to mid 50s by now with what the market was doing. So to be slightly in the money is a disappointment there. And this is one that I don't like swings into earnings. I never have been like a huge fan of having to bet on the earnings run itself. So I always want to make sure that I get some out wherever it happens to be before, but it's not where I wanted it. I wanted this to have gone to 54 by now, just fill in this part of the gap and then just be able to hold on for some for the push. So a bit of a disappointment. When it's a technical play, I don't like to be left sort of holding out, hoping that you're going to have some kind of a magical turnaround here. So, I'd say disappointment on this little breakout play on PayPal. Still working. It's been putting in higher lows. But that sort of is what it is. And we'll see how the report comes out tomorrow morning. FinTech's been a bit of a thing. Ooh, we just had a bit of a spike down, so we must have got VWAP. Yeah, we just got into VWAP on Boyle, that's all. If this does bounce, then I'd take it one more time for a short, but it's just a trend break that just slowly glides. Whoa.
Yeah, Tesla just absolutely mooning right now as we ride that bull to the upside, man. That just gave us $2 there. I don't know what's going on, but that was, like you just mentioned there, a little bit of movement there. Big move to the upside, right there. So Palantir's going. Here goes Tesla. Let's go. Nice little movement here again. TSLA, huge move back up there to the upside. Just put it on $1.50, $2 here, $2 here. What is exactly creating this movement? I know you just looked at USO, so maybe, no, not too much there. It's closed. Oil's now closed. Nvidia, we can have a quick little look over there, see if that's doing anything. I still like the 198. We almost traded Nvidia today. Good thing we chose what we did there with Palantir and Intel. But AMD, all right, 4.8% there. The stock that I really like, and I just looked and I just looked, I was like, am I still into PayPal? I still have 60 shares of PayPal, so hopefully that can move around. I don't know. On that one, I didn't even look at my price. I probably have some block too. If I can just combine Neil's knowledge with my trading, I think I could be unbelievable. But 272 right there. We'll have to wind up what's going on right there on Amazon. This is a name that I absolutely love, and this is why I'm just taking the road, easiest traveled, hold onto the longs, as much as I possibly can and try to get some money in. And we talked about the 3-day rule here on Amazon, and this was one of the most recent big cap names that we had bought was Amazon off of this miss. So we were able to add a little bit to 210, and obviously we don't have any out as we just keep on letting that go. But we did make a mistake way back in the day and get out of Google near the highs. near the lows, but then switched over into Eli Lilly. So that's worked out fine. But Google's really mooned. Eli Lilly was 700 or something when we had done that. But holding the best names continue. Wow, Eli Lilly getting a bump too. Eli Lilly, I really do like that one. We had questions about Novo Nordisk as well. And did Meta finally break 6 bills? No, because it was going down into 600 when we left you guys. Yeah, so I thought so. Around 10 o'clock, well, when we left you, this was the move back in right there. But early on, 603. This is also another spot, right? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with thinking about this level here for Meta, the $600 mark. So if that can come into play, Meta's the only, and we just talked about big cap names disappointing a little bit and just trying to hold on forever. Meta's the one that, is the name that hasn't been able to prove all of their spend. I mean, Google has had increased market share in the cloud. YouTube continues to go. We talk about all the ads and how that's working out. Waymo, so some of the spend that Google's put into the cloud and into infrastructure, especially with Gemini, and that's becoming more and more popular. That's really made some sense. But it's Meta that really just keeps on pumping out that CapEx. And whenever Zuckerberg gets asked about it, I think he's pretty honest. He's just like, we can't fall behind. We're building products, and it's just a wait and see game for Meta. So like I said, man, this man is not worried. This guy makes $700 million a year in dividends from Meta. And Meta's dividend is like 0.5% or something.
Really nothing.
So now all he has to do is, and the board would approve this no problem, if they just doubled the dividend, I mean, this man would be making $1.5 billion a year, okay, in dividends. So I know that doesn't matter to me or to you or to anybody else. Nobody has
reinvesting the.
Yeah, nobody has that, but it matters, to some people that have bigger positions. So I just think that he's going to continue to support this name. And obviously, when you do have, as we talked about, founder-led businesses, sometimes decisions are tough to make, and pulling the chute on different ideas can be tough, right? So we'll wait to see if Zuckerberg does back away from some of that spend. But for right now, if he believes in it, who am I to say that it's going to be wrong? What Meta's done has been amazing. I mean, I remember Facebook IPO'd around $40. He bought Instagram for $1 billion. Its value is now, astronomical. So, anyways, Meta. We'll see if it continues to work. Snapchat would be the one that, if you're looking to pick up some kind of value in the social media space, I wouldn't touch Pinterest or anything like that. I don't think that's the same thing. But look at that move down. Man, we talked about Snapchat for a minute. Now that's all. I didn't even realize Snapchat had that big of a move. That's 50% in a month for Snapchat. So that seems to be a little bit overdone. I would actually, ring the Reggie and look at $7. If you can get something out at 7 or even go short there.
Well, it wasn't the story that Facebook or Meta was looking for they were launching a competitive product for Snap. I think that would be a decent reason why.
Yeah.
If you were thinking about who would pick them up, that would have been at least one. So it's one less person that could potentially buy Snap. And the competitor with Meta, in any sense, they already are one, but if it's going to be even more difficult to compete with them, then I think that's another stain or a slash against Snapchat. You don't want the big boys coming at you today. You saw what happened today. We kind of disregarded that Amazon story. Not that we disregarded it, but if you saw what that did to FedEx and UPS, they were double-digit down at one point. Both of them were double digits to the downside, because Amazon's like, you know what? We're not just going to only deliver our products. We can just make it work for others as well. And that's just, when the big boys come at you, you're just going to end up losing. What's weird now is it seemed like there was a distinct change in behavior. I was all ready to just sort of punch out of the last short, because seeing USO pop down a little bit there, and the futures went up, and then I was like, okay, well, IBIT could be breaking. And then no, it doesn't go anywhere. So I'm now mad at myself for not reloading the short in BMNR, because it looked like the market was strong. I'm just going to reload it if we get one more. If we get a chance, I will reload this up here and then play into that volume-weighted average price. I think it's going to make a little bit of sense to do so. IBIT really not going up. And if it's not going up, I don't see this going anywhere. Amazon's not moving. Check the AMD. That was doing absolutely nothing yet.
Yeah, there's not much. But
AMD feels like, maybe it's just because they report this week. I feel like it's a little bit of a down 5% today. If it catches even a small bid, you got $3 to VWAP. And going into potentially the imbalances, it's exactly the kind of name. If you're able to sort of break this out, it could go. But I'm just waiting for the volume to pick up on it, and it's not really happening. Adara?
So we wait President Trump's appearance at the small business event, which the stream for is now live. We're hearing intro music. We're now seeing comments from President Trump in an ABC interview that I guess he did previously. Now, this is, again, looks like this is not aired. This is just being reported. But President Trump apparently stopped just short of saying that Iran had actually violated the ceasefire. He said that one Iranian missile breached the UAE's defenses, but the damage was not major. So again, looks like Trump has not declared that Iran has violated the ceasefire, kind of downplaying some of the Iran attacks to the UAE that were reported earlier today. Back to you.
But didn't violate the ceasefire. Okay. Well, I guess it's not a bad thing. I mean, yeah,
they did not violate the ceasefire, but they did with Lebanon, apparently, right?
Right.
So
it's like they did, they didn't. You know what?
But it's really funny. That depends who you talk to in this administration, I guess, how that's going. But
yeah, go figure.
It doesn't matter who you talk to right here because $2 is $2. And there it is right now. So we'll take the fill right here on Tesla. I'm glad we talked about it. I mean, you guys were sort of pointing it out. I just went over there and hit it. And again, I think the structure was right. I mean, all I can do is make trades based on structure and feel. And above VWAP, above the 200 period, came into line. We took a share. It's too bad because we just missed even more. But there it goes, man, all the way to the upside. I'm freaking exhausted. So much outdoor activity this past weekend, but it's been great. So really happy. The Red Sox, remember I was wearing the Red Sox hat. We got our first win over the Cubs, so that was good. So we're 1-0. We play the Mets on Wednesday, then we play again on Saturday. Tonight's 4-on-4, so I'll see everybody at
There's a
Rinks.
clip I saw
Tonight,
of like Little League. I want to play.
Yeah,
whether it's something that you would, because you coach it, and I'm like,
Yeah.
if I was coaching Little League and players did this, I wouldn't love it. It's that whole, when the bases are too close, and so like if a kid is really fast, because like when you're young,
our bases are still 60 feet.
right? So, but for some kids, they're just so much faster than others.
Even at
you
this
get
age.
that situation where you get like a runner at third base, and the guy gets a hit, and he just sort of rounds the bag and just stands between first and second and
it makes like get caught in a pickle.
Automatic.
So we do pickles all the time, but yeah, I don't like that whole dancing.
You're forcing the pickle to get the run home, and you're just doing it because the defense has no chance because your runner at third's too fast.
All you can do is just basically if you feel like you have no chance, you just give the ball to the catcher, and the guy at third can't go anywhere, and you just give the guy second base. It's so easy to steal, even in the major leagues. You can steal second. What do they call it? They just give.
It's called defensive indifference.
Yeah, defensive indifference, right? And so
you can't do it. Like at higher levels, it's like you'll never be able to pull it off at higher levels.
You just said the guy was so fast, though.
No, but in that particular case, but in major leagues, even in like high school ball, you wouldn't be able to do it. But like at the age of like 10, you can have 10, 11-year-olds pulling that off at will if they know what to do. And so it becomes this thing where you're embarrassing the other team to score easy runs, and you're not teaching the kids anything. So like I wouldn't want to do it. If you're playing like rep or travel and you're trying to win a tournament, I suppose that'd be one spot. But I'm like, in a little house league?
Yeah, we were,
No, if you're at a rep tournament, you're just trying to, it's win. But if you're just like house league with little kids.
My High Park House League is not the house league that you're in. This is elite house league. This is not house league. You have to try out for it.
I did that in a rep game. And
rep is fine.
But my coach was like, if I ever see you do that again,
your coach doesn't have. Okay, but it's about having
like that. He goes like, that's bush league, bro.
Yeah.
But I'm faster than he's like, no, that's bush. I'm like, okay.
It's not at all. I mean, it's just part of the strategy. I feel like you can easily counteract it if you're the other team. I feel like if you do it over and over again, then that's something. But I do agree with you. Like, I mean, part of house league is supposed to be, all about the fun.
At that level, I want kids to be able to learn.
Owing that, yeah, exactly. And so if you do want your kids to learn, you should join up any Little League, because Little League has certain expectations and everything like that. So we really love that they're at High Park. So, okay. But so good call on that one. I stole set. We were down 1-0. We had a guy at third and a guy at first. The guy stole second, they threw it down, and then we went home on that.
That's a legit set play.
Yeah,
the
guy actually got thrown out at second. So it cost us an out to get a run. Yeah, man. Even like in our league, 11 and 12-year-olds, they will throw you out all the way down to second base. Like Gia can throw people out from her knees. So, but anyways, she wasn't catcher that time. Okay, here we go. Palantir just broke lower, so we got out, right? We talked about watching out for VWAP, watching out for the 200 period moving average, and here it comes back into the downside. So that's going to be a good one. We also do empty the clip out. I mean, come on, we got the high of the day pretty much on Tesla. We should make sure to get out of that one. As the market's just doing whatever, I'm going to offer, I just offered 15s, we missed that. Intel's a little disappointing right now, it's just hovering here. I mean, I thought maybe we would bounce off the 200 period moving average. Good couple outs there on Intel, but right now it's 320. We're just getting excited. We have Palantir earnings coming up. Neil, myself, and Adara will be here for that. We're just going to cover basically Palantir and then Scram, and that should be fun. So stay with us.
Duolingo as well.
Stay with us at 4:05. Yeah, we'll have Duolingo, whatever else happens, and
when they
and we'll watch the market to see if there's any reaction to that one as well. But yeah, so far so good. I haven't been really making a whole heck of a lot of money here this afternoon. We only made one trade. I mean, every other trade that we've had on board has been what we've had. So Tesla was the only new position for myself. Neil had Boyle and BMNR and maybe something else. But other than that, man, it's been pretty.
AMD.
No, yeah. So pretty just quiet here, and that's kind of the way we like it.
Expected move is 11 on Palantir, I believe we said. That was just 9.5. Oh, Uniworld is asking what the expected move is there. So just under 10%. Remember, that's one thing that you can look at right away. Like regardless of which direction, look, some people trade this aftermarket, but just you anchor that 10 points. So if it was right here, you just sort of just go like $14 and down because it's like 9.5. Let's just say 134 would be a support level, and then 161 would be a resistance spot. So if you're looking for that quick little fade or that dump and then pump, then those are the levels that you can look for if you happen to be trading. We don't trade these when they come live. It's just not part of the repertoire. Because I think it's a little bit, the dangerous thing about that is, well, what happens when your stop runs and you have to get out? I've seen, let's just say you see it happen to a trader once and you know different. Like you can be right. It's the one strategy, like just trying to pick a direction on earnings, that if you see people do it in the aftermarket, you be right like 6-7 times, and then you're wrong once, and like that's enough. I'm like, nope. Yeah. And not gonna happen. I've seen a guy get really lucky on that too. But it's just like, but if it goes the other way, you're screwed. I'm just trying to get VWAP here on BMNR, and it doesn't want to go. Did I say 6-7? No.
Probably.
Yeah. I guess I did.
Who knows?
It's completely unintentional.
Yeah, that stuff's getting a little bit less in my household now, so I think we're.
It's at the point now where my daughter gets angry if I accidentally say it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, because you're unk. That's the problem. Okay, so
I don't mind the unk.
Okay, well, good. Then when apparently it's not supposed to be that good, but just means you're old, I guess. All right, so Tesla. Just trying to figure out what's going on. Rivian. We looked at Lucid a little bit today as well. Nice move to the downside for Rivian this morning. But this is again like giving you that trade. I know I put on Tesla, but this would have been almost just as good, right? I mean, percentage-wise, 1440 up to 1475. Good little run off the bottom there for Rivian, but then it found its top again. And this is actually, it's not embarrassing, like people always say like, oh, we don't cover certain things or do certain things, but like, how easy is this trade? You're not going to even get a better. I mean, this is, for me, this should have been money, like right into there. There's support. There's resistance, there's support. So it just comes back and forth here on Rivian. So as long as you sort of looking at this stock, that would have been easy day, right there. So
that's why I'm mad at myself.
That's why you got it. Yeah, I mean,
I wrote down. I had a number for. Yeah, it's weird. Like I just wrote down 15, and I wrote down 25 on GameStop. Mm-hmm, yeah. That was actually okay. But you know what? I like the eBay trade more. But that's one that I think looking to get that back tomorrow. Because you know what? Rivian came down to a support level. And if it's even like a moderate looking bounce on Rivian tomorrow, I'm going to start looking for the long in the other direction. All right, it just got out of BMNR. So I guess it just it just ticked down into the volume weighted average price. So just a couple of reversions into VWAP. Old make sense of silver 1 second candles. 1 second candles on SLV. You've piqued my interest. Why do we care about a 1 second candle?
I have no idea.
You know what the best use I found of like these like 3 second, 5 seconds is when we get into an IPO trade. I found that like looking for places to quickly, can you just like in the first couple of minutes when we're taking opening print, and you're getting out on spikes, I found if I look at a 1 second chart, I can find these little spots where, oh, it's going to here. It just gets, if it goes to the same spot twice on like a 3 second chart, I'm like, okay, offer again when it gets to that price. Because I'm looking for that quick out in the first couple of minutes anyways, but outside of that, I've not really seen any, I don't see anything here. Yeah, like maybe on like either big IPO, maybe you could find something on like an imbalance trade at 350 in the first couple of seconds if
I'm
you're
sure
just
there's
riding
uses
something.
for them for buying.
I'm just spitballing.
Maybe if you had an algo.
Well, because I'll look, I will, when we have an IPO, I will sit there and we get the print and I will just have like a 3 second chart up. And the only thing I'm looking at is a 3 second chart on my level 2. At least for the first like minute or two. And then, you know, once it starts working, you're then just sort of holding it. It's when it's like popping back and forth, I find you can at least glean something from it. But I know some traders are in love with those things. Not myself. You find the uses that you can, but hey, if you find something that works for you, congratulations. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. As long as something works for you and pays you, then don't let anybody else tell you whether it's cool or not. You know?
And that's what we talked about, right? I mean, we talked about the different styles of making money, not making money, like, you know, those IPOs. However you're going to make the money, make the money. And that's, at the end of the day, it's how it's all cashed in. And hopefully you can cash it in and get those green dollar backs into your pocket. All right, so Tesla, 10% left. That's it, man. I'm going to get out if it breaks this 392, and then we'll just find a different trade. With only a half hour left, right now I'm just going to do that. Just cancel my current stop. 391.99. Would that be the right price? All right, we'll do that, and we'll cancel some of our lower bids. Look, if Tesla, we were, like I said, we were pennies away from getting longer right there. We just got missed at 391. We were at 07. It went to 11s. That was crazy. And then we were going to actually try to take VWAP. But now it's just getting a little late. We do have those imbalances coming out, and oh, this just halted. Groundhog? GDHG. Oh, it's Golden Heaven. I don't know. I made that up. GDHG. I thought Groundhog might be reasonable. All right. Ooh, open up again. There it goes. $2 and change. Not much going on here. Very like look at the time and sales. Right. That's how you know there's not a whole heck of a lot going on. The name that I guess you guys brought up when we first went on, SKK, trying to break higher now as well, 1485, 1490. There goes SKA trying to go higher. SMR always, I'm going to take SMR off my scanner because it always only hits because it's just doing nothing. Always seems to be near and around VWAP, but SMR, like the trade. If it's ever on the sticky note, I'm pretty much always on it.
Moves well.
But yeah, look at SMR though. It's just like do. Not much going on there. And then its most recent competitor, XE, came through. X Energy just had an IPO a few weeks ago, and that name has been moved up into 36. Now it's right back into IPO price, and then it's the PSUSs of the world that continue to outshine everything else. This one came out, maybe not today, but this was an IPO that came out and was well received. $41 all the way up to 44. That's actually the PS, I think, is the much better one there. This came out about 20, now up to 36 or so. So yeah, there it is. 28 up to 38 and change, or no, 24, sorry, up to 38. So that's been a good one, as well as Bill Ackman and company try to get involved
even
there.
Today.
Yeah, NVDA. Bill Ackman, yeah, he's big into Uber, so we wait for Uber earnings to come next week. Or this week, sorry. Nvidia 198 and change. I wonder if, do we have that? Do you have that weekly thing up, Adara, in our...
It's always up.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. I'll give you as many seconds as you want. I'm going to try to find it myself. Here it is right here. Here is the weekly calendar, so we got it. It doesn't take too much work, man. You just got to go over into TTV research. Adara's in there every day, pretty much posting up something and multiple things a day. So here we go. Big week ahead, right? I mean, regardless of last week being the huge mega cap names, these are all different individual names that a lot of traders hold in their accounts. I mean, Shopify, Pfizer, right? Tomorrow night we get AMD. Forget about tonight. Tomorrow night we get AMD, Astera Labs. I think that's an upside play as well. I really like Astera Labs there. Connectivity, that's what they're into, so that's going to be a good one. And then Disney, meh, not too excited about that. Uber, meh, honestly, like I know I own that stock and I've been buying it, but I don't love that stock anymore.
What a fumble for them to have nothing, literally nothing on May the 4th. Like, you own Star Wars. Do something today. Anything. They've nothing coming out. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, May the 4th.
They've bungled that so badly. You have a great brand, you just
It is too bad because a lot of you guys that are into Star Wars are upset about Disney. ARM right there as well. I mean, that's going to be a big, big one. Dutch Bros, man. I don't know anything about that coffee, but Starbucks has done well. McDonald's, I mean, again, I don't like the retail space as much anymore. Yeah, open door.
It could be Toast.
That door is, oh yeah, where's Toast?
Toast is on the same day.
Okay, yeah, Toast is on the same day. That's a good one.
Oh, MP Materials.
Affirm, yeah, MP Materials is a good one. It's Soundhound. We had some people talking about that. So as we were saying, like, there's still many trades to be. IREN was moving 12% or something today. Their Cloudflare, you know, protecting us from all those evil people, DNS hacks and whatnot. Enbridge, Wendy's.
I was going to say, except lately, all that Cloudflare's been doing is crashing X and not being able to keep Twitter open. So boo Cloudflare. Boo.
Boo, boo.
Boo.
That's true.
I wonder if they're going to miss then, Adara. I mean, we'll see what's going on with.
It's been going on for a while.
Okay. So not too much to boo about Cloudflare, but still not the greatest relationship there, apparently, with what's been happening there, DNS or DDS attacks, I guess. But
yeah, it's not good. Someone just asked if we're going long or short into Palantir on earnings. Well, let's ask you guys.
Yeah.
I'm doing neither. I mean, I'm not buying them going to earnings here. We don't really trade the earnings in the aftermarket either, but just for what's and giggles, it's pretty simple, long or short. Green will be long, and then red, which is a 1 and a 2. So just type 1 if you prefer the long. It's not about whether you're taking a position on, just what do you think here on Palantir. I love the long for the chart. It just looks so, like it's a juicy setup. Meaning I think there's more upside if it breaks higher than if it goes to the downside. I'll get there in a second. So we'll leave that up for the next, 20 minutes or so before we go in and see what everyone's saying. It's 65% bullish, so I tend to agree with you guys. Oh, I'm still on an Uber chart.
I just covered more Palantirs.
On Uber. Oh, you must have, someone mentioned Uber. That's why I went over to look at it.
Yeah.
No, but
They have earnings.
Palantir
They have earnings.
this week.
Yeah,
right.
Wednesday.
That's what it was. No, Palantir is trend breaking. This is a trend from the November high that is breaking if we hold above like 148. And doing so after earnings, I think, is even better. So that looks pretty spicy. And again, anything can happen, but that's what I want to see because I think there's an opportunity for a big breakout in this stock. And then the first step, of course, would be like the the expected move takes you right in and around a prior resistance. Ideally, that's what you see. So even if it doesn't do bigger than the expected move, it would still be breaking a long trend here on PLTR. Let's see what the early look on the imbalances say. They are.
Well, Palantir's NASDAQ now, right? So.
Yeah, so all you got is new again. We saw that on Friday, I believe. So 5 million sell on NU, BAC, not a big deal. What's pump 1.3?
Taylor, man, I'm tired. I already explained that to you. Of course I'm yawning. Look, I got this iced coffee here as well. I actually didn't even drink too much coffee this morning, so I'm just trying to stay alive right now. I'm exhausted today. Plus, we went to the gym and everything. So, but you know what, man? I don't know. Like, regardless, I came in super tired this morning, but we're still putting the trades on in here for you guys. So, I hope you guys are enjoying the show as we're just regular dudes trying to make a little bit of cash. Right there. Oh, before I go over to Adair, I just want to show you. I did. So Palantir just went for a jog there a little bit on that move higher. So. Boom. We take a little bit of a piece out right there. And, oh, yeah, that's right. I got to learn how to do alerts. Can we do alerts on this platform, our own? Because that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, if it showed up. Right here we have this toolbar. I'm gonna figure out alerts. I used to know this platform left and right when I was, traveling around getting people all hooked up. But right now, I have not used it. I use eSignal a lot, obviously, for the alerts and for the scanners, but I should use the native programming here. All right, Adair, what you got over there?
Be aware here, guys. Keep an eye on this market. Getting comments over the last couple minutes from Israel's Hayom news source saying that the U.S. and Israel are considering hitting Iranian missile launchers and an energy facility in response to Iran's attacks on the UAE today. Back to you.
So this is pretty simple in real trading.
Yeah,
you open up a quote board, and then any quote board, you set up alerts, and then you can just make, like I would make a new one. I don't know, like I'm not going to do it, but like I just put in, I could say like the bid gets above whatever, right?
That's
or
exactly
the ask gets whatever. Or I can say like, like volume or whatever, or the last price hits something.
So I mean, you make a list first is what you need.
Yeah, but you can use a list that you already have. So like if you have like your like you're watching.
You can't. If you open up the quote board, nothing opens. That's why, because I've never used it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
you just have like this.
I have like a bunch of different lists that I already have.
It drops down. Like I have ones called daily movers. I don't say there's like nothing. Oh, this from before. Look. Oh yeah. Look. I wonder when I was making this list before. Look, what? AMC.
Vips.
Yeah, Vips, Neo, Lucid. Look, I even have Facebook in here.
Let's go.
This is how old this is. Ear. Like what is this daily movers list that I made up?
Remember, because it was those two moving. It was ear and then eyes was an actual.
There it
stock.
is, FB. So that's hilarious. So that's been a minute since we've done that. But to Neil's point, yeah, you could definitely use our quote board.
Well, I can one up you.
So the reason why I wanted to do that is, you have.
I haven't. No, I have a bunch of old lists. I have one that's like EVs. I don't even know what AYRO is, but I have Nikola on there.
I don't know. When did Meta switch over?
POL. What is POL? Polestar?
Polestar? No, not
That's
Polestar.
not Polestar.
No,
I don't even know what that is. KNDI.
TSLA would be Polestar.
Got a bunch of old stuff. Lehman.
Guys, we're not. Come on, my guy. We don't have Lehman Brothers quotes on here. That would be hilarious if we did LEH.
No, but ear was an actual. That was a thing. That was a runner back in the day. I don't think that stock exists anymore though.
Ear? No, I don't know. I mean, Facebook. When do you guys think Adara might not know this one? When they switched the symbol from Facebook to Meta.
Is it not 2022? I'm pretty sure it's 2022.
I mean, that's what I'm asking you. I mean, I'm trying to figure that out. I'm actually expecting the exact date, actually. No, I'm just joking. I'll take the date. I'll take the year. That would make sense. I think that's about 4 years now. I'd almost think it's even before then. But, I mean, we have to ask one of the large language models right there. Yeah, we'll look it up. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. May 31st, 2022.
Ooh, so we're almost right on there. We're almost at that 4-year anniversary there. So good job there, Darren, in the 22s there. And then you switched over, basically canned the metaverse. If you bought on that day, you're probably laughing, no? I mean, this is what I'm saying.
It was under $150 back then.
Every single person I run into that is a year younger than me, I'm like, get your money in the market or a day younger, because time in the market is what matters. You just got to pick the right stocks, which is
the question
hard to
I always
do.
ask is, do you have an RSP? Do you have a TFSA? Are you regularly contributing? Do you at least put it into the market? It's like those are the simple things. Like picking up the stocks. Like get to that point. But you got to start somewhere. Like you've got to have the investment account, and then if you have the ability to, like here we have a tax-free saving account. You guys in the States have what's it called, a Roth, or is that right?
Yeah, it's one of those.
I think it's like a Roth or whatever it is. But like that's a huge advantage when you got the tax-free account where you can be a little bit more active in that, and then just get into the market, man. You can say it's a rigged game. Because it is, because all central banks do is print tons and tons of money, and that money needs to chase things, and it always finds its way into the stock market. So the stock market, in a general sense, goes up. Like we get these, like we had Michael Noss on this morning. He was like, "Oh well, this signal, blah 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 blah, which looks like a short, and most people are short, ends up being a long 80% of the time." Well, like most of that's probably because the market's up 70% of the time, because we're always in uptrends in the longer run. Roth or IRA? Things? Yeah, I'm not an expert on U.S. We're Canadian, obviously, so. But if you have
IRA, I think is the tax, and the Roth, I think is
Roth and an IRA,
the untaxed.
Right.
I don't know.
Which is a huge advantage. Like all my cousins, that don't, it's like if you don't, like the second you start working, you got money. Even if it's a small amount, like it adds up, and it gets you in the habit of doing something.
I'm going to set an alert for Palantir and see if this actually works. Palantir.mq.
There were some quirks about it. I don't remember, but the first time I used our alerts, I remember there was something I didn't do, and then someone had to show me. It wasn't complicated, but I was doing, it doesn't really matter.
All right.
It was something about
I only need the last price. Yeah. I'm just adding into this. I want to see if I can get the quote board to work. So now I have my quote board does now say Palantir, and we have a whole bunch of different columns here. We're going to get rid of them all. And again, if you are part of real trading, it means you can literally just get rid of any of these. I'm just going to actually push them all over. And the only thing I care about is last price. So right there, I'm going to push that over, push apply, go yeehaw on that one, set the group link up to whatever I have over here, and get that going. So that way today, I'm not going to bore everybody, but today we did have IBIT right here. It's 44.50 was the price that we were looking at for IBIT, and of course, me. Hey, it's me. And my daughter's going to. There's a Billie Eilish. So this week we're going to Mortal Kombat. There's a Mortal Kombat movie, Mortal Kombat 2 coming out.
New one, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you watch the original?
No, I don't know. My kid started playing Mortal Kombat, and I was just dumbing him with Sub-Zero and all these guys. But okay, so right into here, 44.50. We wrote that down in the pre-market. It hit, and we didn't have it, and woe is me. So I don't want to make sure that doesn't happen again. So we're going to wait to see if we can put up and that's what I mean, like 24 years. Of me sitting here and trading, and I'm still not using alerts properly. I have the scanners going, we have all that, but I don't ever use price alerts, so this would make a lot of sense. Before I've just put 50 shares or something, so if it runs me over, okay, I'm long, then I'm long at that price, but then if it goes down $1 and you lose $50, it's like, what's the point of doing that? So we're going to pay attention to those alerts when they come through. Intel at the low of the day. So we go hee-haw on that one. That is your face slapper of the day for me. And I'm just glad that we were talking about, it was going to be my heaviest stock. It was the shares that we were the most in. It was Intel. We kept on talking about it. We did get stopped out right there. We had to work our way back in, so we do that. And then boom, to the downside as we get the low of the day right there on Intel. I have the high of the day. Like literally the high of the day right there, besides whatever happened at 9:25 or right away at 9:30. So we have basically the low there, the high there, and then the low right there again. So we're doing pretty good, and it's going to be that and Palantir are battling right now for top stock for me. So we're going to continue to watch out for that as that continues to go down. Tesla not doing too bad. Well, maybe we'll just exit this one. Only 12 minutes now until the imbalances come out. So something to look forward to tonight would be Palantir, Duolingo, On Semi, and one more. Oh, Dutch Bros, the big ones. That was it. There was only 4.
Pinterest. That was the one.
Oh, Pinterest. Well, Dutch Bros is not tonight. Yeah, Dutch Bros was Wednesday, I believe. Yeah, Pinterest. Good one, Pinterest. Yeah, you don't have to whisper that. No one does care about
Nobody
Pinterest.
cares
You can
about
say it very loud.
No, it's tongue in cheek.
Oh, okay.
I know people still use it. Do they? I don't know.
Well, you'll find out the daily active users today, probably a couple of tens of millions.
I know my father uses Pinterest regularly, but he is the only person that I know who uses Pinterest in any capacity. I know Obi also said on the show that he uses Pinterest, whether or not you want to believe it. I remember there's a whole thing of is he lying? But Obi has said that he's used Pinterest on the show before.
But they're not very good at monetizing anyway. So what does it make if you're
lying?
not any good at monetizing, then it doesn't really matter. Even if they get growth in their users.
I'm not super excited about it, but
yeah, if they have some kind of growth on revenue per, whether they call it users. I don't even know them well enough to know if they call them users. Sometimes they call it something else. But On is the one. If it's not Palantir, this is the one that could be interesting and go. A bit of a boring day for ON, dead flat. But what are you gonna do? That's the market too. Look at the NASDAQ, doing absolutely nothing. IBIT ended up not being, okay, I'm glad I didn't try to go. There was just no long in this one. If anything, it was a maintain the short kind of situation. But I'm still going to be bullish on Bitcoin. It just did a bit of a measured move, and I flipped into the short way too early, I think. Yeah, because I got out of IBIT and started shorting BMNR and left something on the table. BMNR ended up being my best stock, but if I'm being real about it, if I had stayed into IBIT and held more of the up move in IBIT instead of going for the early reverse in BMNR, I think I would have done overall a little bit better because I still would have caught the turn at the high in BMNR and I would have got a secondary push to the upside. And that's the thing you got to do. Just because BMNR was good doesn't mean that was the optimal path today. Although Rivian breaking 15 that's the missed opportunity. That's the easiest trade that was out there. 15 was the low on Friday. 15 was the pre-market low. I don't know how easily you get the fill when it breaks, but it's Rivian. You probably get 98s or 99s. It wasn't SSR or anything, so there's nothing stopping you from getting that print. I think that was the missed chance. And that's how we evaluate the day. Up is great, but better is always better. NU is going to be on my radar. This 5 million share sell with 25 million volume today. So it's a pretty decent sell size. If it pops into VWAP, I want to short this one and then look for the imbalance to just come out as is, and then it'll be good enough for me.
You hit that like and that subscribe. Yeah, there's 5,000 people watching. We have more than 5 likes. YouTube does have a funny way of.
It's always broken.
Its algorithm there. So Yeah, it's just like nothing's really hitting. Let's check out GameStop. They were down 8% the last time we looked at it. Now down 9%. I guess maybe it must have gone. It probably went SSR. Oh, did it? Yes, it did. So it did go SSR right there. It means down 10%. So, but look at the level it bounced off of twice now, 2350s. So if that comes back into play there, it's actually 2367. 68. I don't care if it is that number. We're not going to say it. 2368 as the low there for GameStop, and then they are. Again, you can go find it. And Ryan Cohen's been interviewed today and explained himself and so on and so forth about this whole eBay transaction and if that can get done. I actually really think that it could get done and do think that there is a decent opportunity for that to get done. And it's just I like what eBay and GameStop can offer to each other, and if there was an amalgamated company, it'd be interesting to see how that one looks. Because I don't mind it, honestly. I think that there is some good synergies there, including the collectibles market, the grading system, and I don't know if it was you or Sharif or Joe or someone said like, with all the GameStop stores that they have, you can go in there and potentially have your cards graded there in store for cheaper than sending it over to PSA, because like when we got my kid's Pokemon card graded, it was a couple months before you get it back. Yeah, so if they can do that maybe a little quicker and be trusted, in the industry, then that would allow people to maybe post up on eBay or wherever and get a little bit better reaction time and quicker turnover, and they can make a little bit of money. So I don't know how big a market cap that would create. Like if that's going to be your business model, I don't know how much revenue comes in from that, but it's a pretty hot thing right now, the collectibles market. So, all right, I'm going to get out of Tesla. I've just seen this go down, not like it's gone down that much, but we're going to get out there at 15s and just get out of Tesla, ring the register there. We'll props it up for anybody that's in that. And I'm now out. So in and out of Tesla, just because. Like, there's no point in giving anything back. We had less than 10% left, and we'll just take it out now and count our chickens because they've already hatched. We got it right there back into the upside for TSLA, so we're gonna go 4 for 4 today, including right now Intel at the lows, Palantir not at the highs. We've already cashed out a good amount of Palantir. I'm just gonna wait. I might even hold this all the way. It doesn't matter. So we'll wait to see Palantir, not a huge amount of shares. And then the other one that we had today was SoFi. And although that was, so far so good early, it did not give us too much late. We fell all the way in. We got stopped out at 16.30 right there. Still positive, but maybe it buys me one of those Dutch Bros Annihilator coffees. Has anybody had Dutch Bros in the chat? They have a coffee called the Annihilator. So I wonder what the caffeine content or how many shots of espresso that is.
That was intense.
Do not give that to Joe.
Why not?
Well, because Joe freaks out after having like one espresso. So.
Okay.
We got to make sure that he's sane.
Might get back on the espressos. Randy started randomly giving.
Yes, I know.
And I'm like, that was
good, right?
Every now and then I do.
Yes.
It's like I don't really.
A tasty treat.
Yeah, it's just something to switch it up.
Mm-hmm.
Just to randomly switch it up. I think sometimes. I was asking the chat where I think IBIT's going to go tomorrow. I don't know. I'm going to come in looking for the long again. I just think we're in the midst of we're in an uptrend and we're in a bit of a breakout. So, from a technical standpoint, you can just sort of say it's already put in like 2 back-to-back days, which were similar. And I said, like, the first thing I'll admit to is I got out and was looking for the short too early and went over to BM&R and, missed out some there because I shorted BM&R at this point and then at that point and at that point. But if you hold it long, you'd be better off. But it's given you like a dollar change range for 2 days in a row, but it's had consolidated days before, where you get a couple of movers, and then in between you'll get these consolidated days. It feels like it's probably due for that, but as long as it just needs to hold 45. Like if we're above 45, then to me, even a consolidated day gives you like a 1.5. So that I already know that's the line I'll be looking at. Maybe you gap underneath it and that stinks, and then maybe I'm not thinking long tomorrow. But I already know the level I'll be looking at. That's a prior high. It was initial resistance, and we've held above it. So by default, I'm probably going to look for a 45 long tomorrow morning if this is where we end up at the same price tomorrow, and then I'd be looking for that high. The trend is your friend till the end, and I'll be exactly the same way until BM&R breaks out on its own. If this doesn't get above resistance, then I'll want to fade this too. But I have to wait for your spot. Like I'll be long up to a certain point, and then when I like the short, I'm going to like it here as opposed to in IBIT. But nothing too much has changed. If we get more than a 1.5 range, great. That'd be fantastic. We're going to go to Dara, and then we've come back. We have a super chat from our good friend Easy Peasy.
They're playing the intro music for President Trump. That means he's going to be walking onto the podium at any moment for this small business event that he will be attending and speaking at. Back to you.
Imagine he name drops Palantir again, or the ticker.
I mean, what I wasn't here that day. Did it actually do anything?
Okay, so here's the thing. Like, it was a disappointing follow through.
Right, that's what I thought.
The initial move was fantastic. It's just if you, like, I remember like I scalped in like once and then tried to like make, it was just no magic after like the
yeah,
initial push.
because I was looking at it because I was away and I came on my thing and I was like, it's like President Trump, it's the first time ever a sitting president actually mentioned a company's ticker and everything while the market was open and so on and so forth. So I was like, oh great, we're rich. And then it just moved up a little bit.
It made you expect more.
Yeah,
you couldn't,
okay.
if you just, the original buy, you could have just held that and like the reloads weren't exactly simple on it.
Right,
Like there was some scalp reloads, but
Makes sense.
all in all, I would call it disappointing because there was the sense that it was just gonna go meme crazy.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like I was like looking at it, expecting it was like
how
up
could it
like
not?
1.5% or something.
Yeah, it was good. Like I think like both Joe and I were up on it that day.
Okay, well that's always a positive thing.
But I don't know. Like not everything's gonna be like an Intel where they get 5x on. Like that's.
Well, they didn't make an investment in Palantir, I don't think.
You know what I'm saying? Like not like certain things will go parabolic because they've been beaten up and at lows. Like when the U.S. government took a stake in or a little investment in like Lithium Americas or whatever. Like that's a stock with a short float. It's like small cap. You know, Intel was at $19. Like when he talks up Palantir, like Palantir is already doing okay for itself. It's not exactly the same thing. What are you gonna do?
I don't know. I'm going to stop yawning soon. A minute and a half to go. We are going to be staying live with you guys for Palantir. These are the imbalances that we're looking at right now. We'll see if we can make anything of these once 350 hits and those become live. We'll see if we can do anything with those imbalances, of course. And I believe we'll be able to find some sort of a trade there. So that's what we're looking at right now tonight. So yeah, get ready for Palantir. We did get out of some Tesla. That means it's probably back up. Yeah, a little bit. Intel, good. We got another cover down there near the lows. I think it's about time. Let's just get out. There's only 1 minute now until those numbers come out. So we'll bid out now. 56. We're now out there. We can go over to Palantir and see what we're going to do here. Palantir, we're still long at 145.50. We'll get out half of what we have left there. Oh, we just put it at 71. It rejects us. So we'll just wait, see if we get that. And then we'll go to the high side, hopefully with Palantir. We'll see. This could come out as sell, right, on earnings day. So we're very, very cautious of that. There it is. We get to 71. Now we're under 5% left here for PLTR. So far, so good. Trump just talking about how, you know, despite all this action with Iran, the market's just still at all-time highs. He's not going to be incorrect with that one, so therefore justifying more and more actions in Iran. All right, 8 seconds to go. SSM halted, nothing else. So here we go with only 10 seconds left. We have a small position on Palantir. We'll see what winds up happening. There it is right now. Nubank, BAC, Nvidia might be interesting to people. There it is, not really. Down ticking just a little bit. Apple down ticking a little bit here as well. I don't see any PL. There was Google downside 380. Get a little lower, Google, man. We need to buy you. Netflix, ooh, that's an attractive level now, 91 bucks. We had looked at Netflix over the last couple of days as that continues to make moves as well. Turn.
That's a deal closing.
I was going to say, guys, I remember hearing something about that name, so Turn is closing, okay? And then BAC, always these bank names seem to be hanging out somewhere, so, but yeah, not much going on there.
WFC is a buy.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, oh, Amazon to sell. That's an interesting one there, just creating it down into 370.
The Iran detour is working out nicely.
Was he on vacation? He's going to a detour over there? What does that even mean? The Iran detour is working out nicely.
What is... Adara, what is the Iran detour? Is that...
The Iran detour is his way of referring to the conflict in Iran, actually. He also said that he thought that everyone thought that oil would be at $300, but oil is not at $300. They're doing way better than they thought. And the second the conflict ends, oil prices will go right back down. It's also worth noting that the only person who I've heard say that they thought oil would be at $300 after this conflict is actually President Trump.
He's got to remind people that, you know, it's not at 300.
Yeah, exactly.
Like just random price targets. It's also, you know, President Trump's also not at 200. It's actually not even at 150.
Exactly. And
it's not that bad till it's at 300, everybody.
300.
Double your energy bills immediately.
If it got to 300, forget it.
Yeah, there's many other things that have to be broken. It's almost like, could you ever imagine oil going to zero?
Imagine that happened.
Okay, so yeah.
That was a heck of a day.
About that.
I can tell you. Like it was hilarious to watch because almost all like your trading platform level 2 had no idea what to do with it.
Yeah, it was wild.
When your level 2 just looked completely broken. He was
that?
going the other way. You know what? I don't want this.
Board, daily mover.
I jumped in. I said if it went to VWAP, I'd like
alerts.
short. Excuse me. I said if it went to VWAP, I'd like to short with that 5 million selling balance. It came out as expected, but it flashed down like 2 pennies. Didn't get on the bid, but I'm just going to punch out. Don't like it. Doesn't seem like it's going to be much of anything. It didn't come out bigger. It'll be all about Palantir on Pinterest. I'm like forgetting about Pinterest, like they're not important. And of course, Duolingo. Duolingo is a badly beaten up stock, which you could easily see this have like a Roblox moment. I would think, where everyone's like, oh, but it's down so far. I'm like, yeah, well, that's what everyone said. Whoops.
I was going to say, you have Dougie G over there. You got to go D-O-U-L.
You know what's hilarious? I go D-O-U, and then I guess I missed the L, and then Douglas Elliman is the first thing in the drop-down, whatever that company is. And then, of course, whoa, load. Ugh.
I put a Palantir warning here at 146.40 to see.
But it didn't work, did it?
No, I don't know. It hasn't got to it. It's there it is.
There's something about the alerts. The first time I used it, it was like a really simple thing that I'd messed up, and it wasn't working.
Mine didn't trigger there.
Right. I don't remember exactly what it was. I'd have to double check because I think there's like one small, not super intuitive, but not that complex.
Oh, here. I think that's why. Display alerts. Okay, push apply.
Because you know what? I think it might be default to the audio.
I mean, there is audio stuff there, but I just want to make sure, because I have my earpiece in.
Oh, then
but I just wanted to make sure that it triggered there. So it might have actually came through right there. But then I got to have this up, I guess, to see it. So
but you can turn on audio.
Yeah. Right here. You go quote board here, customization, alerts, and then here's audio. So sound file. So I just don't have any files up in there. Maybe I can add like, yo, and then it'll get my attention.
Oh, you can just steal something from our Stream Deck probably, maybe.
Yeah. I might not even wind up using this. But okay, so White House is on lockdown right now, so not a good thing, as there were shots fired. We shouldn't joke about it, but apparently shots fired. There's always, they'll shut down the White House if there's shots fired, like even outside the gates, right? So President Trump's not there, right, Adara? So. You can't? Oh, he's speaking from the White House? I thought he was at that dinner or lunch or whatever it was.
Yeah, it's a small...
Okay, I don't think Adara's mic is on, so that's okay.
It's a small business summit that he's at.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the White House, guys. That's what I thought. He's in the East Room at the White House.
Okay, so there you go.
That's why I didn't mention this yet, because A, the market wasn't reacting, and B, I was incredibly confused because I was like, I thought he was at the White House. He is at the White House. There are lots of people at this event currently laughing at the White House. So
they're laughing? Okay. Well, Trump's got mad jokes.
Laughing while at the White House.
He's got a lot of jokes
laughing
there.
Yes.
Adara, when you're ready, we could do like a little quick Palantir rundown. I mean, because, we're going to be staying late for, a couple minutes, no problem. We have Palantir's out in 10 minutes. We'll figure out what's going on there
Alex
as
Karp on the
well.
call.
We'll get Alex Karp. Yeah, Alex Karp will be probably, if he has a second. Oh, I don't have the Karp thing on mine, but if we do have Alex Karp coming through.
Karp button?
Yeah, we have a Karp button. Yeah.
I don't have that either.
No, neither do I. I mean, I have, we have Jerome Powell, which you won't be calling here too much anymore. We have Kathy Wood. I don't know what the Alex Karp one is, but we do have one, that's for sure. Okay, so here we go, man. Just moments away from this name, and then Neil just talked about Duolingo. We have Pinterest coming through this afternoon as well. But let's just see where all the big names are going to wind up closing. So Nvidia 198, good level there today. It's been bouncing around 198, so we'll see if there's a trade there tomorrow, down 0.17, basically following and echoing what the market's been doing today. Gonna look like end up, near some of the lows there. We got out, Tesla's a good trade, but that's only gonna be 392, up 0.34. We'll see if Tesla can continue to hold fort there as well. Name that I don't think we called up today, Microsoft 413, so down 0.3. Again, a decent report for Microsoft, didn't really move too much last week on that one. There it is right there. But you see, the problem is, I've told this to Fabian again, please hit that again and notice his name. And let's hit it again, Andre or Fabian.
One time?
What? Yeah, hit it. No, you got to hit it. There, see? Alex Crap, it's at the top. So I've tried to get these guys to edit that.
Or we can just leave it.
They're too busy.
It's like the error card, right? Like it's better if it's got the little.
Yeah, who knows? Then the other one there is Apple. We can have a look at that as that was down 1.5. 1.15%, sorry, there for Apple. So down that 1%.
Let them keep selling Apple after earnings. It's just going to be an opportunity. That's all.
Yeah,
let them try.
Like Apple. Apple had a great report. All right, so here we go. We asked for it. It's coming up right now. It's Adara with a little bit of a recap.
Yeah, I guess more of a preview here technically for earnings, but either way here, we're going to talk about earnings. So implied earnings moves, just to go over it, Duolingo, Pinterest, Palantir, on semi. 4 p.m. you get Duolingo with a 17.5% implied move. Pinterest and Palantir both at 4:05 p.m. Palantir here with the smallest expected move of the night here, 9.5%. Pinterest 14.5%. Pinterest moved quite a lot in its last report, so PINS on watch. Then ON on semi at 4:15 p.m. Here's Palantir. Now, I want to mention here something that was interesting. You start to see this escalation here last quarter for Palantir in their commercial revenue growth, 137% year over year, above the 66% year over year growth in government revenue, which still remains their largest portion year of revenue, but it is again not growing maybe as fast as the commercial revenue. So keep an eye on that government versus commercial revenue breakdown here for PLTR. Last quarter they posted revenue of 1.407 billion, up 70% year over year. Revenue for this quarter, we're looking for 1.54 billion, which of course would be a sequential and year-over-year improvement, and earnings of 28 cents per share. For the record, Palantir themselves guided Q1 revenue, so this quarter they're about to report between 1.532 billion and 1.536 billion. Expect lots of infographics on this after this comes out. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara.
We've got 1 minute until the bell, obviously, and with that bell, we'll have those earnings for you live and the actual stock reaction, where it's going, where it is, where the buyers step in, where they don't step in, possibly in the case of Duolingo. We've seen that one heading to the downside pretty precipitously, and of course, ON will be a little bit later, so we'll probably just hang around until those flash out there, but it'll be mostly about Palantir getting that early reaction. And don't forget,
there it is. Okay, so those alerts worked.
Where Palantir goes, that IGV, we've seen it before. Like if service now earnings move the IGV around, yeah, let's just say there could be some, if they go to the downside, there could be some casualties and some people catching strays. But that works in both directions. So if it's going to move that group, you know that's volatility has been there pretty much all year in the IGV. With about 20 seconds to go, everybody, it's been a good start to the week. So far, even if the market didn't do much today, down 0.2%, a lot can change when you get the earnings season coming through. And sometimes sideways when you're at the high, the all-time highs is not a bad thing. I don't mind if you can sort of hang out at the top, as long as you don't pull back too far. We'll get that closing bell in 3, 2, and 1, and let's go.
All right, now we just wait, man. And by the way, that did work there. So yeah, it did come out. It spiked out when I put when it equals 146. So we'll be using some quote boards, I believe, tomorrow. So all right, 5 minutes to go before Palantir. We just went over there. EPS estimate of 28 cents. We'll see if we can hit that coming up very, very soon. Okay, CPB, IEEPA. Is that the? Yeah, okay, so IEPA tariffs, it's still the tariffs, so they could be coming back, I guess, are expected to commence as early as May 12th. So is that Costco and all those guys that paid into that? So we'll see if there's some movement coming up there. We can just quickly look at Costco.
Walmart.
Neil and I are just going to stay a couple minutes past the Palantir earnings, as we said. We're going to go over them with you guys, and we'll see what it comes to. Adara will drop it. Nothing going on in Costco. Adara will drop those earnings when we hear about them. You'll see it first right here on the stock market and the stock, so that will start to bump and grind one way or the other, and I'm hoping for up. I don't have an order at 160s, but I was thinking about maybe putting one there at the 200 period in case it does hit that. But hey, man, maybe we'll just ride right now, and I don't have an offer out. So we'll see what winds up happening there. Hopefully we do hold bids tomorrow. Thing is, man, like sometimes you get very interesting reactions and then like off algos, and then all of a sudden, once they go through the report, it could go the other way. So, you're waiting for you're not waiting for the release of the number. You're kind of looking for the forward outlook there, unless it's a complete disaster, then we could go the other way. But yeah, here we go, man. Palantir, hopefully not a Palantir, but we'll wait to see on that one. And yeah, we've been nervous about it. So Duolingo apparently is out, right? They are now out
and
right now.
It is bouncing.
Yes. Hey man, sometimes it's so bad, it's just so good.
Well, I haven't seen the numbers, so I can't tell you whether the numbers are good or anything, because I actually have not seen them.
You have Palantir.
Palantirs, that's not out. Let's go to Adara for Duolingo.
Sorry guys, I don't have Palantir, that was my bad. I have Duolingo though, let's talk about it, I'll put it on my screen. So Duolingo, okay, this is actually just the summary of their earnings, so give me a second here to find the actual report. I apologize, I spoke too soon on that. It's one of those ones where I have to click on the investor relations link, so give me 2 minutes. Sorry about that.
Your time there. PSKY is out. PSKY, if anybody's taking a shot here on Paramount and their amazing purchase of Warner Brothers for however many $100 billion, whatever it was, there's a little bit too much, but we'll wait to see what the market thinks. Doesn't matter what we think, but there it is there, and there's all the way back down. So now we'll wait. Nothing going on in PSKY. You're all here for Palantir. Welcome to the after show. We're now 2.5 minutes away until that comes through. VRTX just reported as well. Vertex Pharmaceuticals. So we can have a quick little look on this number. A little bit of an upside play there for VRTX. So if you're in that name, you're getting we don't really need all these numbers, but we are going to wait. She does have it. Duolingo, let's just check back on that. I think there's probably a few more traders in this one. Still 110, 111 close. Up 116. Do you want to go Vertex?
I'm still seeing no numbers of Duolingo. Nobody has it on X, and they announced on their, again, on Benzinga with the press release that they're out, but I can't find them on their website. So I don't know what these Duolingo numbers are, guys.
Well, hence the pullback,
yeah,
I guess.
So it just came all the way back. Well, that's exactly why.
We're hearing it in our ear from Benzinga, but revenue of revenue of 295 million. I don't know. That's the only number I heard in my ear, so we'll wait for that one. Okay, man. Here goes Palantir. It's already shooting up. You're already up about $1.50 here off the close. The no earnings yet. 146 is where we go out at. Let's call it 145.80. You're now at 147, 146.80. So you're up about $1 right here as people getting excited for what could be an epic report at some point here. We'll just see. To me, it's about the guide. We already know a lot of their businesses are kicking there.
Make it rain.
Yeah, make it rain. That's what we're trying to do.
Make it rain, David.
And we'll see.
That's what we want, because it's been in a downward trend for a while, man. If it breaks this out, it's got so much room to go. But you don't really know. And then remember, even if they sell it off, we've seen really good bounce plays this earnings season. So you just look for that low and then grip it and rip it for the dip buy, if that's what it ends up being. But still nothing. We only get them in like 30 seconds or so. But you see what happened in Duolingo? That is exactly why you shouldn't trade earnings. It only takes this happening to you once. Like, you're in this, it's breaking, it's like, yeah, it's huge short float, and you're screwed. Because you punched in before the number came out, and then you could have 122s, and it's back at 117. But Palantir in just a matter of seconds. We'll see the reaction before we get the numbers, and then we'll try to digest it as best we can. But it is going to be not necessarily about that first move, which is to the upside.
Yeah, there goes 150.
Yeah, there goes 150. But remember, it's expected move of 9.5%.
So you guys people asked in the chat if I was still in position. Yeah, I'm carrying a position in this. We'll just see where it goes right now. Adara's got the numbers. There goes Palantir. Just touched 150.50, Adara.
Yeah, and thank you, Palantir, for, unlike Duolingo, just actually having all of the numbers in your press release. So shout out to that. Palantir, Q1 2026 U.S. revenue growth up 104% year over year. Cumulative or overall revenue growth here up 85% year over year. They've raised their fiscal 2026 revenue, guys, now expecting 71% year over year growth. They're expecting their U.S. commercial revenue to grow here by 120% year over year. Again, U.S. revenue here coming $1.282 billion. Overall revenue for the quarter, $1.63 billion. Like I said, we were expecting about $1.5 billion, I believe. So that is a nice beat here. And again, 85% year-over-year growth for their overall revenue. Now, we talked about the U.S. government and commercial revenue. Government revenue still outpacing commercial revenue here. $687 million for government versus $595 million for commercial. But that growth for commercial still outpacing that of government. So again, government revenue bigger than their commercial revenue still, but commercial revenue seeming to grow at a greater velocity. 133% year-over-year commercial revenue growth versus 84% year-over-year government revenue growth. They closed 206 deals valued at least $1 million. Closed contract value here up 61% year over year. Now, again, I mentioned they raised their fiscal 2026 sales guidance. That's now going up to $7.65 billion to $7.66 billion. That's going to be above estimates of $7.267 billion. And guys, just a reminder here, we mentioned that they beat sales quite healthily. They also beat EPS, 33 cents adjusted versus 28 expected. Back to you.
And unless something happens on the call, I mean, you're going to be way under the expected move here. But yeah, I think it's green pastures, right? I mean, it's, big beat on the guide moving forward. You almost do have an equal government to commercial there. It was 680 versus 580 or so.
The growth in commercial being more rapid is still a good positive sign.
I still think we take out the highs here. I as people analyze it, there really isn't anything. I mean, Adair just sort of went through the numbers quite quickly there, but they're now out. So yeah, good guidance moving forward. Palantir, their sales 179 to 18 versus 167. So that's a big one on the billion side of things there as well. So it looks like they'll continue to impress here in the after hours, but not a huge move. I mean, we were already up here this morning, right? So all we did was really go right back into where we were at 9:30. Palantir was a good long. We had it there. We had it here. So we'll see about tomorrow. It could be a tricky trade tomorrow, especially if we just bounce back and forth. Let's see it hold 150. I would really like a 150 tomorrow on Palantir. And like I said, I'm still long in both accounts, and I'm still pretty fine with it. I'm nervous on it, so do want to empty out. We'll probably empty out a little bit tomorrow regardless, and then we'll just see what winds up happening. We don't want to get out too early, but it's never too early to take some profit. So we'll wait to see what happens with Palantir tomorrow morning, and then just to double check back on some of the other names.
Dual is now red.
I was going to say, so that number probably came out.
When it's bad, it's bad. Although Pinterest is absolutely rocketing
the one you wouldn't think about.
25% up. Okay, well, I figured, I did think Dual was going to the downside, but I wouldn't have expected this from Pinterest. That's all I will say. What could the numbers even justify this? You know what? It's so far to the downside. 18% revenue growth, and they're doing $2 billion in share repurchases, and they have record users. Or some of the highlights out of Pinterest. What's the short float? That's got to be a decent explanation. 13.5% short float over here in Pinterest. So I think that colors it a bit, right? Like you do $2 billion share repurchase, you get more users, record users. Whether or not it's able to sustain the move, that remains to be seen. Monster levels at 26 and 27, where there's some bag holders on pins. But the bigger story tomorrow is going to be what happens to Palantir and what does that mean for the IGV. Because anyone that's been tracking that index, I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't want to be another. If Palantir's quarter results on it being down, I wouldn't want to be another IGV name. You want to be another software name if they can't buy this one up. It can get nasty for those.
So that's a wrap right now. I mean, we want to thank everybody for waiting with us once again here. We'll stay a little later the next couple of days on different earnings names that come through. But AMD, AMD's tomorrow. That's going to be great. Is it tomorrow or Wednesday? I think
tomorrow, right?
I don't know. But we'll be there anyways.
Randy, buddy.
What's going on? I think we've lost the control board over there. Andre, that's his way, or Fabian's way of saying, let's get the hell out of here. So we're going to do that right now. As there it goes, Palantir now turning red. So watch out now for PLTR coming back in. Like I said, relatively uneventful there, but good report, good numbers. Looks like something might have been said. The conference call scheduled, I believe, for 5 o'clock. So we'll wait to hear if something comes through that. But hey, Adair, thanks for all the news today. Thanks, everybody. We're going to be watching this overnight for sure. All right, shout out to everybody working tonight on the board. Fabian, Andre, Ramin, thank you so much for everything. And hopefully we'll see Randy tomorrow. Okay, have a great night.
Have a good one.
Not much sports-wise. I don't think the Jays are Tampa, I think.
Yeah, we're going to Tampa, but what's basketball tonight?
I guess so. When is Knicks? Is that tonight, Knicks Philly?
Is it tonight?
I don't know. I definitely want to see that.
That's going to be a great series.
Yes. So
I don't even know, but that's going to be a huge series.
Yeah, if that's tonight, we'll pay attention to that. And of course, sports comes right back at you, and we have the Raptors. We'll be back next fall. We'll see the Raptors, and shout out to everybody there.
Maybe we'll make it out.
Maybe we will make it out of the first round, and hopefully the Blue Jays have won nice. I think that's 3 or 4 series now. Although they tied Minnesota, they've won 3 of their last 4 series, so I think that's good. All right, everybody, ciao till tomorrow 8 a.m. Check us then.